Hey, Scott. Hey, now you can see me. Hey,
Hello.
Scott. Hey, do you remember when we used to go to conventions and we would bring a camera and it was like, man, we're gonna get so much footage that we can completely re-edit the video intro that we made with just convention footage, and then convention stopped for like a year and a half.
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't know why you have to bring up painful thoughts to me because I miss conventions so much more than you because you've actually got some coming and I don't.
Yeah, I do. Where you can go and buy some of these. Look, shameless plug.
I
Roll.
almost wore mine too. Damn, how funny would it have been if we were both like, hey, look at our shirts. We have matching shirts.
Are you
Nobody would
wearing a
have
horror movie
believed it.
night shirt though?
No, I'm wearing just it's a tarot card shirt, but
Not even
man,
remotely supportive of us.
no,
So
I don't. I
we
apparently don't
are
care.
we're going live as a little bit of a warm up before we dive into the blood drive that we're raising money for. I'll throw the flyer up one last time. The Chris Ellis Memorial Blood Drive, a hashtag Geekscape Gives event. And so what did we decide to do for the horror movie night portion is record a Patreon bonus episode for people. So for the people on our Patreon, sorry, we gave this one away for free, but it was for a good cause. So
I don't think anybody's gonna be upset about it.
no, I don't think so. Chris, you're out there. Are you upset? I'm sure you're not. So this hasn't dropped on the feed yet, so you're also getting a sneak peek on a future episode, but we did an episode on Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Your fault, by the way.
I still stand by my choice. And what happened with that Attack of the Killer Tomatoes episode was that you hated it and Brian kind of hated it, and I didn't want to admit that I wasn't a huge fan of it either. but I couldn't let my decision die, so I said, you know what, the Patreon episode, we're going to watch the first episode of the Killer Tomatoes animated series that ran on Fox in the 90s during their Saturday morning cartoon block. And Scott,
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
No.
Like this was the most, it's so funny because I don't know. I can't remember if I said this I did say this on the episode, right? Where I was like, the theme song is real,
yeah.
And so like, watching the episode of so we watched the pilot, which was 40 minutes long. Is much longer than a regular episode, right?
It was 21 minutes, but it felt really long.
Okay, it felt really long. I guess
there was
I
like
looked
multiple
at the
times where
I was like, ugh.
I checked multiple times because I'm like, did I accidentally roll into episode 2 at some point and didn't realize it? Because it felt every second of 21 minutes and then some.
But I honestly don't think that has anything to do with this specific show. It's the fact that we're in our 30s and watching 90s kids cartoons.
That could be it too.
But there's a lot to love about this, though.
No, I agree.
I don't want to talk so much shit.
So let's take a quick second to talk about what this was. So yes, it is an animated version of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, but it actually draws more from the sequel, Return of the Killer Tomatoes, that introduced the mad scientist, voiced by John Ashton, who was creating the Killer Tomatoes from the beginning. And John Ashton, ever a man willing to jump and do some voiceover for a 90s cartoon series, was like, yeah, I'll reprise my character for this 13 episode run of a cartoon series. And
I think that's short and sweet. I love that. It's not like the bigger names where it's like, man, is this season over? Is this show over yet?
Dude, I can tell you, as someone who spent a lot of this pandemic watching Disney cartoons, 90s Disney cartoons did 65 episode seasons.
Oh my God.
So it would be like I just finished watching. I actually was texting Megan asking if she remembered the show Adventures in Wonderland, which was not a cartoon, but she did. That ran for 100 episodes, one season.
So what is syndication? Is it 50 episodes?
100 episodes.
It's 100. Oh my. So that's syndicated.
Enough. Yeah. Do one season and you're in syndication, you're good. Technically, this is a fun little fact about that I learned from a couple YouTube videos. They only ran 99 episodes of the 100 episodes that they shot because one of the episodes was called O.J. Simpson Visits Wonderland. and it was shot in like 1992, I want to say, but like was getting prepped to come out in 1993 when everything happened. And the YouTube guy even mentioned that the other fun fact about that is just by poor timing, that was the only episode that got a novelization that was released ahead of the show.
Oh
So,
man.
and yeah, and that one, the White Rabbit is a huge football fan, and his favorite football player is O.J. Simpson, and he dreams that O.J. Simpson will come and teach him how to throw a football, and then the real O.J. Simpson shows up and teaches him
How
how
to
to
kill his wife.
so yeah, so like 90s kids entertainment was a little wild, and this is not the first, nor is it the last show that we'll talk about where they took a very non-kid friendly property and tried to turn it into something kid friendly. And Killer Tomatoes is definitely more kid friendly than, say, Rambo or when they did the Toxic Crusaders or a lot of that other stuff. But this reminds me of the Toxic Crusaders more than anything when I'm watching it. It's got that same like zany sense of humor. I'm pretty sure the mad scientist sidekick is voiced by someone who voices the exact same character
In
on
every
Toxic,
90s.
well, on Toxic Crusaders specifically, played a
Okay.
surfer guy.
I can't believe that we haven't done anything about Toxic Crusaders yet, because like here's another really funny fact about all these things is that like I did like in Console Crash stuff when I did my first full-length album. I when I first heard this myth, I thought it was Attack of the Killer Tornadoes. That's basically Sharknado, right? You
Yeah.
know, it's sentient tornadoes. Anyway, when I did my first Console Crash record, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go through. I had amassed a small amount of songs from Nintendo games that had come out in 1992. So I was like, well, I need more. And so I started digging into the nitty gritty of what actually came out that year. And so Toxic Crusaders came out that year. Beetlejuice came out Beetlejuice came out that year. And so did Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. And so, of course, I had to put all three of those in the game, in the music, game music that I did. And so I know more about the music from the Nintendo games than the actual TV show.
Yeah, and I don't know who submitted this one because it came up as Facebook user. He said, I saw the Toxic Crusaders and rented the Toxic Avenger when I was 8, unrated copy, of course. And yeah, no, that happened to me. I found my uncle's copy, and wow, what a shocker to a 7-year-old to see that movie. Oh, it's Tom. How you doing, Tom?
We should have known it. We should have known it was used.
My parents bought me a real Rambo knife. I knew I was too young to have it and gave it back to them. What was I supposed to do with this? Kill my friends?
Well, obviously that is not Danielle Harris in Halloween 4.
I finally get to see what Scott really looks like.
Okay, that is bullshit. Tom has seen a million pictures of me.
Not every Facebook user is Tom. So
no, every Facebook user is Tom. That's everyone else on this show watching the live stream. You are Tom Panditch. I'm so sorry. Anyway,
so you actually enjoyed watching the Killer Tomatoes?
I loved this cartoon. It was, I mean, so for people that don't listen to the show, I mentioned the fact that when we did the episode, I was like, I thought that the song was just a fever dream. And then I remembered the cartoon, right? But because I dressed up as a Killer Tomato one year for Halloween, because my parents are much kinder. It's equally kindness and my kid's gonna look like a fucking idiot, kind of like carelessness that every kid in the 80s got, you know, in the parenting department. Matt knows. But like, so the Killer Tomatoes cartoon was definitely what I knew about the Killer Tomatoes. Swamp Thing cartoon was what I knew about the Swamp Thing. And Toxic Crusader cartoon was what I knew about Toxic Avenger. I watched all this weird shit in the 90s. And I get watching this, I get why I liked it. Because it was definitely above my pay grade. Like the I spit in your antipasto joke. I don't think that 7-year-old me knew what that was, right?
Yeah.
You know, like, but you know, that was cool. Also, there are some sexy jokes in here that I think are very inappropriate. Like, first of all, the fact that a tomato gets turned into a woman when she smells pepper, but then when she smells salt, she turns back into tomato. But she's wearing a red midriff and like booty shorts, and she's got a dump truck. Like it's very, very weird, very disconcerting as a man in his late 30s watching this and being like, what did this do to me when I was a child,
So the other thing though about this episode that jumped out at me is like, I guess when you're trying to get a show into syndication, which John wants to know if we got a picture of that Mater. but,
I mean, yeah.
But when you're trying to get a show into syndication, you maybe don't want an episode to be very clearly the first episode, nor do you want something to be very clearly the last episode. Like it all should be, no matter where they play, like it makes sense. But you only did a 13 episode season, Killer Tomatoes. So it wasn't like you thought this was going to go for years.
Let's give them a little credit here. I don't know if they did a 13 episode. So there are like 3 options that could have happened. One, option 1, door number 1, they thought they were going to go for 100 episodes, which is ridiculous. They thought they were going to go for 100 episodes for syndication, and at episode 12, they were told that they were no longer going to be doing any more Killer Tomatoes, and they're like, you have 1 more episode to do. Second, they were like, okay, we're only going to do 13 episodes, and they did 13 episodes. And then the third option is they expected to do the pilot, and then they got handed the bag, and they were like, what the fuck are we going to do for 12 weeks here, guys? They're really, I mean, that's it.
But
were there toys compared to connected to this? Because
there was definitely toys. There was Killer Tomato toys. But my point is that like this episode just immediately you meet these characters and it's just like, yeah, FT, he's a fuzzy tomato. Got it. Like,
who people say looks like a dog, and
looks
I'm
nothing like a dog.
But that joke is funny. That joke works for me. I loved it. And then hot girl Taryn or whatever her name is, who's actually a tomato. The physiology of that really confuses me, because that means that she'd have to be 140, 130 pound tomato, right? If she's she's a 5'8", like blonde when she's a human, and then she gets turned into a tomato. It's like Ant-Man, right? Like you're gonna condense your mass, because mass cannot be, lost in the transformation. Either that or she's an 8-pound woman and has no bones. There's no in between. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think that's fair. Yeah, you can't have one and not the other. Let me see if I can find a picture of her, and we can really.
I wish that I had a picture of me in the Killer Tomatoes get up. I'm sure that it's somewhere at my parents' house, but going through their photos is painful in 2 ways. 1, because there's no rhyme or reason, and 2, because my dad is always like, well, what about that picture? Do you like that picture? And I'm like, Dad, that's a picture of like a vegetable. I don't really have a feeling about that picture, but okay. It's like, it's very mentally draining.
So there's some Killer Tomato dolls.
Get rid of the hover. Okay, so we got hot girl tomato. We got Doctor who's green. Is there any explanation in later episodes about why he's green?
I've watched the same amount of episodes as you did.
But you've also watched Return of the Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Is that what the name
he's just regular John Ashton in that one.
Huh, weird, very. And then there's the kid who has a skateboard. But the fact that he doesn't have a skateboard, Tara Boom Da. But if it's Tara, then it's like Tara or some weird pronunciation that makes no sense. And I think that they're doing it as there are so many jokes that I feel like were injected into this shit that Boom Da.
Okay, BOU.
DEYAY. DA. It's close.
Whatever,
yeah.
Close enough. We got it. Yeah.
Tara Boom Da. And what the fuck is that? That's what I'm saying. Is I'm sure I watched more than one episode of this, and I don't know, man. I don't know. It makes me feel some kind of way, and I don't know what way that is.
Yeah, but this was fun to revisit this, because I do remember watching this. I have very distinct memories of watching this cartoon in my grandmom's basement. Like I remember that on a Saturday morning. And I, for whatever reason, the girl who turned into a tomato and then turned back into a girl, and FT stuck into my mind so much that when I finally watched the original Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, I was like, what the fuck? Where are these characters? Jonathan saying that Sarah.
No, I'm sorry, Godfather. You don't understand the sex appeal of vegetable Greta Gremlin.
No, vegetable gremlin.
Yeah, vegetable gremlin could actually grow melons on its chest. If I mean, I don't want to assume too much about vegetable gremlin. Let's call it an NB. But vegetable gremlin could have melons on its breasts, or it could have a carrot for a dick. It could do whatever the fuck it wants because it can regrow. It's Swamp Thing, but a gremlin. And so, John, I think
Scott's favorite worlds combining into one.
Any creature that can turn from a vegetable to a human, gimme. Now that is definitely Tom.
Also, Scott, just want to throw this.
I mean, have you looked at a tomato before? You look how sexy it is when the light shines off of the little bum, and you just slice into it and you put it in your mouth.
Scott, one thing that I can tell you real fast is that I'm sitting here looking at the numbers, and we were in the double digits for numbers for a couple seconds, and then you started to sensually talk about the vegetable gremlin, and those numbers started to tank at a rapid pace.
I do not give a fuck.
We lost half the audience just on you sexualizing vegetable gremlin.
They don't have agency, so I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but listen, I eat them every day, buddy. I can't get enough.
Fair enough. Hey, I mean, tomatoes is what
I love. I love when Matt sends me that, because Matt, for longtime listeners of the show, you know that Matt is terrible when it comes to words. He don't word well. He don't word good. John, where do you think blood comes from, buddy? Anyway, Matt does not word good. So the other day, I don't even know, I think we were talking about a convention that he's going to, and he said a term that was incorrect, and I fixed it for him, and he was like, tomato, because it looks the same when you type it out.
And I want you to know that that's what I'm thinking when I type it.
Yeah, I know that is because you said it before. Yeah. I'm like, because that's a bit. Matt and I have talked almost every day, except for my fucking honeymoon, for the last 9 years, 10 years, whatever it's been. It's been a long time. I think that we started podcasting together right after my wedding. So Megan has barely had a marriage without Matt, which is very crazy.
Lucky lady.
Although when you came to visit 3-4 weeks ago, she was like, I'm stealing Matt. I'm like, have him. You'll give them back to me sooner than you think, my superpower is putting up with you.
Jonathan also has that superpower. Actually, most of the Geekscape family has developed that superpower.
It's true. It's very true.
It's super tolerance. So, I mean, I don't have that much else to say about the Killer Tomatoes cartoon, except that I really thought it was going to be worse. Like when I popped it on, I was like, this is actually pretty good.
I do have a question for you though. So the tomato with the mustache, right?
Yeah.
He starts out, he's supposed to be Fidel Castro, right? Or he's supposed to be communist, right? Yeah. He's wearing the communist hat or whatever they're called I still like wearing those hats.
I think that's a carryover from the actual movie.
Okay.
Because in the actual movie, the tomatoes have personalities and talk and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I assumed as much because this is, like you're saying, it's based on. So is it Return of the Attack of the Killer Tomatoes?
I think it's just called Return of the Killer Tomatoes.
It'd be a lot funnier if it was Return of the Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. But sure. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes isn't a really funny series or franchise, but the the cartoon is much funnier. Anyway, that's not saying much if you watch the cartoon. You're like, and you spend you just expend two that's two more than you do when you watch the show, when you watch the movie. Anyway, so the reason I asked that, and I'm totally going to space on what I was asking. So there's the head, the tomato in charge, the TIM or TIC, tomato in charge. He has this, what I assume is either Che Guevara or Fidel Castro or some other like communist character's accent for the first 10 minutes, and then the second 10 minutes of the episode, he talks like he's from New Jersey. He's like, what are you guys doing here? I spin you antipasto. And then he's like, how you guys playing cards? You don't even have any hands. And they just go and they throw their cards down. They're like, "Ooh," you know, it's wild. This is a great show if you want to watch some weird 90s kids shit. This and Beetlejuice right there.
Well, and this is also in that time period where kids' cartoons would have people impersonating celebrities that none of us would have known at that time.
Yeah.
Like the doorman at the news station is 100% Woody Allen for no explainable reason. And then,
oh, nice. Okay.
And real quick, we got a question from Matt in the YouTube viewing.
Oh, hell yeah, Matt, we did.
I have the toys still somewhere. There was a whole toy line of Police Academy. I think that that's another thing where I think the cartoon was better than the actual movies.
I don't know, man. I don't think I could rewatch Police Academy because of just how misogynistic I remember them being. Even as a kid, I was like, that doesn't seem right. You know,
that's kind of how I rewatched MASH, like the movie MASH recently, because I want to try to watch all 11 seasons of the actual TV show MASH.
You know, at first I was like, that's a crazy thing. And I'm like, it's Matt. He'll be fine. Like, you know?
Yeah. No. But that movie, it's like, man, they're being really misogynistic to this character. And it's not like they didn't do a good job of building up like, oh, this character really has it coming. They're a bad person. They deserve to be punished. It's just like, look at this. It's a woman in the army. Let's get her. Like that's like the level of the wrongdoings that she did in that movie. But Scott, it's getting close to that time. We've warmed up the crowd. They're sick of seeing our faces. There's a Podfather just around the corner that they'd much rather see, I'm sure. So let's just go with our quick final thoughts. Let's just go with our quick final thoughts on the Killer Tomatoes cartoon. And with that, I say it's worth checking it out. It's all on YouTube. I might watch a couple more episodes. Who knows? But man, does not feel like 21 minutes. It feels a lot longer.
No, and I feel like if I would watch it, I'd be watching it while I'm working. I could probably burn through 6 episodes a day because it's 3 hours a piece. It's about as much time as I could dedicate my pain I could dedicate to watching this. And then I would just come on the main feed of Horror Movie Night and be like, so watch that. You know, like it's one of those things. But here's the thing is like people watch Game of Thrones and there are no redeemable characters. And those are 45 or hour-long episodes, whatever. This is 20 minutes of no redeeming characters that at least make me laugh.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I can't say no. It's probably going to happen. Do that. Do Beetlejuice. Do Real Ghostbusters. Do Sonic the Hedgehog. And
Real Ghostbusters is
Crusaders.
Tough. Real Ghostbusters is tough. Not even because it's a bad cartoon, but like that actually did run for seasons. So
okay. Can we skip the ones that ran for more than 13 episodes?
Thomas Combs, dedicated listener over on the Patreon and beyond, he sent me a package that had a 2 DVD set that he bought from like a bootlegger at Monster Mania that was every single episode of the Real Ghostbusters, and I got through one of the 2 DVDs because the one was 25 discs. So
wow.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I have the strength to open up the second one just yet, but
at least the toys were cool, you know.
Yeah, the toys were great.
I really cared about.
But all right, Scott, it was a pleasure warming up the crowd, and now the Podfather is here.
What did y'all do with the audience?
Hey, listen, it's not my job. My job is to make Matt laugh and make me laugh. That's actually my first job, is to make me laugh.
Okay, and ideally by extension, you make the audience laugh. But don't worry, we'll get them back.
Well, I mean, I'm not the most handsome person on the show. You are.
No. That is Chris Fafalios of One Hit Thunder, but he's not here tonight. So
but he did comment.
He did. He did, but there's no way in hell he was going to jump in that show. Like, you kidding me? He's like, nope. My job is all about the hits and the tastemakers. I know a stinker when I see it. No, I'm kidding. Y'all are awesome. I love Horror Movie Night, and I love y'all, and I love the blatant self-promotion that both Matt and I partake in here with our Geekscape t-shirts for you audio listeners. Is this portion of it going to go over on the Patreon, Matt? Which is all good.
Yeah, we could put that on the Patreon too, real quick.
All right. Hi, Hemeners. What do you actually call?
We've been waiting for 6 years. I had a name.
We say HMNers, but Hemeners.
Hemeners is
I just call them Hemeners.
John, I've been waiting 6 fucking years for this. Now we know what this is. I had
crafted a name, and I may have commented
just now, buddy.
Well, I may have commented in the Facebook group for Horror Movie Night a while ago, and it was something where it was like
Dude,
I think it was just humans, because you just put a U and an A in, and you've got humans. And I think I was just calling them humans with the HM and N capitalized. But
I like that. Actually, you know what we could do is we could do H, uppercase H, capitalized H, a lowercase U, capitalized MN. So they're humans.
Yeah. That was,
you can make a shirt that says more human than human.
I think that's exactly what I just said when I said the HM and the
You said that there was an A in it too, didn't you?
No, there's usually an A between M and A. And
I know, but we're John, you son of a bitch.
No,
not in our world.
Yeah, Scott, I got a shirt pitch for us. More HUMN than human.
I heard you and John were talking to you, and I'm about it. And you know that Brian would poop his pants. I mean, he'll be Rob's
anyway. Well, he'd poop his pants if we turned a camera on and put him on this live stream.
Let's think about that.
So funny, he can't deal with any people watching him do anything.
Really?
Don't look at me. All right, I'm gonna leave because because
you're doing an impersonation of the audience you just cost us.
See.
Chris jumped in. He said, I love Superhuman, the Juggalo wrestler kid who says fuck this shit and then hurts himself all the time. I have watched some John, have you watched some Superhuman videos?
My wrestling / Juggalo story is basically just that ICP came to a Ring of Honor event. My brother was wrestling back in, this must have been 2002, 2003, somewhere in there. And I was like, oh shit, ICP's here. It's pretty tight. And they were fun. The crowd loved them. And that's about all I got.
So Superhuman, you can find some videos of him, but he'll literally just be like standing on the roof of a house, and he's just like, I'm Superhuman and I'm the Juggalo wrestler, fuck this shit, whoop whoop, and then he like jumps off the house and fucking destroys himself.
We'll have to watch that. You know those are some of my favorite Instagram.
I know, you send me the kids getting hurt posts on a daily basis.
This looks pretty badass.
Man, it's pretty tight. This kid just jumped off a roof into a pool, but he didn't make it.
Dude, the one with the kid on the diving board where you sent it to me and I knew I was in trouble because the caption that you sent along just said he's dead now. It was a kid, little kid, like an 8-year-old kid on a diving board, and he jumps up and does a pretty impressive flip in the air, just doesn't have any forward momentum towards the pool and just lands on his back on the diving board. And then like a lifeless body just slumps into the water.
It was a beautiful crossover with a bricked layup at the end. It was $1 million move with a penny finish, is what we would say. You should have added a little more mustard on that jump.
So John, I feel like a kid who takes an injury like that, he might need some blood donations later on in his life after taking such an injury. Scott, on that transition, I'm going to send you home, Scott. So let's talk about.
That's got things to do. I mean, after that conversation about the ripeness of a tomato, that dude's got a filled dance calendar. I mean, Jesus. I was like, oh, now there's a dude with a social life. He's looking at. I was like, oh boy. He's not safe in a grocery store.
Oh God!
You want to go to the farmer's market?
In our private chat, he just said, "I got a tomato to go fuck. See you later."
Yeah. Humans. That's what you're dealing with as your co-host.
All right, so John, there's a lot of stuff that we can cover leading into this doctor's panel that we're going to be doing in about a half hour.
Yeah, we
But-
got to pat it for sure to make sure that they didn't jump in listening to that.
But you did put a lot of work into a video that I do want to play before we get to that. We have still a good 25 minutes before we have to play that video. But can you tell us a little bit about? I guess you're kind of the brainchild of this one. Usually I'm the guy that spearheads these live streams, but this was something that you took really seriously and dove into and wasted really no time getting this put together. So can you talk upon what we're all here for today?
Yeah. Well, I knew I wanted to do something for Geekscape 600 because it's Geekscape 600. Ideally, in the non-pandemic world, we would be doing this on a stage live. My favorite, obviously, anniversary for Geekscape was Geekscape 400 that we had at the stream. That was so much fun. We had surprises. We had a live studio audience. We had a live band and the Suburban Legends playing. And that was ideally like what Geekscape's supposed to be, like a desk show, like a late night show with a sidekick. And that's kind of what I wanted to do with Geekscape once a month, going back into, I think 2021 was going to be 2020 was going to be the year that I started playing around with trying to find a live venue for Geekscape and doing a live show once a month or so. And then the pandemic hit. And I kept circling Geekscape 600. Let's find maybe something for Geekscape 600 and do something with a live element. I love the streaming stuff and I love the live element that comments and viewers give, but we're going back into masks tomorrow here in Los Angeles as of the recording of this. So the pandemic's still definitely around us. So that just wasn't going to happen. So I said, why don't just do a big live stream for episode 600? Then in May, our friend Chris Ellis got sick. He'd been sick for about 2 months or so. And I found out and I was like, oh, there's got to be something we can do for Chris. Turns out it was terminal. There was not something that we could do for Chris. He was in the hospital and I'd asked to go see him. And I had to schedule, because of COVID, I had to schedule when I was going to go see him in the hospital. And it was going to be scheduled for a Wednesday, but Chris died on a Sunday. And I didn't get a chance to see him. A lot of people didn't get a chance to see him. And leading up to that, I asked Sarah, his wife, they met through Geekscape and the podcast. And I said, like, what is something that we can do in Chris's memory? And she said, donate blood. Like, donating blood saves lives. And it doesn't always save lives. People do die in hospitals, but what it can do is give loved ones a chance to say goodbye too. So Chris died on a Sunday. Could blood donations have gotten him to Wednesday? Who knows? I mean, selfishly, I did want to see him. I did want to say goodbye. But ultimately, the pandemic hasn't just changed Geekscape being live for episode 600 or in a live venue for episode 600. The pandemic's changed everything, including closing colleges and high schools, which were huge sources of blood donors. You know, I remember in high school where you could get out of class early or get out of class if you could go donate blood. So high schools, colleges, those are places where they recruit a lot of donors, and those places were closed during COVID. And then you have the double whammy of hospitals being full and needing more donations. So our national blood banks have been pretty depleted, is what I learned. That's what Sarah said. If you want to honor Chris, do a blood drive. So immediately started putting together a blood drive. We contacted our friends at UCLA. I basically posted to my Facebook and I said, hey, does anybody know how to do this? I have no idea how to do this. And I got some resources all across the country. One of them is scrolling at the bottom of the screen now. But UCLA was the one that is here in Los Angeles. That was immediate, that I could go and see in person, film a video with, a launch video that we'll show you here in a bit. And they've been great. In a few minutes, we're going to have some of them on the stream with us to talk about the science behind blood donation, the statistics behind blood donation. We have the mother of a kid who at 3 got a case of E. coli from something he ate. This is a kid. This is not an injury. This is not a kid who had a deficiency or was born with an illness. This is a kid who just ate something bad. and at the age of 4 or 3 or 4 got E. coli, ended up having to get 47 blood transfusions to save his life. So we're going to have his mom on to talk to us, along with some of the people who work there at UCLA, and one of the students that you'll see in this video coming up, Wesley, who works with one of the student groups. So there are a lot of groups out there that you can work with to donate blood. If you can't donate blood, like our good friend Chris Fafalios, who is deathly afraid of needles, just share the message. And Matt MacGyver says, for any Canadians watching, it's super easy to sign up and donate with Canadian Blood Services. I donate regularly, and the stats they give are really cool. They also give you a lot of rewards, like you can get snacks, and you can get all sorts of stuff. You can get discounts and coupons. I still have a Regal gift card that I haven't used for a free ticket. Now that I think about that, I might just go see a movie by myself that Heidi doesn't want to go see. I've been watching movies because the theaters are back open that I would never watch in a million years if I had to pay for them. You know what I mean? But I'm paying for them. Like, I have a secret job at Universal, so I've always had to watch. I've always been able to watch like the Purge movies in the Fast movies like for free. But I went ahead and paid for Fast 9 because Universal hasn't been having the secret job going on right now. I talked to them yesterday. They were like, "Do you want to come work with us again?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." But we'll see if we need to do that. But there's a new Purge movie out, and I was like, oh, I haven't seen this one because I've seen every Purge movie through that gig. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll use my free Regal to just sneak away on Sunday and watch the Forever Purge, which I imagine will be just as good as all the other Purges. But
well, and let's real quickly, I'll pop it back up on the screen, but let's run down the flyer for the people who are watching. We're going to be going for about 4 or 5 hours. You're seeing the after effects of the horror movie night opening act, but in just about 20 minutes, we're going to have a panel with some of those UCLA doctors. Then we're going to have some of Chris Ellis's friends come on and talk about their memories with Chris. And then Christmas 365 is going to go live with a discussion just to get us warm once again for the big Geekscape 600 episode, which, John,
what are we talking about? What are we talking about for Geekscape 600? I have some ideas, Matt. Go for it. I want to hear your idea. Then you tell me your idea. I'll tell you my idea.
I don't have an idea. I have a fear. I texted you and I was like, hey, can you send me the list of people that are doing this? And like, there's going to be about 7 or 8 people on a single episode, which is the most you've had in the entire streaming era, I think. The closest was maybe the Bingetown kids.
Yeah, but I don't care.
It's going to be wild.
I miss my friends.
I'm going to be quick with those mute buttons. If too many people are chatting at once.
No. Don't be doing the We Know podcasting garbage here live. That ain't going to work. All right. Also, you save that for the edit. All right, pal?
All right. Well, big shout out
in the
edit. Comments. Chris Fafalios, who designed that poster for us with very little notice. I think we gave him like
surprise, Chris. Can you make us a player?
He wants us to talk about the movie Peanut Butter Solution during episode 600.
Sure.
You remember that movie?
Of course. You grow your hair back. I could use some Peanut Butter Solution right now. Why do you think I'm wearing a hat? I look like Elmer Fudd in this trucker hat. So, Matt, this is what we're going to do on episode 600.
Okay.
We're going to have about 8 people in that freaking chat. It's going to be chaos, but that's all right. Nobody listens to Geekscape anymore anyway. It'll be a fun episode. That's a lie. We had a lot of people listen to this last episode of the Black Widow special with Ian Kerner. People love those specials, and there will be a Loki season ending special coming up on Monday live. But I think we should talk about our favorite memories.
Okay.
of Geekscape. I have a couple that I've circled. Some are very recent, and they don't necessarily come from the Geekscape show. They come from the Geekscape network.
Yeah.
And so I think we should reminisce a little bit, and then just kind of celebrate the family and community that we built. Keep pushing the fact that people should go out and find blood donations and our places to donate and donate. And let's just keep this party going. Geekscape 600 for me isn't that much of a benchmark because there's so many specials and live episodes
you're technically on like 650 at this point, probably with all that stuff adding up.
No, Matthew. I think I'm close to 800.
Nice.
I think if you look at the feed, I think there are 800 entries in my feed. There's
Love
about
it.
760 something, maybe. I'll take a look. But yeah, so I don't know. Ultimately, this whole thing, Matt, to get personal with you, is just a complete extension of what I wanted to do since I was a kid. You know, I have so many broadcast heroes, like the prominent ones were David Letterman and even like Greg Kinnear when he was on Talk Soup. And I've talked about this on the show, but Howard Stern and places like people like that. But all of my heroes were always broadcasters and interviewers because I just felt like they got to meet cool people. But what I didn't realize when I started Geekscape and I pivoted out of Geekdrome where it was just Dan and I wanted to have a different person to talk to every episode. What I didn't really realize was that this was going to become the community show and that we were going to build a network. I didn't intend to build a network. I just intended to have a community of people who would become family and, you know, see each other get married and see each other get divorced and see each other pass away and have kids. And this has all happened over the last 15 years. And it's been amazing. And I only do Geekscape because I still have that love of broadcasting and that love of talking to people and connecting with people. And it's just turned into so much more. And in this last year, with your help, we've sent money to the ACLU. We've sent money to the NAACP. We've raised money for Big Brothers Big Sisters. We're doing this blood drive. And I think that is the thing that weighs the selfish need that I have to not feel alone and to connect with people. You know what I mean? And in that need to connect with people and to kind of like, I don't know, strive for some level of stability in a world that is not stable. We built this.
Yeah.
And this is why we built this.
You brought
and
up
let's
Talk
celebrate
Soup.
it.
You brought up Talk Soup, and I missed the Greg Kinnear years, but I watched all of the John Henson years, who was just such a good follow-up to Greg Kinnear. And what I loved about Talk Soup at that time was that it wasn't in front of a live studio audience. You know what I mean? Like, it was him just trying to make the guys on set laugh at the jokes that he had. And I'm not sure if you've been watching any of Seth Meyers during the pandemic, but that's kind of what his shows. He still hasn't brought audiences back because I read an interview with him where he said, like, if there's an audience there, we have to write to the humor of 180 some people. But if it's just me and my writers, I can be as ridiculous as I want to be because I know that I'll make them laugh. And that's like the only laughter I care about right now. And like, I feel like that sums up Geekscape so much.
Oh, I agree 100%.
Yeah, we're just trying to make each other laugh with everything that we do. It's like,
and that's the Robin Quivers like strategy.
Yeah, we're each other's biggest fans. And I think it
You're
shines
my best
in all
friend.
the shows.
Well,
sorry, Heidi.
Like, that's the thing that Howard always said was that, like, he just performs the show to Robin Quivers.
Yeah.
And I'm only trying to make Katie laugh. I was only ever trying to make Kenny laugh. I was only ever trying to make Dan laugh back on Geekdrome. That got rough because ultimately I was very novice at this, and I've pissed a lot of people off. I was rough on Gilmore. I've been rough on Walton. I've been rough on you. Like, some of my sardonic humor isn't the nicest, and I've learned to be better about it. I think ultimately I've just learned to apologize, which after the fact, be like, hey man, I'm really sorry. Went a little hard on you back there. But I am
you
just
may have done that to
for
other
y'all.
people. That's never happened to me.
I've apologized. I think my form of apology with you is like a text the next day is like, hey man, you good?
I do want to call out one thing that came in the comments real fast. Bolt T asked if there's going to be any of my brother Brian's edited segments throughout this episode. Unfortunately, no.
What happened with Brian?
So good things for the most part with Brian. But he moved to Georgia a couple months ago for this new job.
You said good things. He moved to Georgia?
Yeah. Hey, man, they turn blue.
You carpetbaggers.
So he moved to Georgia. Now he's in the works of running his own mental health facility.
That's phenomenal.
But the downside is he texted me. I texted him about 2 days ago and I was like, hey, I haven't heard from you about these. I'm assuming you're not going to be able to make those commercials. And he was like, yeah, someone quit and then someone else had to get fired. So we're like, he's like, so I'm working 12-hour weeks. But my favorite part is immediately after that, he goes, also, if you're curious how many times our dad can call someone in a 12-hour workday, the answer's 4.
Well, okay, so Matt, if you don't mind, like carving out this little bit that you and I are having, this is kind of a candid moment. I can put it out on the Geekscape feed with an intro. But Brian, if you were listening to this, congratulations! I think that is amazing. Like the work that he's doing is huge and way better than our silly bumpers. We don't need bumpers between the segments, like we just don't.
But they're fun. They're fun. They're well
fun.
Done. But you know what?
They're cool.
This also means selfishly, but not selfishly, that we have a direct line to something, another organization that's doing something that's very near and dear to you and I, that we can absolutely do another one of these live stream charity events.
I'd love to do that for Brian's organization. I'd love to do that.
I'll send out some messages during like the hour that I'm not on this live stream.
Yeah, I think let's plan that for the next couple of months to do something for Brian's organization. And I know that we have other places that want to partner with us. That's been the greatest reward, honestly, is that people see the stuff that you did with our charity streams and etc. And they're like, hey, can we work with Geekscape? And ultimately, I started Geekscape because I couldn't get hired. I couldn't get arrested as a director, but it put me in a quid pro quo like relationship with people like Simon Pegg, who we put in a film, or our friend Doug Jones. My producer Noam, we're working on a feature film together, and I only met Noam because he was partners with Orlando Jones years ago, or we had Orlando signing at the Geekscape booth at Comic-Con in Orlando. Noam came by with Orlando, and he became a brother to me, and he's one of the few people in Hollywood who I've just mind melded with, and we get each other and we want to get movies made. And I have not looked, I mean, I've had a really great last 2 years because of Noam, and that's somebody who I think has been on a Geekscape episode last summer. Noam was a guest, but all that stuff comes through Geekscape, and so it's just been really rewarding in ways that like I never could have imagined when I was like, hey, I'd like to make jokes with another person on the radio one day. You know what I mean? Like it's just been crazy. Geekscape's been a fun journey for 15 years, and it'll keep being a journey because Geekscape forever, you know?
Yeah. I mean, and it really is a place where people have found their callings in a weird way. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I found Geekscape because for a really long time, I also wanted to be a writer and director. And you know, there's still a piece of me that would love to create some shows or have my hand in an element of filmmaking, but I really found my strength and my calling doing the podcasting stuff through Geekscape, and then, you know, meeting people like Chris, who became my business partner for We Know Podcasting. And, you know, now I'm at a point where foolishly I'm quitting a job to like try to do this thing full time. Like,
it's not foolishly. I called my dad this morning. It was his birthday. Happy birthday, Dad. And after I got off the phone with him, like 30 minutes later, my stepmother texted me and said, that was the greatest gift you could have given him. Just the fact that like I sounded so happy and am in such a good place. And so much of it was just the fact that like I'm not paycheck to paycheck anymore. I've got clients I have to give away to other people so I can help them work. I'm able to hire friends. I've got creative projects that I'm able to like hire people to try and get produced, and all that stuff is just Geekscape. And you know, so Matt, I don't think what you did was foolish at all. I think what you did was investing in yourself, and by doing that, ringing the dinner bell to others that you are worth investing in. Yeah. And I feel like as long as people see you working for other people and defining and not taking that risk, they will also be hesitant to take that risk. You know what I mean? You have to be the first person to invest in yourself, and you have to invest the most in yourself, because everyone else is hopefully going to be doing that with themselves. So, you know, I wish that there were moments in life where you could grab the next rung by letting go without letting go of the one below it, but you definitely can't climb to that next rung while holding on to the one below it.
Nah, not for,
You
for
know,
sure. So
were we
speaking
supposed to
of,
make jokes right now?
well, so someone asked a really important question, which is when is Katie taking over Geekscape? Which I think is
Whenever she wants.
yeah. I mean, it's basically for me, Katie and Derek to just rip it out of your dead hands at some point.
No, I don't. This, I mean, I'm not a communist, but I'm definitely somebody who, like, the first thing I did. These are the first 3 things I did when I started Geekscape. I got the URL. Yeah, no, Chris is right. Nobody who's ever been on Shark Tank gets the sharks to invest if they still have their day job. I think that it just it screams that you are not confident in the next step you're going to take. So the whole Geekscape audience becomes unemployed. Don't have a plan, people. So the first thing that I did was I got the URL for geekscape.net because I knew I wanted to make a network. I thought it was going to be other things. I didn't know it was going to be a podcast network. The next thing that I did was I got a booth at Comic-Con. It took us 6 years to get off the wait list at the booth at Comic-Con, 5 years or so. Now we have it. Hopefully we'll be back in person next summer. And then the next thing I did was I said, like, out loud, I want to build something that survives me stepping off the wrong curb. You know what I mean? So that was the goal, was like, hey, let's build something that the audience can be a part of, and they can invest in it. And if they have films they want to make, they can make it with us. If they want to have podcasts they want to make, they can make it with us. And if Jonathan has to go away or steps off the wrong curb, like, other people can carry the torch. Like, that's really what the design of it was. So we'll see. So Matt, we have a panel coming up of specialists from UCLA, and we would love for them to come and start propagating the behind the scenes here, behind the stage, so that we can start bringing them up and talking to them about blood donating. We've given a little brief talk. You and I have talked a little bit about Geekscape and the guts of the matter. Let me see what is up. I'm going to see if I can. I don't know if I have a text, but let me see.
While we wait, do we want to premiere? I mean, it's already been premiered on our YouTube channel, but do we want to show the video that you've worked so hard on for today?
Yeah, and I just got to shout out my buddy Nathan, who actually shot and cut this video for me. The most I did was mumble under a mask and try and tell some jokes, but I think we got the gist of it. At this video you're about to watch, we went down to UCLA's Blood and Platelet Center and made this video with them to try and get the donations up. And again, this is all in Chris's name. So you see a URL at the bottom of your screen, go donate some blood. And if there's no place near you, find the Red Cross or find a blood bank near you, a hospital near you, and see if you can donate there. Let's run this clip and let me see what's going on with our friends at UCLA.
All right, give me 1 second because
no problem, Matt.
Everything is going crazy just now.
That's okay. A little behind the scenes. I will be texting with you, and let me see if I can get our friend Kathleen is the contact at UCLA. Let me see if I can get.
She's in here. She's listening to us.
Oh, hey Kathleen, how are you? So Kathleen, if you're listening, Kathy, if you're listening, let's see if we can get some of the doctors to line up, or else we will interview Kathy. Like, don't think that we won't. She's charismatic. She was part of the filming of this video. She was just off camera the whole time, making sure Jonathan didn't say anything untoward about anything. So a little behind the scenes. Now it's just my head. Or just watching my head. I'm
going to bring in someone else to talk to you for 1 quick second.
Sure.
Oh,
hey, there's my guy, Wesley. Hello. Wait, there's my guy, Wesley. What's up with you, dude?
Not much. How are you doing?
Good. Thanks for coming early to hang out with us. How do you like this little setup, this little stream setup?
I'm currently at my friend's apartment. That's why different setup. Yeah.
Hey Matt, can you dump it to that other shared view so that the screen is a little less my head isn't. Yeah, there we go. My head was psychotically big on that last. Sorry, live viewers. This is my buddy Wesley Wu. He is in this video that we're about to show you. Wesley, you're going to be a senior at UCLA, is that right?
Junior.
You're going to be a junior? Yes. Dude, what do you do for fun? Because I remember when I was about to be a junior, I guess I had some things going on for me when I was going for me when I was about to be a junior in undergrad. But like, what's your summer been like, dude? A pandemic summer.
Yeah, it's different just because it's harder to like go to places or hang out with friends as much, just because everyone's more cautious. But I still try to hang out with them at least like one time per week at least.
Sure.
Or we just try to play video games like either Fortnite or Valorant. Just these more chill FPS games.
Yo, what is like honestly, what is chill about Fortnite or Valorant? I play those like first-person shooter games, and I just feel like it's people like you just running around like capping me the whole time. There's nothing chill about that at all.
More of that talking and social experience.
Yeah. So y'all aren't that competitive on it.
I wish we're better.
Okay. Well, Wesley, you're in this video, the UCLA one that we shot. Mm-hmm. Have you seen it?
I saw Tom told me that there was an updated version of it.
There's an updated version of it. Yeah. Do you want us to run it right now for you to watch?
Sure. I mean, if you want.
Yeah, no, that's what we want to do. That was my segue. So what we're going to do is we're going to Geekscapists. We're going to watch this video. This is what we filmed with our good friend Wesley, who we just talked to. We shot this down at UCLA to encourage you to donate blood. So again, go to the URL at the bottom of your screen, put in your zip code, see if you can find a place near you to donate. If not, yeah, call up a local blood bank, call up a local hospital, see if they can give you some leads on where to donate blood. There's always the Red Cross. We'll talk about the advantages of donating blood, some stories behind donating blood when we get back. We'll have a nice little panel discussion with some doctors, with Wesley, and with Deborah, whose son, I said earlier, needed 47 blood transfusions to save his life as an infant. So that's coming up. And for now, let's watch this little video that we made for you. All right, Geekscapists, enjoy. Hey Geekscapists, in May we lost one of our own, Geekscapist Christopher Ellis, who was a part of our community from the very beginning. He even met his wife Sarah through our podcast. And although we couldn't save Chris, his final weeks battling in a hospital shed light on a huge national problem, the increased need for blood donations, which were hit very hard during the COVID pandemic. I'm here at UCLA's Blood and Platelet Center to introduce you to some new friends who can illustrate for you just how important it is to donate blood, and also how easy it is. You want to be a hero? This is your chance. Hey Geekscapists, I'm here with my friend Wesley Wu. What's the organization you're with here?
Yeah, I'm part of a Ruin Blood Initiative, and it's a small organization at UCLA.
I'm with future microbiologist Becca Nelson here. She's a sophomore at UCLA. What made you want to go into microbiology? Sounds tough.
You know, I'm just really interested with everything like little and, DNA and the coding of how things work and just diving into how life is at the smallest level.
I'm chilling here with my guy Christian. He's a biochemistry student, future Spider-Man villain. You know that's how it turns out, right?
Potentially.
I'm here with Dr. Alyssa Zyman. You're the chief of transfusion medicine.
That's correct.
What does that mean for somebody who basically just knows science from Spider-Man movies?
Starts with blood collection from a donor, and then we manufacture it into a transfusible product, and then it gets ordered by a doctor to be transfused into a patient.
How did you get involved with Bruin's Blood Initiative?
My mom gave birth to me. There were some complications, and she lost a lot of blood.
Is your favorite Marvel movie Ant-Man? It is! Okay. About how long does it take to donate?
It takes like around 30 minutes. But don't forget, you have snacks, you have company to always make you feel comfortable.
Okay, Wesley, I gotta ask, how big was your head when you were a baby that you put your mom in danger? Like,
not that big, hopefully. I think it was an average-sized human.
How do you work donating blood in like your busy student schedule?
Honestly, it's super fast. I'll come in, fill out the paperwork, and then you sit down, and then you have to spend 15 minutes here, but honestly, it's just me eating Cool Ranch Doritos.
Wait, you get snacks for donating blood?
We also get a lot of perks too, depending on the months. You might get like movie tickets, or you might get gift cards to different places. So even though it's a perk, an incentive, It's truly the reason why we donate is because we're saving lives.
I got a $7 gift card here for the store. They got like In-N-Out gift cards for the Californians. For other people, you know, it's kind of specific. There's movie tickets, but to me, it's not those that are important. Really, I think a lot of people just don't know how easy it is.
So what would you say to somebody who's maybe scared of donating?
The process, the actual donation for whole blood takes less than 10 minutes.
Just think about the good, and like also, you can eat Cool Ranch Doritos while donating.
So coming out of the pandemic, what do things look like for blood donations?
So right now we're in a critical shortage. It's a shortage like I haven't seen in the 2 decades that I've been practicing. Here at UCLA, our collections have gone down by about 30%.
And now, obviously, while things are opening up again, there's another decrease because people are going back to work, and there's an increase in need for blood.
Do I need to know my own blood type before I donate?
No, you don't need to know your own blood type. We'll tell you your blood type, but we take all types, right? Because patients have all types of blood, so we always need a mix of all blood types.
And anybody can donate?
Anybody can donate, assuming that the donation will be safe for them and their blood will be safe for patients.
No werewolves?
No werewolves.
Werewolves cannot
No
donate.
vampires?
No vampires.
None of that.
The Kool-Aid Man. Sugar peddler or OG blood donor? Are they drinking his blood, Wesley?
I don't know.
I might be concerned if it was blood. And also the fact that there's like a giant talking jar of blood.
That would be fabulous, right? If you have 5 liters, could you imagine how many liters of blood in the Kool-Aid Man?
Dr. Simon, thank you. You've convinced me. I'm gonna go donate blood right now.
That's great. Thank you. It's been a pleasure, and go save a life.
I'm putting my money where my mouth is and doing some donating of my own. Now it's your turn. If you're in Los Angeles, come by the UCLA Blood and Platelet Center and donate some blood. Otherwise, follow these URLs and find a place near you nationwide. Take a selfie of yourself donating with the hashtag GeekScapeGives, and we'll pick out some of you to feature across the network and send some prizes to. We couldn't save our friend Chris, but we can honor his memory with our donations. So go out there and donate, and you might even save some lives in the process.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there we are. I hope you enjoyed that video. We got it over on our YouTube channel, and we got it on Facebook as well. If you go to the Geekscape Facebook page, you can watch that video as many times as you want. Would love for you to share it. But more than anything, let's not just pat ourselves on the back. Let's get out there and actually donate some blood, get others to do it. Again, we got our good friend Chris Fafalios. This dude barely got the vaccine. He's so scared of needles. He's one of the hosts here on Geekscape. He hosts our One Hit Thunder podcast. And I was like, man, there's no way he's going to be able to donate blood. He is petrified of needles. But he did make that cool flyer that we're using for the event. And he did his part. He's going to keep forwarding this stuff to his friends and get them to donate. So that's huge. This is our message for the month. It'll be our message beyond. We miss Chris. Chris was the coolest dude. He was a Geekscapist like you. So in memory of him, let's just keep this blood drive going all month long and beyond. I'm into it. I talked to Tom yesterday over at UCLA. I said, Tom, I think I got to get back on the schedule, man. How many days has it been since I donated in the video you just watched? And he said, I think you can come back in September or late August. And I said, great. I just want the Cool Ranch Doritos. No, just kidding. I want to help some lives. To talk a little bit more about helping lives, got a panel of some UCLA doctors. I've got Devra, who's the mother of the infant that I talked about. And I got my good friend Wesley Wu back here. I do want to tell you all, though, that I've been asked to say that the opinions that you're about to hear are not representative of UCLA. They're the doctor and they're everybody's own opinion. So I'm sorry I'm stumbling on that one, but there's a little disclaimer there. This is everyone's opinion, not the organization they represent. Did I say that right, Kathy? I know you're watching in the back, making sure that I do a good job. So give me a thumbs up if I said that right. Okay, let's have Wesley back on here. Wesley, buddy. Was that all right?
Hi, Jonathan. Yes.
Did you like the video, buddy?
I did. I was happy to include the joke.
Okay,
my
good.
big head.
Listen, you don't have a big head, man. It's just, you were a rough pregnancy, I think, or a rough delivery.
I grew into my head.
Is that why you're like super smart, super student, volunteering with Bruins Blood Initiative because you're making up for that like really tough delivery? You've been an ace child ever since.
Yeah, kind of. Like give back, right? A bit bad, my mom. She got this in return.
Yeah, maybe let's have Deborah on. Deborah, so Deborah Schwartz, you actually had a pretty scary situation a few years ago, and we're going to talk about that. But I just introduced that theory to myself just now in my head that if you're a more problematic younger kid, do you grow out of that phase? Or if you're like a perfect child, do you then later have a problematic phase? Like, I don't know. I'd like to maybe be a parent one day. I don't know how to do it right.
Hi, I'm so glad to be here. I have to tell you guys, I'm just so heartened by your commitment and everything you're doing to raise awareness about the importance of blood donation. I have my tissues here. I've already cried, so I'll try to get myself through this.
Well, Wesley's the one who's been doing it since high school. I had my own, I had my own organization in high school. It was Students Against Drunk Driving and Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I lost my older brother before I left high school. My older brother was killed by a drunk driver. So, this is, volunteering and being a part of an organization is something that I always wanted to be a part of. That I did in high school, and that one's personally connected to me. But now, having lost Chris, we got the blood donation one. That's part of my story. So, Deborah, and Wesley, Deborah, I read the story about your son. You have two sons, and this is actually a pretty scary story. Judah was 2 or 3 when he got ill.
Yeah, he was just a couple months over 3 years old. And he contracted a very severe infection as a result of exposure to E. coli, which caused his kidneys to shut down and have him, he had seizures and strokes, but he suffered severe blood loss. And it was scary, and it happened quickly. Nothing you ever think will ever happen to you.
And I mean, I'm not a parent, but I imagine, that is reading the article and seeing just how quickly he needed help.
Yeah.
Like Judah was eating dinner one moment, and then within hours or a day, he had just gotten really sick. Just being a novice with all this, sometimes when I think about blood donors, I think that there needs to be like a level of blood loss to happen. Like I talked to some people through the UCLA Blood and Platelet Center about maybe their brother or they were involved in a car accident and needed blood, or in the case of Chris, he was already in the hospital and he was sick, and the treatments he was in for required blood. But this is, Judah ate something bad.
Yeah.
Like we're always eating. We have to eat. And anything that we eat, if it's not cooked right or not prepared right, it could have an E. coli virus in it. And that could cause some kind of a system shock? Like what was?
Yeah, he definitely hit worst case scenario when he was sick, when he first got sick and they were working on the diagnosis and doing the tests, which can take time. They said, look, we're so far from worst case scenario. And then he, that the first night, actually, he was admitted. We spent the night in the ER at UCLA in Santa Monica. He got admitted. And they did all these blood tests, and we found out that his platelets were at 13,000. And for your viewers, a healthy person's count is usually 250 to 450,000. So 13,000 is dangerously, obviously low. And, there's no cure for E. coli. The body has to work it through, and you just have to keep the symptoms at bay as best you can and hope the person comes through the other side. It's really very, very scary. I'll tell you, they told us he needed a blood transfusion. I have goosebumps just thinking about this moment. And I thought, wait, what? I thought he just had severe
stomach illness.
Yeah, just something that will be out. He just needs an IV. And they brought the platelets over. My parents were there too, and we sat around his bed holding hands, while they gave him these platelets. Sorry.
It's okay.
And we had hoped maybe this one bag, maybe this will, this will be the cure. And, 47 transfusions later, thank God this
On
kid
a 3-year-old
pushed through. 3-year-old, 37-pound kid in 21 days went through 47 transfusions of blood, platelets, and plasma. But I'll tell you, that first one, where we held hands, just, so grateful. And as Judah eventually called it, his gold medicine. Oh my, when he had been intubated, but when they brought him back and he still was getting all this stuff, he said, we talked about it, the red medicine and the gold medicine, because you can't talk to a child about somebody else's blood, coming into their body. And we did feel like it was true gold medicine.
And it took the combined efforts of not just the folks at UCLA, but also your husband works over at LMU and Loyola Marymount, and they were part of organizing the blood drive as well. I mean, the whole they put together a small army to save a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
And that's what it takes. And that's why when we're doing this blood drive, I want people to watch this and realize, sometimes to save someone, it takes a small army of donors. I mean, 13,000 platelets down from what should be 350 to 400,000. That is dire circumstances.
Yeah. And it doesn't get better by giving platelets, because he keeps having blood loss, so you have to keep replenishing. But, I've just been thinking about, when people hear about blood transfusions, you think, oh yeah, they just grab the blood, right? And they deliver it to the patient.
Sure.
But when I'm sitting at his bedside, texting everybody I know, posting on every social media outlet, please donate blood in my son's name so he can get through this. That's scary. And I don't know if I hope the people who are watching this know that there's no guarantee of supply. Really, this is incumbent on every single person to just take 10 minutes and really save a life.
So we've got Dr. Alyssa Simon standing by. Why don't you join us? And then Dr. Gavin Roach. When you think about this whole idea of donating platelets, I've donated platelets. How does this work? How does this blood transfusion work? I'm not smart. I'm not Wesley. Okay, I went to school for film. Let's just come on. You're gonna have to explain this to me. Is it like getting an oil change? Is it like replacing blood in the body or platelets in the body and then bringing in fresh ones? How does this work? And how does it work with a 3-year-old?
Hi, Jonathan. Hi, Deborah. It's lovely to see you. Jonathan, can you just ask your question again? Do you want to know what it's like to donate platelets or what it's like to receive a transfusion?
I want to know how the science behind a transfusion. Are we completely removing bad blood? Is there bad blood? I don't know how. I mean, I'm a layman. Then replacing it with good blood. I bring up the idea of an oil change again because I don't know.
The majority of transfusions are simple additions. Right?
Okay.
Not so much a change of oil, but just adding products like red cells or platelets that a patient's own body isn't producing. But there are instances that are more like an oil change. There are specific diseases where we remove blood that is, or components of blood that may not be optimal, and replace that with donor blood.
And when you have a 3-year-old, and Gavin, I don't know the level, the nature of your specialty as a doctor, but when you have a 3-year-old who needs 47 blood transfusions, already a 3-year-old is, I don't know how built up their immune systems are. I don't know how built up their musculature is, their vein systems, but how do you not create damage putting a 3-year-old through 47 blood transfusions?
Yeah, thanks for welcoming me. I am a pediatric hematologist, so
perfect.
Dealing with kids who need blood transfusions is something I do commonly. Needing 47 transfusions is certainly on one extreme. I treat a lot of kids with blood disorders or with certain types of cancer where transfusions are common, but we're usually doing 1 or 2 transfusions at a time. And so that simple addition is not so much volume as to overwhelm their bodies. It sounds like Deborah's son was quite sick and over the course of 20 something days received a lot of transfusions. And, you know, in those situations, either the body is using up the blood as it's being given, or maybe the patient is losing blood through one mechanism or another. So certainly we don't do 47 all at once usually, but in my practice at least, it's fairly routine to be doing these, you know, 1 or 2 products at a time.
And it's not. I mean, he has one needle in him, and you're replacing a bag. It's not a level of. I mean, you're not turning a kid into a pincushion. I didn't think that, but I got to imagine that the body receiving more fluid is just like, whoa, this is going to take some processing.
Yeah, it does. And, you know, we typically run transfusions of blood or platelets over a certain amount of time on the range of minutes to hours so that we're not overwhelming them all at once.
Wow. And Deborah, how is Judah today? How many years? 2 years removed from the incident, from this scare?
Yeah, a little more. He's turning 6.
Wow.
So that's exciting. And he just finished kindergarten, though most of it was on Zoom, but he finished kindergarten, and, you know, he's still contending with some things, but gosh, he's doing great. And we're just so grateful for everybody at UCLA.
And Deborah, what did he eat, and has he eaten it since? Does he have a phobia of this stuff?
You know, that's probably more detail than I'd like to get into, if you don't mind.
I just want to avoid that. Whatever restaurant he went to, I don't want to eat there. Like, that's
I will say that my fruit and vegetable washing routine has changed significantly. Any food I can scrub clean, I'm sure I do it. And I have a lot of meat and fish thermometers going on in the kitchen.
Wesley, you excited to go back to the school cafeteria, buddy?
More scared now, but
I just remember when it was like Mystery Meat Wednesdays at Penn. I was like, I'm gonna skip this and go straight to the cereal bar. I think that's why people go to the cereal bars. You know, remember in college, you just be like, cool, there's a waffle maker. Maybe it's because you're just gonna avoid like what appears to be it's the cafeteria. Y'all get it. I'm sorry to add some levity and a little bit of silliness to this serious subject, but yeah, well, I hope Judah's doing all right. What's he into?
God, he loves basketball. He just finished his first season of Little League, which was awesome. He likes figuring out how to be a ninja.
Be careful there,
mathematician. He's very well-rounded. He's a character.
And he has an older brother?
He does have an older
and
brother.
They wrestle.
He's almost 9. Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Deborah, listen, Judah is going to be super healthy, and his older brother is going to be healthy. And I just want, I want you to be careful with the kids wrestling, because I want you to meet my younger brother, Paul, who I wrestled with all the time. And then he went and played and became a wrestler in the WWE. So here's, if those of y'all don't know, this is former tag team and cruiserweight champion Paul London, my younger brother, who became a WWE wrestler because I was like, why not pick on my younger brother for the entirety of our childhood? So let them wrestle, but unless you want to see them running around on TV in their underwear, don't let them wrestle too much. Okay, Deborah, or else that kid who you were like really worried about at 3 is going to be like super, 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 super wrestler kid. Okay, so
Thank you.
The basketball is good. The basketball is good. So Alyssa, it was awesome having you in the video. What would you say about to anybody who's kind of worried about blood donations now, and maybe what's some of the recruitment wordage that you use, Wesley? But first, Alyssa, sorry.
Okay. Well, I think, people have to remember that we need this supply, and that the greatest benefit they can gain is out of helping save someone's life, helping make that impact to a patient and the patient's families. So those health benefits or those emotional benefits should outweigh any concerns people have about the pain associated with donation. I don't know, maybe Jonathan, you can share your experience, but it's really simple. The donation itself can take 10 minutes if they're donating whole blood. And it's really, then there's the treats and people around to make sure that it is safe and that you are well cared for. And overall, it's a simple process and people have a good experience doing making a blood donation.
Okay, great. Let's see. We actually have another doctor. Dr. Alice Quo is here. And let's have her. Alice, I'm really sorry to not see you. I wasn't scrolling the chat, but what happened? You saw like the party that we had going on here and you were like, let me drop in there?
I decided to join you all.
This is like, you know what, Deborah, this is like a wrestling match where you have like one of these like big, like what would it be, like a Royal Rumble where like every now and then you just have another wrestler come and join in. You gotta understand, this is Geekscape. I'm not like y'all. I again went to school for art. Y'all are the scientists. I'm going to make bad metaphors. It's just gonna happen. Okay, so again, Deborah, you have a chance with these two kids to make them more Wesley than Jonathan. All right. So
I'll just say this, so I'm on the record. Dr. Quo is our hero.
Yes, I saw you in the article I read about Judah's experience, Dr. Quo, and how scary did that get?
It was very surprising how fast it all progressed. I remember it very clearly. It was over Thanksgiving holiday, and Deborah contacted me with, she thought that Judah had, gotten a stomach bug. That's literally what we thought. And maybe the, diarrhea, vomiting was a little more severe than we would have normally thought, but how quickly it progressed was really surprising, I would say. And thank goodness that everything kind of fell together. The, admission at Santa Monica, the transfer to Mattel Children's Hospital in Westwood, it just, again, and then definitely all of the transfusions that were required over the 3 weeks. I think going back to blood supply, like it really is that, because if we were in a low point where there wasn't the supply there, then, it would have been much more difficult for Judah. And I wanted to reassure people who are watching that it is safe to come into our hospitals and clinics. I know coming off of the global pandemic, many people have still been hesitant to come into a hospital facility because, there's a concern that, well, COVID is around. I think, if anything, hospitals and clinics are still masking and being very, very careful in ways that the rest of society, is opening up. Like we're still sort of in that mode. And so if there's any concerns about the safety of coming into the donation center, I want to reassure everyone that it is safe and that we really do need you to come in because so many of our patients rely on that. And you'll be doing a good thing. And I think, again, during this pandemic, if we've learned anything, it's the small good things that matter that people do for each other, right? That kind of keeps us going and feeds our souls. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Dr. Quo, of course. I just found everybody at UCLA Blood and Platelet Center to be completely welcoming. Kathy and Tom and everyone just were great with making a video and being organizing this panel. What are the things that you think are the most important things for someone to understand when, let's say they're watching or listening right now and they're thinking about visiting a place like www.aabb.org to find a donation center? What are some of the things, because nationally they don't, if you're in Los Angeles, come visit our friends at UCLA. If you're national, let's find a blood bank or a donation center near you. What is like the one or two things for each of you that you would want them to come away with information wise?
I think it's important that people realize we do need blood on the shelf, just as some of my colleagues have shared here, and that is there for when the need, when it's necessary, when the accident happens, when someone comes into the hospital. So people need to donate kind of proactively, and that it takes a community. It takes people donating for their neighbors, for their friends, for their loved ones, and that happens all throughout the country. And donor centers are poised and ready to collect blood. We follow very safe and strict protocols to make sure that the donation experience is safe for the donor and that the products we collect are safe for patients. And so people can't wait till the problem occurs or till the tragedy occurs, they need to donate ahead of time so that the blood is ready when someone needs it.
Dr. Roach, what would you add to that?
I would second exactly what Dr. Zyman just said. We literally use blood transfusions and platelet transfusions every day in our hospitalized patients. There's always a need. And so we need people to be donating as often as they can. I would say also that it's super easy to donate. I know you touched on that in your previous video. It doesn't take a lot of time. It really doesn't hurt that much, and it makes you feel really good to do it, and you get the Cool Ranch Doritos, of course.
You know what I chose was the movie tickets.
You
know, theaters are opening up again. Please still wear masks. And I loved the fact that I get free movie tickets because I mean, we're Geekscape here. We love going to movies, so that was huge for me. Was getting the movie tickets.
Well, the thing too, you know, people worry that if they donate blood, they're going to have less blood. But while that's technically true for a little while, you actually can make more blood all the time. So if you go and donate a pint of your blood to donate to somebody, your body's going to be able to make that blood back in hours, really. So there's really no downside.
And Wesley, on campus with kids coming back or things going kind of back to normal, are you seeing that people who you approach to donate blood, are they like, sorry, I'm busy again, or are people going back to donating? Are you able to recruit students to get back into it?
I think it's still a bit hard to tell just because there are a few more months before the school year officially begins. I know that the center is working really hard at contacting different clubs and frats to work with them to recruit them. For example, I know Tom worked really hard on getting the Jewish club, Hillel Club, to help and donate. And it's also great to see like this like fresh approach and like recruiting these large clubs, which obviously have a lot of members, to come by and encourage other friends to donate.
Oh my God. I am doing some work with Hillel on another project. So I will run that up the chain of command and be like, hey, you need to shake out all these universities, all these kids, get them donating, do a drive through all your university dormitories and all the clubs and get them to donate. So Wesley, we'll connect on that. All right, man. We'll connect on that. Well, everybody, I'm really happy that y'all joined us. And Deborah, like, thank you so much for telling the story. Trust me, to me, it was just refreshing for somebody to, like, you know, show some emotion and cry and have it not be about being disappointed at a Star Wars movie. So, like, that was really nice. I was like, oh, good. Someone's actually crying about something that matters instead of being disappointed about Kylo Ren's reveal or something like that. I was like, come on, people, let's keep the perspectives here. These are human lives, all right?
Glad to be here.
No, Deborah, thank you so much. And you know, I know it's sometimes difficult to tell a painful story like that, but the good that you're doing is, I think, worth it, right? And Judah can always, like, when he grows up, he's going to be like, my mom is a boss.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know?
Well, thank you.
Yeah. And he's a boss too, little guy.
He is.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming on. Wesley, you're always welcome to come and geek out with us anytime you want. Just know that when you watch me in one of those video games, you know, those first-person shooters, like, can you look out for me instead of bully me?
Of course.
I'm not, dude, I'm terrible at those games.
I'll carry more games.
Well, yeah, okay. Thank you. And Dr. Zyman, Dr. Roach, Dr. Quo, thank you so much for everything you do. I really appreciate it. Y'all have been awesome joining us. Just keep up the great work. We'll try and get you some more donors throughout the year and on, okay?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Excellent.
This is our new thing, Matt. All right. This is our new thing, is seeing what we can do, Wesley. So thanks for joining us, buddy.
Thank you very much for having me again. Always nice to chat with you again.
You're the man. You like this Wesley kid, Matt?
Yeah, he's great.
We should get him on like Geekscape Games to talk video games or something.
You should get him on Geekscape Games. I hope they're watching.
I love how we're recruiting. Now we're using it to recruit more podcasters and geeks is what we're doing.
but I can recruit other Geekscapes into donating blood too.
Dude,
There you go.
I'm down.
It
Hey,
just-
yeah, well, let's do a little quid pro quo here, buddy. We provide you with some blood donors. You provide us with some nerds. How you feeling there?
All right. Well, John, I'd hate to see Wesley go, but we have a whole other group of some very important
do.
people to bring up on the chat. So
They've been important to us for a very long time.
I'm gonna drop off and let you introduce them.
All right. And Matt, you can be a part of this too, because you are a part of this. But Geekscape is, I told you in the part right before the panel that this is a family that we were building here. We've been building this family for over 15 years, the Geekscape family. And like any family, you go through life events together. Y'all have seen me get married. Y'all have probably seen me get divorced. Y'all have seen me go through a lot. We've seen each other go through all sorts of things, including the birth of children, et cetera, et cetera. And that involves tragedy. That involves loss. Chris wasn't the first Geekscapist we lost, but it hurt. I broke down right here where I'm sitting when I found out that Chris had passed. Like I said earlier, I intended to go see Chris on a Wednesday. He didn't make it. Chris passed away on a Sunday. And I'd been talking to Sarah about coming to bring her lunch and spell her for a bit. She was sitting at UCLA where Chris was in the hospital, and the lunch just didn't come to pass. We did get to see each other at a memorial a few weeks ago, and I also saw Will and Gilmore there. You may have seen them briefly in a photo in our video, but let's have them on the podcast right now to talk to us. And let's go. I think we got Sarah here. Hey, Sarah,
Hi.
how are you, kid?
I'm hanging in.
Good. That's all we can ask for, really. And
Yeah.
then we've got our good buddy Will. Will, where are you at? Oh my God, it's so good seeing you. Clean your office now. No, I'm kidding. Dude, I walked when we were over at Will's house for the memorial, and I went to use the restroom, and I peeked in your office. You have so much audio equipment. When is the album dropping?
Who can say? When I actually practice or get good?
Dude, if you could turn the camera around, Geekscapist, he went nuts during the pandemic and built himself like a freaking recording studio. He has look at all that. He's got like multiple keyboards and soundboards. He's got all sorts of stuff. I'm looking forward to your beats, bro.
Yeah.
You've
I'll
always
let you
been
know whenever they're around.
Dude, you've always been a creative dude, man. All right, speaking of creative dudes, let's bring the dude who I started Geekscape with. He was on the very first episode. Brian Gilmore. Hey, buddy. You always put a smile on my face when I see you.
Yeah, same. We broke my glasses last time I saw you because we hugged too much.
We
It's not
hugged
that we
too
hugged
hard.
too long. We hugged in too many different ways. Like we went back in so many times that I had these like cheap $5 glasses and like they completely broke. And it was like, oh, what happened to your glasses? It's like I hugged Jonathan.
Nah, bro, that ain't a hug. This is a hug. No, wait, that ain't a hug. This is a hug. I love you, bro. No, let me show you I love you, bro. It got a little out of control.
Yeah,
but it's
just
okay.
pair of glasses.
I didn't even ask what happened to his glasses because, you know, with Brian, like he makes weird fashion choices sometimes.
Yeah.
I just thought,
It could have been anything.
yeah.
Matt MacGyver in Canada. It's Hugscape, baby. Hasn't it always been Hugscape though? Even during, I mean, it's always been Hugscape.
We've never not hugged.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. As I was saying earlier, like we can't just be talking about no Star Wars movies, all right? Like we already talking about the real stuff, all right? And we went through some real stuff, guys. Like I feel like we were just at your wedding, Sarah, 2015, Simi Valley, 3D wedding, a go-go. I mean, Will, you got ordained to officiate that wedding. And I remember it really well, worrying if Brian was going to be conscious by the end of the night. Fast forward 6 short years. Like, how did this happen, guys? Like, how are we memorializing Chris now? You know? I know I just made things pretty somber, but I'm getting somber here. I think we've all had our own breakdowns. I had one right here in this chair. What do y'all want people to know about Chris when you think about our buddy? And feel free to take your time because like this is a really hard one.
I'll let the guys go.
It's all right.
Yeah, I can't.
Just mostly that he was a part of our group. He was an important part of our group. Like whenever we would go out to restaurants, like he's the kind of person who would get the bill if he saw one person who feels like they couldn't afford it. Like he was always the kind of person who would like bring you in and make you feel really warm. And he was also the person to tell jokes to on the side a lot. So there's lots of jokes that were just like for just us that I would say in groups. And, you know, like it's nice to have him as sort of a buddy for that. And he was just a person and an important one to us. And I don't know, like some of the memories of him are all like wonderfully either debaucherous or just wholesome. Like planning Will's bachelor party with him. I remember he called me because he's like, okay, so someone dropped out. We need to do a bachelor party and it needs to be in like a week and a half. And
That's rough. That's pretty tough.
Yeah. And it's like, well, and I'm like, oh, okay. It's like, okay, it's Will's and we need to plan his bachelor party. And I'm like, all right, who should I call? But Brian Gilmore. And it's like, oh, like he always let you know when you would have a place in his heart. And that time we planned like a stripper to come dressed as the dude from Big Lebowski to come in and do some crazy stuff all up on The Bachelor. And we had just had all this, we just had so many good times and he was always
Did Sarah
there.
know that story? Was that appropriate? Was that something she's just now learning, that you had a stripper like Big Lebowski themed?
We got her the robe and everything.
Seems appropriate.
Where'd did that bowling ball go? How'd she do that? That's wait, what are you gonna do with those bowling pins? That's horrid.
No, that actually, it was a thing like that was allowed. But yeah, I don't know. Like it's hard to know that he's not there anymore. And we had a camping trip that we were planning, and like it's just really hard to see him go, you know?
Yeah, when was that camping trip being planned for?
Around nowish, probably.
Well, you can take Matt Kelly if you'd like. You can have him. You can have him. Will, what would you say is like a definitive Chris story?
He was like the perfect intersection of incredibly smart and incredibly generous and friendly. I feel like when I first met him in 2007, and he was talking about doing some work at his studio that he worked at, and he just casually mentioned like, "Oh no, I'm just making some robots to help me with work."
What?
He was making he had like camera mounted ceilings that needed to have filters changed. So he just made little simple robots that would rotate one in, rotate one out, so he didn't have to crawl up and down.
Wait, explain that to me again. he was like Doc Ock. What's going on here? Like,
I used to say back when we first started dating that we would end up living in the house from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, because he was always making little inventions to do simple tasks, you know, that were repetitive tasks for him. And it's almost true.
Yeah, so to change a filter on this camera that was ceiling mounted and very hard to reach, he made a little like Arduino motor thing that would rotate one of the filters off and one of the filters on. And that way he didn't have to constantly be up and down the ladder. He could just do it.
That's ingenious.
And I thought, this is a guy that I should hang out with.
And he would do stuff with us like that liquid nitrogen birthday.
Yeah.
That?
Where we dipped. What did we do, Will?
Oh, we got some liquid nitrogen, and then we set up a dark studio in the garage where I used to live, and then we did a really high speed photography. So we hit something, and it would trigger a camera flash with the sound, and we got these really crisp pictures of things exploding.
Who thinks of that?
So we would take a bat to stuff in slow motion that was frozen, like Wesley Snipes at the end of Demolition Man. And
that's amazing. That is so cool. Like,
it was neat.
Where are these photos?
Where are those photos?
They're on Facebook. I'll send them to you.
Yeah, we got to find these photos. That's so cool. I bet those photos are awesome as hell. We got to put that together again. I mean, can we put something like that together again without Chris's
totally.
genius then? Okay.
Yeah.
Because that sounds amazing.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of times someone that intelligent is not hard to get along with, but just not as outgoing and fun and extroverted as Chris was.
Yeah.
So like, not only was he a great friend just to us that knew him pretty well, but like I'd go like pick up a pizza at like the place on the corner, and he'd walk in and people would be like, "Hey, Chris, you're back!" Like he knew everyone, all the places we went. Like he was that kind of guy.
I think you're right, Will. Like usually when you have somebody who's that smart and that ingenious, their brain is moving at such a speed that it's hard for them to even stay connected in their feet on the ground in conversations with people like us. Or really, I mean, I'm not going to include you, Will, in that because I think you're super smart too. But it's easy for someone. No. I mean, I'm really just talking about myself. Okay, I'm the dumb. But yeah, it's easy for somebody like that to become like not outgoing, and Chris is very outgoing. How did y'all meet, Sarah? Like, is there a definitive story for how y'all met?
Yeah, there actually is. So back in the early days of Geekscape, there was a very big active forum that you had.
The Geek Drum, the Geekscape forums, yeah.
Yeah, and that's how I met Will, actually. And Will had just moved to LA and was doing a weekly movie night at his apartment. And we called it Ridiculous Movie Night. We watched everything from like Lindsay Lohan's I Know Who Killed Me through like Airplane, that type of ridiculous. And one night we were watching Surf Ninjas. The little small living room was so packed with people. We had to have every window and door open because it was sweaty. It was just a hot box of human beings.
It's like Gilmore Night at Comic-Con, yeah. We get it.
And the guy sitting next to me cracked a joke because when you're watching a movie as ridiculous as Surf Ninjas, you joke through the whole movie. And I just kind of looked over at him and he just gave me this big smile. And that was the moment I met Chris.
Really? You just happened to be sitting next to him. So you could have been sitting next to Gilmore and this would all be different.
I believe I was
wow.
sitting between Gilmore's legs. He was up on the couch and I was down on the floor.
Good thing you didn't look up. Good thing you didn't look up, because that would have been, oh man, woof.
No.
Yeah. So you looked over and you saw Chris, and that was it. You're like, oh, what's going on here?
Yeah, that's awesome. Pretty much. Yeah.
That's crazy. I think I don't intend to pat myself on the back, but like we just did in our live stream fundraiser for in December from Big Brothers Big Sisters. You know, Ben Dunn had a similar story about moving to LA and not knowing anybody and living with Gilmore and hanging out at Will's house and all that stuff. Yeah. And I just think that like it's amazing that as much as there's the Geekscape that the viewers and the listeners see, there's the Geekscape outside of it where you have like people meeting their significant others or having movie nights and having these things. And I said it earlier, but I mean, post-pandemic, I want to have live shows. I want to have shows, maybe partner with a small theater or somebody that we can just do one of these a month and maybe do live screenings again, right? We spent the summer of 2009, remember doing those outdoor parking lot cinema screenings in Silver Lake. Remember that, Gilmore? Where we had those Xbox funded, like Xbox sponsored.
Yeah, those are fun.
They were great. Great. Let's just figure out how to keep moving like that, because I think it's important to get people connected, and as online as we've become, especially in this last year and a half, I think we lose something in doing that when we have to just kind of go online. What do you want people to know about Chris when you think about him? Sadly, like, what did we lose?
Yeah, he was just a really friendly guy. He loved our dog. She was a rescue. We're talking about blood drive here, but like I know there's the reality that there are some people that can't donate blood, me being one of them. If you want to know what rescue we got our dog from and donate monetarily there, I'll tell you. But yeah, he just loved everyone he came in contact with. I don't think I've ever really heard him like, except for maybe a boss when we first started dating. I don't think I've ever really heard him say bad things about really anyone.
I think you're allowed to do that. I think you're allowed to make. I think you're allowed to talk badly about the people that you work for. It's fine. Punch up, don't punch down. I think is the thing that you want to do. So yeah, punching up to your boss, that's fine. That's completely within the rules. Will, what would you say? What were some of? Well, we talked about Big Lebowski, and he was like a Big Lebowski fan.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
What were some of the other things that Chris loved?
Movies, definitely. We both bonded over music, and we'd go to a bunch of concerts. And actually, after we first met, I asked him if he wanted to start a band, and he said yes. Turns out he couldn't play any instruments. But for those 13 years, he'd come over and we'd have band practice.
That didn't stop Matt Kelly.
Goof around with whatever we could find. And so he was just ready to jump in with both feet if it was something fun.
So y'all had band practice. You knew how to play an instrument.
In quotes.
He just kind of hung around and made noise on stuff.
Yeah. He'd do percussion, or we'd give him the kazoo or whatever. He was just happy to be there. We had a great time.
Y'all record anything? Oh, come on, Matt. Yeah. You know that's true. We played your high school band on this show.
Well,
and it was horrid.
Will, did he collaborate on that Rubber Ducky cover that you sent me years ago?
He did.
That cover was wild.
One of our only 2 recorded songs ever was for Matt Kelly when he was putting together a Muppet tribute album.
Matt, what is the status of that Muppet tribute album? I think we need to resuscitate that thing.
So it turns out that Disney copyrights are real hard to get.
Yeah.
And now they own the Muppet, so it really made that project pretty much die real fast.
A little update, Geekscapist. About 10 years ago, 8 years ago, we had 15 songs for a Geekscape charity,
Scott
Muppets.
Kloppenstein from
Real Big Fish was on it.
Song. Yeah, we had
some
Urban Legends
amazing
were going to do
songs.
Dance Magic Dance for us.
We had the music for the Dance Magic Dance song.
Yeah.
And so Geekscape is what happened was we started looking into, okay, if we just pay royalties on this stuff, but it's all for charity, they'll let us make this, right? No. So enjoy your Black Widow and Loki, everybody. Just know that the House of Mouse wants things their way, all right? But these little snot-nosed kids just trying to do some good in the world, they wasn't having it. So no Henson covers album for y'all.
Yeah, we were going to do a Henson covers album, and the money was going to go to PBS. That was the plan. That all the money we raised would donate to PBS. But sorry, public broadcasting system, Disney don't want it that way.
Good luck with your Kickstarter. I think I know where they want the money to go now. Okay, so what were some of Gilmore and Sarah? What would y'all say are some of the if we want to go and celebrate Chris by enjoying things that Chris enjoyed? What would we be doing? Let's talk the foods. Let's talk the music. Let's talk the movies.
It's what we did at Will's house. We sang a bunch of his favorite. We had a karaoke thing, and we sang all of his go-to songs except for My Way, which I forgot to do. But My Way was a song that he would always do. So we just enjoyed just all of his favorite karaoke songs. Because God knows I've done karaoke with Chris a bunch. So it's
a lot.
Yeah.
So
he was a fiend for karaoke.
So it was an important thing of his that we sort of went back to do. I even got memories while people were singing of just oh yeah, so and so always sings this, Chris always sings this, and yeah, it's cool. Everyone that was there sort of obviously knew him really well, and it showed, and that's really nice.
When you see those songs, are these songs that if you go back to karaoke, are you going to keep singing them, or because Gilmore, you have your songs?
Oh yeah.
But are you going to work some of Chris's into the set list now?
Yeah, I think we could go a Weezer Say It Ain't So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's one of them.
That was one of them.
And Sarah, y'all were married for a stretch, a
little while.
What was the side of Chris that maybe we didn't all see? right? Like, was there a side of Chris that only you saw? And if it's too personal, you can just be like, Jonathan, shut up.
No, I think with Chris, what you see is what you get, and he's just would get really passionate about things, you know, just like every once in a while something new would strike his fancy and he would just like go all in on it, and sort of something I do too. So we would bond over that, like especially if there was something that we were both suddenly were really into and we could do it together. But yeah, I think probably our longest term pastime in the like 12, almost 13 years that we were together was karaoke, like Gilmore said. And to me, his best song that he always did was Peaches by the Presidents of the United States of America.
That would explain him trying to be self-taught with the instruments, Will. Because those guys don't play traditional guitar and
they have,
bass
like,
instruments.
A guitar and a 2-string bass.
Right. So, and so Sarah, have you heard that song since Chris left us?
No, I guess I haven't, because I don't
Matt's
think
here with
anybody
his
did
guitar. Matt's here with his guitar. He's ready to do a rendition here.
out,
And he's
right?
just
really?
Matt's gonna. Yeah, I mean, if you'll stop liking the song immediately when Matt does it. But I'm kidding. I would never do that to you. Matt would. I would never do that to you. How long were y'all like? What was the process of engagement with Chris? Why say yes? Like, how did he ask you out the first time? Like let's continue that story where you looked over and you were like, this guy's pretty funny with his zingers, and I'm stuck between this stinky watermelon dude's legs. Like, maybe this is nice. That'd be Gilmore.
No.
What was the process there? Like did he ask you out, or were you like, you're like, yo, what's up?
We drunkenly made out at a few different people's birthday parties before.
This is like a serial thing, or what?
Yeah.
Like, hey, we haven't been at Ben Dunn's yet. Like, is this just something like? What do you mean we just drunkenly made out at people's birthday parties?
There was just
we don't do Cinco de Mayo party.
There's just a season where we have quite a few friends that have birthday parties like for like 3-4 weeks in a row. Like everybody's birthday is like a week apart, and so we were going at a lot of the same birthday parties. And
see you next week. Yes, let's do this.
yeah.
What like
clock out
and
and
then,
clock back in? Like,
yeah, he didn't call you. I mean, y'all had to have eventually exchanged information after one of these makeout sessions, correct?
Yeah, I think we were actually communicating over AIM a lot in the very beginning.
Nice.
I remember talking to him on AIM. I don't even know if AIM still exists. It must.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It's gone.
As of like
Okay.
about 4 or 5 years ago, it's like dead.
Got it.
Don't do that.
Yeah. And then I guess he just finally asked me out one time. Well, and it was a group date. Our first like official date was a group date. We went to Booty LA, which is this yeah, you've been to a Booty. It's like a mashup. DJs play mashups in this club, and the only downfall to it is that if you ask them to make a margarita, they never had salt to salt the rim. But we have some pretty fun pictures from that night, and yeah, it was like the 7th of February that year. So then the next weekend was Valentine's Day, and he was not afraid to just ask me out on Valentine's Day. And so that was our second date. Our second official date was on Valentine's Day. And we went to, I don't know if you guys, down near 3rd Street Promenade, behind it on 4th Street, the Magicopolis. Have you guys ever been there?
Is that like a candy store?
No, it's a magic. It's like a place where they do magic shows.
Was that the one with this terrifying marionette in the front?
Yes. Well, it's just
You walk past it, it's like, kill me, please.
Yeah, but
Please.
with his eyes open, no blinking.
I'm trapped. I do not know this place, but y'all went and walked around on the 3rd Street Promenade after a movie, or what?
No, we just went to this magic show, which ended up being for like kids. So we were like the two adults that didn't have kids sitting in this magic
that's so
show.
funny.
Y'all didn't just start making out there, though, right? Like the serialized making out, you pick your spots.
Yeah, we waited. until after.
And and how long before y'all were engaged? Because I looked up and I was like, oh, they're engaged. Like, how'd this happen?
Well, 6 years he made me wait before we got engaged.
Chunk.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for
Okay.
him. 6 years. I'm kidding, Sarah. Were you like, what's this guy gonna do? You know, it was kind of like the makeout thing. Like, okay, we're making out, but is he gonna ask me out on a date? And then he finally asked you out on a date. Now, on the engagement thing, did you have to like put your foot down on it and be like, hey, listen, genius bar, like I know you're thinking about the next robot you're gonna build, but can you actually ask me out now? Like, what was what was that story?
Well, we had gone on several vacations together where at the end of the vacation, it was ruined for me because I was expecting at some point that he was going to ask me.
What
and
are
he
some of these?
didn't.
What are some of these places you went to?
Oh my God.
Like Hawaii was one.
Romantic?
No, he didn't propose with a robot. But so then we planned this vacation again, another milestone in our relationship kind of centered around Will. He was working in New Zealand at the time for Weta, working on a movie. And so we were like, we want to go to New Zealand. That's so cool. Since we know someone that's living there, we planned a vacation to New Zealand. But I had decided after like a disastrous Christmas in my mind, because I didn't get proposed to, that I wasn't even going to think about it. There wasn't even a possibility that we could get engaged because if I thought about it the whole time, I would just ruin the trip, and I didn't want to ruin this trip.
So I'm just gonna go to Hobbiton and walk around and just enjoy New Zealand for New Zealand.
Yeah, exactly. And so the part of the trip that I was most looking forward to, that I had done all the planning for and booking, was we went up to this area in New Zealand called Watomo, where they have these glowworm caves that you go in, and they're like pitch black, but there's all these little bioluminescent worms on the ceiling, and it's like the starriest night you've ever seen in your entire life, but like right here, you know?
That's so
and
cool.
So that's where he proposed, was in the glowworm cave.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And I was so stunned. I shouldn't have been, because the whole setup for it was pretty
Perfect.
obvious. But because I had not wanted to have the trip ruined for me, I put it out of my mind and was very surprised.
That's incredible.
Fun aside to that, he on the way to the cave, he lost the engagement ring. Like he had it on like a necklace, like put it over the necklace and put it over his head, and he was showing someone,
as you do in New Zealand, to throw into Mordor.
He was excited, and then they asked to see it again, and he pulled it out, and it was gone.
Whoa!
So he ended up having to, I believe, he enlisted the help of like the local farmers to search all around this area, and they eventually found it.
Oh my God! They found it,
but
like in
How long
secret.
did it take them?
Wait, did they find it?
Couple of
after?
hours.
I think they found it that day. Yeah,
they found it
Yeah.
after the proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did he propose with? A glowworm?
No, he said that because so the way it was set up was that we had to take this long bus ride down to the cave, and there was a spot where we could stop and people could get out and hike the rest of the way down to the cave, or you could stay in the bus to go like right to the mouth. And I was like, I ain't hiking, so have fun. And Chris and this other couple that we had met the night before at our hotel went on the hike, and so that's when he told them that we were getting engaged and showed them the ring. And then a few more steps, the wife of the couple said, "Oh, show me the ring again. I'm going to take a picture of it." And so he pulled the necklace back out, and the ring wasn't there anymore.
Oh no!
And so the three of them were, searching and searching for the ring. And I'm down at the mouth of the cave going, all right, everyone that went on this hike is here except for the three. And the couple that we had met were a little older. And so I'm thinking like, oh my gosh, did the husband, his name was Bruce. I was like, did Bruce have a heart attack or something? So I'm like freaking out thinking there's like a medical emergency of some kind. And the tour guide went back up the trail and found them and came back and said, no medical emergency. The wife of the couple lost a family heirloom ring. They were just looking for it, but they're coming. So she kind of, she kind of covered for Chris, saying that it was her ring that was lost.
Not bad.
And
not
then,
bad.
yeah, so then when we were in the cave, you get to this end of the cave where you get in a boat, and normally they would split the group up into 2 separate groups to go into the boat. But the tour guide put everybody except for Chris and I in the boat. And so Chris and I are just sitting alone on this dark bench while everybody else goes on the boat ride. And I'm like, oh, that's sweet. He's going to let me, because we were by far the youngest people
Sure.
on the tour. He's going to let, us have the boat ride alone. So then it was while we were sitting there alone that Chris proposed. And he said, and Mary didn't lose her ring. It was me. I lost, I dropped the ring that I was going to propose with, but we'll go back. We'll find it. We'll find it. I'm like, oh, I was just so elated. Like, I didn't care. He's like, he goes, I got it insured. It's not a problem. And I'm like, oh, worst case scenario, I just get to pick out whatever I want because he got it insured. There was a second part of so then he and I got to go in the boat alone, and it was really fun. And then there was a second part of the tour in another cave that he didn't go on, and a couple of the other guys didn't go on. They went back to look for the ring, and then the property owners and their son brought a metal detector. And it was when we were back in the bus going back down to where we were all parked that started the tour that we got the call that they found the ring.
Wow.
And we stopped and they met us, and then he proposed again in the light of day in front of everybody with the ring. Yeah. Wow. And it was beautiful. I didn't need the insurance money to replace it.
That's incredible. I had never heard that story.
Oh, wow.
That is so fantastic. Well, Geekscapists, I think that pretty much exemplifies what the kind of person Chris was. It's a loss. I mean, I think this is what when we build a community like this, that's just there are going to be surprises like that. And I was in a lot of shock when we found out that he was sick, and we were working to connect in those last couple of days.
Yeah.
And we didn't do it. So the one thing I said was like, how can we help? How can we help, Sarah? And you said, let's donate some blood. Like that's the best way to honor Chris right now is to donate blood. So
yeah, I
said, let's put together a blood drive, and the blood drive is here at Geekscapists. And all I want to do is get you all out there and donating blood, however you want to do it. There's a URL at the bottom of the screen now, aabb.org. You can put in your zip code here in the US and find a place near you, or look up your local blood bank, Red Cross. Really, I don't care how you do it, but if you do it and you take a selfie and put Geekscape Gives in the hashtag, we'll send you some cool stuff. We'll put you in a little drawing. I think we're going to gather some prizes, stuff to put in the mail. I don't care. Let's give it all away. That's kind of what we built this thing for as a community, to do some good. And I think we did some good. We connected y'all. We connected you and Will, and these stories are amazing. And
Brian too.
Oh yeah, me.
And Gilmore got to attack Ben with a squirrel or whatever that story was from December. But
my sunshine.
Yeah.
When he
Yeah, when he was staying with you and some squirrel jumped into your apartment or something and attacked him.
And a squirrel broke into my apartment, and while Ben was sleeping, and it woke Ben up, and he ran out in his underwear screaming, and he woke me up. There's a squirrel in the living room. He freaked out.
He must have thought he was high as a kite.
It was great.
Geekscapists, we got stories like this, and they all mean something to us. Like these are not cursory stories. So go out there and donate. Let's keep this thing going. Will, Sarah, Gilmore, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Love you so much. Y'all are always welcome on the show. Y'all are always welcome on any of the shows on the network. I don't care. You want to be on the wrestling show? Go be on the wrestling show. You want to be on the music show? Go be on the music show. You want to go be on horror movie night? Don't be on horror movie night. That's Matt's show. You don't want to be on that. A bunch of
we
weirdos.
love Matt.
We love Matt. Yeah. But please, we built this thing for you, the viewer, the listener. We're building this thing for you, and we're building it to have that community. So thanks for being a part of it, you three. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
thanks for having us on.
Love you. Right now, Geekscapists, we're going to go back to our video. Bolty wants to know, Brian, did Jonathan ever apologize to you for his sardonic humor? I claim to have. Okay. All right.
Relationship? No, he would never apologize for his humor. He just kind of stares at you until it goes away.
The love is there.
Yeah.
I don't apologize. I just break your glasses.
Yeah.
I just add insult to injury. Good way to call me out, Bold T. Guilty as charged. Well, Sarah, Will, I love you. And Gilmore, I'm just going to stare at you and you know the love. Geekscapists, let's run this video again. This is a video that we shot down at the UCLA Blood Platelet Center. The whole purpose of the video is to get y'all to find a donation center near you and donate. As you heard from the panel of doctors just before this one, dire circumstances. We constantly need blood supplies in our blood banks to help people like Chris who are fighting in the hospital. And you never know when these events are going to happen. So get out there and make sure that our hospitals and our medical experts have blood on hand and platelets on hand to use when these things happen. So let's roll that one, Matt. And when we get back, we have a special episode of Christmas 365 for you. And you're going to enjoy that. And following that, Geekscape episode 600. Can you believe it? Yeah, I can believe it. What else is I going to do? So enjoy this video. We'll be right back.
Hey Geekscapists! In May we lost one of our own, Geekscapist Christopher Ellis, who was a part of our community from the very beginning. He even met his wife Sarah through our podcast. And although we couldn't save Chris, his final weeks battling in a hospital shed light on a huge national problem, the increased need for blood donations, which were hit very hard during the COVID pandemic. I'm here at UCLA's Blood and Platelet Center to introduce you to some new friends who can illustrate for you just how important it is to donate blood and also how easy it is. You want to be a hero? This is your chance. Hey Geekscapists, I'm here with my friend Wesley Wu. What's the organization you're with?
Yeah, I'm part of a Bruin Blood Initiative, and it's a small organization at UCLA.
I'm with future microbiologist Becca Nelson here. She's a sophomore at UCLA. What made you want to go into microbiology? Sounds tough.
You know, I'm just really interested with everything like little and, DNA and the coding of how things work and just diving into how life is at the smallest level.
I'm chilling here with my guy Christian. He's a biochemistry student, future Spider-Man villain. You know that's how it turns out, right?
Potentially.
I'm here with Dr. Alyssa Zyman. You're the chief of transfusion medicine.
That's correct.
What does that mean for somebody who basically just knows science from Spider-Man movies?
Starts with blood collection from a donor, and then we manufacture it into a transfusible product, and then it gets ordered by a doctor to be transfused into a patient.
How did you get involved with Bruin's Blood Initiative?
My mom gave birth to me. There were some complications, and she lost a lot of blood.
Is your favorite Marvel movie Ant-Man? It is. About how long does it take to donate?
It takes like around 30 minutes. But don't forget, you have snacks, you have company to always make you feel comfortable.
Okay, Wesley, I gotta ask, how big was your head when you were a baby that you put your mom in danger? Like,
not that big, hopefully. I think it was an average-sized human.
How do you work donating blood in like your busy student schedule?
Honestly, it's super fast. I'll come in, fill out the paperwork, and then you sit down, and then you have to spend 15 minutes here, but honestly, it's just me eating Cool Ranch Doritos.
Wait, you get snacks for donating blood?
We also get a lot of perks too, so depending on the months. You might get like movie tickets, or you might get gift cards. So even though it's a perk, an incentive, truly why we donate is because we're saving lives.
I got a $7 gift card here for the store. They got like In-N-Out gift cards for the Californians. For other people, it's kind of specific. There's movie tickets, but to me, it's not those that are important. Really, I think a lot of people just don't know how easy it is.
So what would you say to somebody who's maybe scared of donating?
The process, the actual donation for whole blood takes less than 10 minutes.
Just think about the good, and like also, you can eat Cool Ranch Doritos while donating.
So coming out of the pandemic, what did things look like for blood donations?
So right now we're in a critical shortage. It's a shortage like I haven't seen in the 2 decades that I've been practicing. Here at UCLA, our collections have gone down by about 30%.
And now, obviously, while things are opening up again, there's another decrease because people are going back to work, and there's an increase in need for blood.
Do I need to know my own blood type before I donate?
No, you don't need to know your own blood type. We'll tell you your blood type, but we take all types, right? Because patients have all types of blood. So we always need a mix of all blood types.
And anybody can donate.
Anybody can donate, assuming that the donation will be safe for them and their blood will be safe for patients.
No werewolves.
No werewolves.
Werewolves cannot
No
donate.
vampires?
No vampires.
None of that.
The Kool-Aid Man. Sugar peddler or OG blood donor? Are they drinking his blood, Wesley?
I don't know.
I might be concerned if it was blood. And also the fact that there's like a giant talking jar of blood.
That would be fabulous, right? If you have 5 liters, could you imagine how many liters of blood in the Kool-Aid Man?
Dr. Simon, you've convinced. I'm gonna go donate blood right now.
That's great. Thank you. It's been a pleasure, and go save a life.
I'm putting my money where my mouth is and doing some donating of my own. Now it's your turn. If you're in Los Angeles, come by the UCLA Blood and Platelet Center and donate some blood. Otherwise, follow these URLs and find a place near you nationwide. Take a selfie of yourself donating with the hashtag GeekScapeGives, and we'll pick out some of you to feature across the network and send some prizes to. We can save our friend Chris, but we can't honor his memory with our donations. So go out there and donate, and you might even save some lives in the process.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, there's a party each and every year on Christmas Eve, where the fun and cocktail shrimp don't seem to end. Clark and Ralphie taking turns on the TV screen, laughing, singing, yelling with all of our friends. Well, it's Christmas, and everybody's gonna spread the holiday cheer. 'Cause it's Christmas. Whoa, oh, it's the best time of the year. Let's go fake reindeer revenge of the
Hey, Dylan.
Hey, Matt.
Welcome to another live episode of the Christmas 365 podcast. So we had no clue what our topic was going to be,
Not at
and
all.
we're not going to get into the reasons why.
No.
But yeah, there may have been a guest that was unsure if he was going to make it, and it looks like he didn't make it. So
Did it, but we're gonna make it up, right?
we're going to make it up anyway.
We've
So
got to.
what we came up with, we threw this up here in the chats earlier, but start sharing beloved Christmas things you hate. We already got a couple comments, so let's address
Yeah.
these first, and then we'll start talking about ours.
Yeah.
First of all, over here, I always hate the dinner cracker things with the paper crown and joke and a prize inside, mostly because I have a big head and the crown never fits me. I don't know what they're talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about. It sounds like Cracker Jacks at one point.
Yeah, not
I don't know.
not a single
A
clue.
dinner cracker with a paper crown?
Yeah, got nothing. Got absolutely nothing on that.
I don't know. Send a picture, post a picture on the Facebook page or something.
Yeah, let us know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. All right, let's throw this in here. I assume people must love sprinkles because they are on everything. Christmas cards, ornaments, but they should stick to your fingers, and imagine rubbing them into my eyes. Also, it looks like Jonathan is waving his hands.
Yeah,
like
I
crazy.
did see that as well.
Matt, I know what the cracker things are. Those things suck. Okay, so imagine like like an empty Tootsie Roll twist, right? Like, but there's no Tootsie inside; it's hollow, and it has a toy instead of the actual Tootsie Roll, right? So
Okay.
they're twisted shut, and what you do is you hold it and you cross your hands and you grab the person next to you, and then is this New Year's? No, this is Christmas. You're wearing the stupid crown. Are we sure this isn't New Year's? And you pull, and it's supposed to pull open the paper to reveal the prize inside of these little things. And the prizes are like trinkets or confetti. So it's
Okay.
it's just trash.
I would love.
So I know what he's talking about, and I
It's
feel
at
like
Skiggers too, right?
I think
British
that
people just do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure it's what kills Mr. Bean at the end of the Mr. Bean Christmas special.
Yeah.
Is that he pulls one apart and it explodes, and then that's the end of the episode.
That's exactly what it is. And as the commenter said, like you put on, I mean, that they're made out of toilet paper, Matt. These crowns, it's not even that these crowns are too small for most human heads. It's that they're made out of toilet paper. So even the process of putting on putting it on your head tears it. It's a trash thing to do on Christmas. Nobody wants to pick up the pieces of crown on the floor that tore. Nobody wants to pick up the little popper pieces that tore, and nobody wants the stupid trinket prize. All right, this isn't the 1600s. Okay, we don't need that trash anymore.
My favorite thing about this is that Jonathan behind the scenes texted us and was like, "Hey, can I jump off the stream for Christmas 365 so I can eat?" And we're like, "Yeah, totally." And in the camera, you can see that he's eating, and all of a sudden we start talking, and you see both hands go up.
I know what these things are, and they're a plague. So England, if you want to keep having plagues, like continue to do this garbage, because this is the most Dickensian garbage ever. And so enjoy. Yeah, let's celebrate like we still live amongst rats. Good plan.
All right. Well, thank you, John.
There's my contribution. Love the show. First time caller. Last time listener. No, I'm kidding.
All right, let's go to some of the other comments because they are just flowing in. We might not even have to talk about ours. All right, so Brian did so good at these. Actually, Chris, I made that one. I made that intro. That's all me, baby.
I watched the process too, and it
was a lame ass process.
Yes.
It was let me rip this video that someone else had already done off of the internet and then just throw our theme song underneath it.
At Christmas 365, we make the wheel rounder. We don't reinvent it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. All right, man. Let's see what Derek has to say. Yeah. Also, the prizes inside of them suck. All right, so he knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, and Derek actually starts questioning our like Christmas cred. So
maybe it's a Canadian thing, but they're like fireworks mixed with Chinese finger traps. See, they're literally called Christmas crackers.
I feel like an idiot.
Do you even love Christmas?
I know.
But again, the only time I've ever seen it was in that Mr. Bean special. So maybe it is like a very like Canadian and British thing.
So I'm gonna chalk it up to that.
Yeah, out here in the US of A, we don't deal with this type of bullshit.
No, exactly. We keep the Christmas crackers away.
Let's see, there's Christmas crackers are what they're called, and they suck. All right, so we got a lot of just people.
Dude, people hate Christmas crackers.
They really do. I know this is supposed to be stuff that's beloved.
Yeah. Well, that's like what you were saying earlier. We were having a conversation before this, and I started singing Dominic the Donkey. And Matt goes, "I think that's one of mine." And I was like, "I think everyone hates that song. I think the only person that loves Dominic the Donkey is me."
Yeah, that's fairly accurate. So let's talk about while we're waiting for some more to roll in. So I know for me, if you listen to this week's episode, I let it be known that I personally think that the Charlie Brown Christmas special and to a certain extent maybe also the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer Rankin Bass special is basically a Stockholm syndrome at this point. Like I've seen it enough times that I just put up with it, but I'm not a fan of either. I think that both of them are really painfully boring and borderline insulting specials.
So first off, I think I got real defensive on that episode as well for Charlie Brown. But I really think I just got defensive over the music.
Yeah.
Because
I think I said that, and I said that literally just because I knew it'd piss you off.
Yeah. The Charlie
music
Brown,
is fine in Charlie Brown.
The soundtrack to Charlie Brown is something that like I'll put on starting in October once I get that Halloween burnout, which is a thing. Horror fans, Halloween burnout is actually a thing. I know it's hard to believe. Christmas burnout's a thing. We've talked about that.
Yeah, no.
But
December 20th, I'm like, I don't want to record this fucking podcast with you anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It's July, and I don't want to record the podcast with you. Jesus.
It was an ambitious project. This is gonna be.
It was.
Every once in a while, you have a podcast that falls apart, and it's like a real shocker because like the chemistry was there and everything. That won't be Christmas 365.
I think we have chemistry.
No, it's not the
Dick.
chemistry. I think that people are gonna be like, no, I get it. Like,
Yeah, like, it just didn't last. Like, we
like,
just gotta end it.
You're
But-
going to try to do 365 episodes of this shit for God knows how many years weekly.
Well, I mean,
Oof.
what's really nice is for our listeners, most episodes start off as a Christmas podcast for about 5 minutes, and then
Yeah,
and then we
people-
start talking about literally anything else.
I mean, Monday you're getting a whole episode about Insane Clown Posse where we maybe talk about their Christmas song "Santa's a Fat Bitch" for about 3 seconds.
Yeah, but we go through it. We go through it line by line. Just
Yeah, we
a heads
check the
up.
lyrics, yeah.
We definitely go through that entire song. But guys, if you listen to any episode of Christmas 365, please make it this coming week's one, because I have never been happier to be on a podcast.
And we're for another. I guess this is a Canadian thing, or it's just Matt being Matt because I've known him for years.
Yeah.
I hate it when Santa puts an orange in my stocking.
Now that's one I've heard. I've heard the giving oranges as gifts thing, but I don't
Really?
Yeah, I don't remember where I heard it.
Huh. All right, so I threw out my Charlie Brown Christmas.
Okay, yeah. So
what's something that's beloved that you just can't stand?
Can we just talk about any Rankin Bass 2D animation?
See, and this is where you and I differ
Yep.
because I'll take Frosty the Snowman over Rankin Bass stop motion.
All of them?
I think most of them, yeah. I like when things have the Rankin Bass moment. You know, like
Okay.
when Community does a Rankin Bass episode,
Yeah.
love it. When like, you know, Harold and Kumar are Rankin and Bass characters for a couple
Yeah.
seconds, love it. Sitting and watching, I think my problem is the length of them because most of those are like 40 to 50 minutes, and it's like you could have did 20. Is like
Yeah.
my takeaway from every single one of them.
I mean, that was definitely my takeaway when I finally watched Mad Monster Party.
yeah. Oh,
I
Mad
was
Monster
like,
Party
this
did
is
not need to be 90
awful.
minutes. But you know what? I put it on every Halloween.
I'm sure you do.
Every Halloween.
You're a glutton for punishment.
Well, no,
as you always have been.
it's the perfect trick or treaters coming to your house movie because
Yeah.
you don't have to pay attention to it.
Okay.
So it's like
I
I'm
can
not
get behind that.
invested in it, and I know that there's literally nothing that will scare any child of any age.
Yeah.
So I just right when it's like, oh, it's picking up, like I put on
That's
Mad
the one.
Monster Party,
Dude, yeah, I cannot stand Frosty. I can't stand their rendition of the night before Christmas. I don't like it. I don't know. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Oh, I also cannot stand I don't like the song either. Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer.
Yeah.
The song, the cartoon that played like incessantly on Cartoon Network throughout the 90s. Yeah, fuck Grandma Got Ran Over by the Reindeer.
Let's see what else
I
we got. A
can't
couple
stand
more
that song.
comments that came in real quick. I'll make it my first episode. I think he's talking about that ICP
Yeah,
episode.
woot,
yeah,
woot.
boy, woot, woot. And then Matt said the Mad TV version of Rudolph is one of the greatest things ever, and I remember that.
Okay.
I was not a Mad TV person, but everyone was telling me, "Yo, you've got to watch this particular episode
Of Mad TV.
of Mad
Can
TV
you
where they
describe
did
it? 'Cause
Rudolph."
I don't know if I've seen the Mad TV.
It basically I think was just that everyone got murdered and slaughtered by the Grumble.
Okay, yeah, nope, I remember that. I
It
remember
was
that.
just really gory and
Dude,
offensive.
I remember as a kid some of the stuff, like the animated Mad TV stuff, and some of the TV Funhouse stuff from like Saturday Night
SNL's
Live
TV Funhouse
used
was
to
insane.
Fuck me up, dude. So bad. I think there was like a dentist that family. I think it was like a messed up Dennis the Menace where like they killed Dennis. I remember
That was like a
messed
big
me up, yeah.
late 90s sketch comedy move.
Yeah.
Was let's just take something wholesome and make it horrific.
It walked so Robot Chicken could run.
Can you do an episode where you try Christmas crackers
Yeah.
live on air? Sure.
I want to do it.
Yeah,
because
I'm down.
I'm confused. I don't know what they are, and I'm excited to see what prizes we get.
I'll just do it because it's something to do.
Exactly.
And
Content.
we got okay.
Yukon
Yeah,
Cornelius
so maybe Yukon Cornelius is the one that kills everybody.
Okay.
I can't remember. I just remember that I watched because I was not a Mad TV fan at all.
Yeah.
But if you tell me that there's like a weird claymation thing, I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah.
It's just because like I had the dad Here we go. We're going to get on one of our classic.
for it.
We're not
Let's do
talking
it.
about Christmas anymore.
They don't
Tangents.
care.
I had a dad
Yeah.
who one of his favorite movies of all time was Jason and the Argonauts.
Okay.
And he would talk about how like this movie was ahead of its time. It's so
Yeah.
brilliant. And he's right. Like, I'm not saying that he's wrong, but from that point, I've always had a love of claymation, and that's a thing that's popped up in horror movie night a whole lot as well.
Dude, claymation used to fuck me
love
up as a kid too, though.
So let me pitch you on
It
something.
it always creeped me out.
I want it, and Jonathan's listening, so maybe we'll bring him back in to follow up on this.
Okay.
But I always had this dream of doing as a kid. This was like before I knew how to make a movie or knew anything. I know now, but when I knew nothing about
When
it.
you wanted to make a claymation movie,
I
Do you
wanted
remember that episode of Parks and Rec.
So
when he
I've actually
shows, like,
made
the
it. I've
3
made
second
it.
clip.
I made a claymation music video in high school. Side note.
Yeah.
It's great.
He's
But-
like, this took me 2 months.
Yeah,
It
it's
was
a
like
lot of
3
work.
seconds.
I had this idea when I was my favorite video game of all time, ever since I was a kid, was Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
100%.
And I always said, if you did a movie version of Legend of Zelda, you do the Link to the Past story.
Okay.
And all of the monsters are claymation.
Oh,
Like live action actor fighting like giant claymation scorpion.
Oh, that'd be
like in that scene. Yeah, I think so
'Cause
too.
I think it fits. It fits with like the theme of Legend of Zelda as well.
John,
Yeah.
you're
I would say the Ray Harryhausen thing could be cool, but just do it with a computer.
just use a computer to make it look like a Ray Harryhausen claymation.
Yes.
thing?
Are you
All right, I mean,
insane? Are you insane? That being said, there is a really cool version of Link's Awakening, the Game Boy Zelda game. It came out on the Switch, and it looks claymation.
How?
They did an amazing job of the art on that one. So if you want to get your Zelda claymation fix, that's the way to do it, Matthew.
And you know what?
Get a Switch and play the new Link's Awakening.
man.
I should
Go
get,
a Switch.
I the newest system I have is a Sega Genesis. So-
Yeah, get a Switch, man. It's not like you just like left your job.
yeah, I got money to
Dude, get a
spend.
Switch.
Yeah. You didn't just buy a house.
Bro.
Yeah, just
Bro,
got
you need a
cash to
Switch.
burn.
Exactly.
You're like, I got a house. Why are the babes coming in? Oh, you gotta get it.
It's because you don't have a Switch.
You don't have a
dude.
Switch, dude. You gotta be like, you want to play some Mario Kart? Let me tell you, man. That's the way dating works. You play about 5 minutes of Mario Kart, and then it's time to play the real games, the grown-up games.
He's
Get
not
with it,
lying.
Matt. Come on, man. Mario Kart's just a seduction tool.
I always
Oh.
check my bag,
And-
dude. I've got Mario Kart right now. I carry it
and-
around with me all the
And
time.
Matt, can you
not bad, I
rename
can do
yourself? Can you rename yourself here on StreamYard so that it doesn't say Matt Kelly for both of you? It says 365. It says Christmas 365. Do you understand how to do that?
Yeah, I can. Give me one
Do you
second.
understand this? Guy who's running our stream, can you change your name? Because every time you go to like the main shot, it says Matt Kelly. How dare you speak for both? He literally had to leave frame to do
Yeah,
this.
he's gone over there.
Geekscape
Bring the keyboard.
There we go. There we go. So now when you go to full frame, it'll say Christmas 365. It's just presentation. Sorry, 365 listeners. This is totally a video problem that you aren't dealing with. So, hi, Podfather Jonathan here to let y'all know you've been canceled. Anyway, wait, what?
This was a quick solution to an audio issue that we were having during the testing of everything.
No, I get it. I get it. I really apologize for not being able to guest this episode. I was going to come in a Santa hat and a beard, and that's what you were talking about, right? When you said the guest couldn't make it. Yeah. I was, yep. I was going
And
to
then he
show
was
up
like,
as,
"Can I go eat?" And we're like, "Yeah."
I was like, I'd rather eat than show up like Santa Claus, you know? So
I'm
yeah.
not going to say any names,
No.
but the person that we were trying to get on, I sent them an email asking them if they were still good to go tonight.
Uh-huh.
And I sent that yesterday, and they responded, "If you send this to me tomorrow, I might remember."
Oh, so it was Tim Allen.
Yeah.
Got it.
You
Yeah.
ruined it for us, John. Yeah, we were
It
trying to
was-
get Tim Allen. It was going to be a big deal. We were going to have the Santa Claus here to talk about the Santa Claus.
Yeah.
So-
That was where I was going with it, baby.
Yeah, but yeah, no, so that didn't work out, unfortunately.
Speaking
But,
of first dates, I did have a first date that was in early December, late November-ish, and they were and she admitted to me that the Santa Claus was her favorite Christmas movie. Things did not get better from there. I was
Could've been
like,
worse. It could have been part 3, Escape Clause.
It's true.
I was like, oh, that's your favorite Christmas movie. Okay.
John, what's yours, real quick? While you're on the...
It's Gremlins, baby.
Okay.
That was That's a super easy one, man. It's got to be Gremlins.
I mean, mine's It's a Wonderful Life, which is like, you know,
oh, incredible.
one of the top 50 films ever made. But yeah, Gremlins is good too, I guess.
So Gremlins is just, come on, that's just on another level, and I know you love it, Matt. But when Heidi and I played the film festival of the Geekscape produced Chasing Fletcher Allen, starring Mad TV alum Phil Lamar, just bringing it all together. When we played our last film festival in Greenville, they actually played a documentary about the town in New York that It's a Wonderful Life might have been based on. The town might have been based on, and it's still there, and they still do a festival based around Christmas, based around It's a Wonderful Life. And it's
that's amazing.
And they compare the sequences from the movie to places in town, and it's indisputable that, I mean, Google it, but it's indisputable that this is the town that it was based on. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's in upstate New York. Enjoy it. All right, I'm out.
All right, I'm letting you go back to your food. Sorry, John.
We're taking a road trip.
All right, yeah, no, that's definitely going to be.
Oh, I've got
podcast
another
trip.
one. Beloved thing that I'm not going to say I hate it, because I appreciate what it did for the slasher genre, and it's the original Black Christmas.
Really?
I think the original Black Christmas, I think the ending is spine chilling.
Yeah.
The rest of the movie is boring as hell.
I feel like every watch I like that movie more.
Yeah.
That one grows on. I would put that up there with like Texas Chainsaw Massacre as one of my absolute favorite slasher movies.
I know the topic is things that we hate that people love.
So you don't want to
I
stress
don't
hate.
hate it.
Yeah, but there's
I just
you'd like
I
it the
get it.
exact same amount if it was a 20-minute short film.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I love
the remake. Oh,
the
we'll talk about
2006 remake, not the newest.
Yeah, the newest one had a lot of great ideas and not a lot of
I
great
didn't watch it.
execution. It's a little rough. Let's see. We got a couple comments that
Okay.
rolled in. So let's see. I hate Christmas cheer.
Me too.
Well, you know what? I hate you, Big Yanks, bah humbug. As much as I love Halloween episodes of various sitcoms, Christmas specials are the worst.
Ooh.
I actually don't totally disagree with that statement.
Yeah.
And not that, I mean, we've talked about Christmas specials that we loved.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's only so many things that people can do with it. So it's like, how many times can we do a parody of Scrooge? How many times can we do a
Yeah, I can get
parody
behind
of
that.
like this? That like there's only like 7 or 8 iconic things that they just mine every single year.
And I mean,
across all
that's
the
true.
sitcoms.
Usually every Halloween I find myself watching the Halloween episodes of certain TV shows.
Yeah.
Christmas, it's got to be something I really
It's gotta
love for me
really
to
hit.
watch the Christmas episode.
Because I won't bust out like when I'm doing my Christmas marathon.
Yeah.
It's like movies or specific Christmas specials, like
Yeah.
Pee-wee's Christmas special, like the Muppet Family Christmas. But I'm not like digging through all 6 seasons of Goldberg's on DVD to find the Christmas special from each season. You know
No,
what I mean?
but I
Like,
am watching Luda Christmas.
you are going to watch Ludachristmas from 30 Rock as we've established on the show. Just like in real life, he'll crash and burn. I don't know what that's in reference to because there was a lot going on.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
Oh, he was talking about me.
Oh,
on a
how
date.
much is Mario Kart? Okay. Mario Kart last I checked was like $50 at this point. So yeah, it's still pricey.
Oof.
Nintendo rarely puts their games on sale. So sorry,
Do you really
but it's
know
worth it.
Derek? Yes, I do, and I can help. Get Geekscape Games episodes out in a timely fashion in under an hour, which I think
Yeah.
people would appreciate. Some people open presents on Christmas, and other people open their wrists. Is the best Christmas line from any movie ever. I'm trying to remember what movie that's
Yeah,
from.
I don't know.
I know that line though.
I do know that line.
Derek, let us know what movie that's
Yeah.
from because is that Gremlins?
He's
Was
gonna
that in-
continue questioning our Christmas credit.
He is. As funny as I texted him 5 hours ago and didn't get a response.
Is that also true?
That is true. He texted me and said I didn't get a call sheet for when I'm supposed to show up on Geekscape
Oh,
episode
nice.
600.
Cool.
And I just ignored it because there was a lot going on.
Way to go.
I love you, Yanks. We should hang out soon. Gremlins, dude. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay. That's what my guess was. I was
Yeah.
like, I'm pretty sure that's from Gremlins.
Yeah. See,
Listen,
Jonathan knew. You could
there's-
tell that he knew in the
Yeah, he's
bottom.
giving us a dead stare. Listen, I watched a lot of fucking Christmas horror movies.
Yeah,
They all start to bleed
yeah,
together.
they do.
There's like 4 good ones.
What are they?
Original Black Christmas,
Okay.
Gremlins,
Okay.
Black Christmas 2006,
Okay.
and Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 5.
Oh, Jesus
The
Christ.
Toy Maker.
That's Mickey Rooney, right?
That's the
I
Mickey
think that's
Rooney
the
one.
second week in a row I've been like,
Yes,
that's the Mickey
that's
Rooney
the Mickey
one.
Rooney one.
Yeah.
Because I mean 5 if you count Scrooged. If you count Scrooged
Okay.
as a horror movie, then I'll put that in
Sure.
contention. I'm certainly not going to say Santa's Sleigh starring Goldberg.
Dude, but the opening is awesome.
Yeah, no, it's a great opening. Then there's 80 more minutes of that movie
It's
that you
true.
have to sit through and watch.
It's true. Oh, Christmas horror movies that are Black Xmas 2006.
It's that
for
movie.
sure.
That movie needs a resurgence. That needs a Halloween 3 Season of the Witch level resurgence.
Dude, it's gonna get it
really
Have
soon.
you ever seen the
'cause
colors
movie's-
in that movie? It's so beautiful.
Movie's so fun.
It's so much fun.
Dude, the first kill in that movie is that the killer sucks a candy cane into a knife and
Yeah.
stabs someone in the eye with
is
it.
true. It is true. That movie.
He
the
decapitates
first-
someone with a roller skate. He
Yeah.
throws or an ice skate. He throws an ice skate at him and cuts their head off.
So I saw that movie for the first time in like 2011.
I
and-
saw it in theaters.
Yeah, well, I always heard like it's bad because it was like universally hated when it first came out.
Except by this guy
Yeah,
who's like,
well,
I can't
yeah.
wait to buy this shit.
But
this is going in the collection.
like that movie is the right type of bonkers. For those of you that listen to our Jersey Ghouls episode, we're not big fans of like cynical Christmas horror movies.
Yeah, I love cynical horror movies, but I don't need it in my Christmas horror movie.
No, that's why like everybody loved Better Watch Out, and we were both very meh.
Very nihilistic.
Yeah.
There's
Um,
the idea of doing a horror version of Home Alone is fantastic. That's
Yeah.
not a horror version of Home Alone. That's
No.
just using the aesthetic and
And I think I was very clear. If this kid just gets shot in the face at the end, instantly makes that movie better for me. I mean, that was my problem with 3 from Hell. It's
Yeah.
like we've turned these characters that are like the worst of the worst, and not in like, I know in the 80s everybody was like, well, you end up cheering on Jason and you cheering on Freddy and stuff like that. It was different. Like,
Yeah.
these characters were hot garbage. And 3 from Hell was literally just about these characters getting away with everything again.
yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
That movie, I've talked to you about this before. I've talked to my brother about this before.
Yeah.
The first 5 minutes of 3 from Hell is shot like a fake
Yeah, we have
true
talked
crime
about this, yeah.
documentary. And if it never stopped being that, one of the greatest horror
Oh, it'd
sequels
been
I've ever seen in my
fantastic.
life. But as soon as it just turned into a narrative film, I was like, ugh,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
And every time I expected that movie to get better, it didn't.
No.
Like, so we
it
start
just was a
talking
lot of
to-
promise with no follow through.
It was. We get down to Mexico, and sorry, 3 from Hellcast here. We get down to Mexico, and we're talking to Danny Trejo's brother, who like leads that Mexican gang. And you're
Yeah.
like, dude, these guys are gonna come in and fuck their shit up. And they come in, and they're like fucking stormtroopers. They can't hit a damn thing.
Yeah,
They just
these
get murdered by
3 people take down
Yeah.
an entire like
cartel
100
level
Yeah.
army. Like, it's
ridiculous.
insane.
Let's see what else we got.
Oh
in
my
here.
God.
I still love him no matter what. I love you too, Yanks. I love you too. Hydrate. It's hot.
It's true.
It's really hot up here.
Other Christmas things that you hate that people love. Emmett Otter.
Oh yeah, you hate Emmett Otter,
Dude,
and
I
it-
can't
It
get
like
behind
upsets
it.
me.
I don't understand. We talk about it constantly.
It's Emmett Otter just never. See, I had never even seen. I had heard about Emmett Otter.
Yeah.
So you'd think that me watching it in my 30s for the first time that I would be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah.
But I just think my love for the Muppets and Jim Henson is so strong. It pushes through. Where I'm
Yeah.
just like, this is great, because that was the debate when this episode. Oh, I forgot to put that poll up. I got to put that poll up.
Yeah.
Because we were asking, what do you think is a better movie, Emmett Otter or Charlie Brown's Christmas? And I think that more people are into Emmett Otter than Charlie Brown.
So, dude, I don't think so. Like, that's insane. Charlie Brown
I think
is...
that Charlie Brown's time is starting to fade. And I think
so
people are
Emmett
like,
Otter's gonna get a Halloween 3 level resurgence. very
No,
soon. You
no,
don't
that's
think
not
so?
going to happen. I'm just saying that people who watch Emmett Otter have a very, like, there are shirts that you can buy that people wear at horror conventions just about the metal band that plays at the end of Emmett Otter. I don't see people walking around rocking Charlie Brown with his sad little pathetic tree on their chest.
I am. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get a shirt specifically. That's right. And you don't need to hear about Emmett Otter. Yeah. Good.
Listen,
Keep it that way.
Emmett Otter. So, Matt, let me tell you a little bit of something
Go
about
for
Emmett
it.
Otter. You're going to appreciate this. All the music done by Paul Williams,
Which I
who
love.
did all the
I
music
get it.
for one of the greatest movies of all time, Phantom of the Paradise. So
It's amazing.
So right out the gate, great songs, great puppeteering from Jim Henson's crew.
Are you telling me we already talked about how good the songs were in Charlie Brown Christmas?
I mean, that's jazz.
It's good jazz.
There's no such thing as bad jazz.
Dude, I can't get
Emmett Otter is God tier compared to Charlie Brown. Thank you, Shane. Hold on a second. Shane, I see you. Get ready. You're coming up on the camera, buddy. Thank you, buddy. Is your mic on?
Yeah, we can't hear you, man.
Dude, you're muted or something. Still nothing.
No.
Get that fixed before episode 600. Yeah.
No.
Nope, nothing. All right. Well, that was great for you listeners. Got all excited.
Was Shane our guest that couldn't make it?
No, Shane. Phantom of the Paradise poster on the wall. Maybe I do have to. You do have to check it out.
You have
Matt.
to check it out.
Check it out.
Listen, I'll even say you have to check it out. I appreciate that I watched it.
You just think it's dull as dirt.
Yes, that's what it
Yeah.
is. It's just dull to me.
It's about scenery and setting and characters, and that's
yeah,
about.
I appreciate it. Again, just like Black Christmas.
All right, let's give Shane one more shot here.
I fixed it. I
All right.
fixed it.
Yeah, all right.
All right, Shane. Yeah, come on, dude. Charlie
So-
Brown versus Emmett Otter. It's not even a competition.
So I've never heard of Emmett Otter until last Christmas when I went to my girlfriend's family's house for Christmas, and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna watch Emmett Otter." I was like, "What the hell is this?" And I started playing, and I was like, "Yo, this is some." And I literally thought on the couch, "Yo, this is some Matt Kelly shit."
Right.
And it is so endearing and sweet, and the music is awesome. And I'm gonna learn the lyrics for Christmas this year to bring it out.
Nice.
Aw.
See, that's good stuff.
I have a new appreciation for Emmett Otter right now.
Yeah. Emmett Otter is definitely god tier. Charlie Brown's all boring as hell.
Oh,
I'm telling you, I think that's going to be most of the votes. I think most of the people are going to be like,
you gotta get that poll.
it's Stockholm. It's Stockholm syndrome. Charlie Brown
Really?
is Stockholm syndrome to people.
Let's start
Agreed.
talking about Rudolph because I can get behind your hate for Rudolph.
I just think that those people are shitty. I don't know who I'm
They're
supposed to
awful,
cheer
dude.
for in
There's
Rudolph.
no good characters in Rudolph.
Not a
Except for
one.
Maybe Rudolph.
Maybe the Grumble. He's just doing his
Yeah,
thing.
let's give it up for Grumble. Give it up for Grumble.
Grumble's like kind of like the shark in Jaws, right? Like he's
Yeah,
doing his thing. He's swimming. He's eating. He's living his life. We're the assholes in Jaws.
yeah. Rudolph's kind of a punk.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind the elf that wants to be. I don't mind Hermie. He's fine.
Yeah.
I like doing impressions of him.
Okay, you give us your Hermie impression.
I want to be a dentist.
You nailed it.
But
I
like,
couldn't even tell the difference.
hey everybody, Hermie wants to be a dentist.
This is what we've been reduced to.
This is what happens. This is what happens. We could have had a guest.
Had a guess. I almost want to flip it. What are some things that people hate that you love?
I don't know if there's people who appreciate a good Christmas ska or punk cover quite on the level that you and I appreciate
That's
a
true.
good
That's true.
punk or ska cover of a Christmas song.
Hey man, you said it to me, and we're not going to get too deep into it. But if the person doesn't love ska, there's probably something wrong with them.
Yeah, no, for sure. If you can't get into a horn section, or I mean, in the case of like the Aquabats or the Hippos,
Yeah.
just some Moog synthesizers.
Hey man, there's
like,
a ska song out there for everyone. I'll tell
that's
you
yeah.
that much right there.
Jonathan used to say that about comic books too, and I think it's true.
It's
There's
true.
a comic book out there for everybody.
It's true.
He's got to find it.
Comics are a medium, not a genre.
Ska for
Hell
life.
yeah!
I knew-
See,
I knew
we're back
sh-
on the same level.
Yeah, Shane. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
He's like, that guy might hate Emmett Otter, but he loves ska, so we can be friends.
Yeah, you
again.
want to know? He loves ska and ICP. That's
I mean, it's
those are two
yeah,
Venn
fuck it.
diagrams that normally don't touch, but
It's
somehow you
true.
and I were like, "Yeah, I'm into those
Yeah,
things. Let's be best friends."
Exactly. That was Jason at Icon versus Icon. He was like, He's like, nah, dude. He's like, I'm definitely a juggalo. I'm like, are you a fan of like ICP? He's like, not really, but I like bad wrestling and bad hip hop. So it's like the same thing.
The world got sadder when No Doubt stopped being stocked in the ska section. I agree. Rocksteady was a rocky release for sure.
Yeah.
Derek, what about the Taylor Swift Christmas album?
Okay, are we going with things that we love that people hate?
I don't know
right now?
because I like that Little Christmas Tree song.
It's okay.
Pretty good. Or Little Christmas Tree Farm. I think that's what it's
Yeah.
called.
I don't like. She's the one that did she redo Last Christmas?
Everybody's redone. Are you talking about Carly Rae Jepsen? Because Carly Rae Jepsen does a fire version of Last Christmas.
No, I'm not talking about
Okay,
Carly Rae
okay.
Jepsen.
I got very
know-
defensive.
You did,
It's
dude.
I was like,
But you're coming across this
it's like
couch at me.
people have been shitting on Carly Rae Jepsen for fuck too long. It's
Oh,
time-
that's one for me. Something that people hate that I love is Last Christmas by Wham. I think it's.
Oh, I thought you meant the movie.
Oh, I love the movie too. We talked about that as well.
Last live stream we did was all about that with our
Last
boy Joe
Christmas.
Farron.
Go watch Last Christmas if you haven't seen it. It's got what?
I thought of mine.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
It's got the what's her name? The Targaryen girl from Game of Thrones.
Daenerys.
Daenerys. What's her real name? Do you know it?
Emily Clark. Amelia Clark.
Amelia Clark. It's got her, and she's awesome in that movie. No, it's a great movie because it's not good. Because I also stand on the side of fuck that movie, but it's so fucked. It is so weird. It is like a Black Mirror episode.
Well, so that's the thing. You mentioned Last Christmas, and that reminded me that like the thing that I love that most people hate are the Netflix Christmas movies that
That's
have been coming out.
right. We got into that.
I love the Christmas Prince trilogy. I love The Night Before Christmas, spelled Knight. I've seen both Princess Switch movies twice now. But the best, and this has been our campaign since episode 1. The best Christmas movie that Netflix has ever produced and will ever produce.
Yeah.
Is Let It Snow. It's a masterpiece.
Let It Snow. That's another one. If you guys haven't seen Let It Snow, please watch Let It Snow.
And I made a Jaws reference earlier, and similarly to Jaws, the movie's much better than the book that it is based upon.
100%. So there's a book called Let It Snow, and like 5 well-known young adult authors got together and wrote it. Skip that and go to Netflix and watch Let It Snow.
Just watch a charming, beautifully made little movie.
I can get behind so I like Hallmark Christmas movies, but I can't get behind the Netflix ones. But I think because it's easy for me to just turn on Hallmark, and it be on, I'm not actively picking that movie to watch.
I think that I never grew up on the Hallmark Christmas movies,
Okay.
so Netflix has become my Hallmark Christmas movie, where it's just like, oh, it's just there waiting for me.
Yeah,
like it's that's like one of those things where it's like it's right around Thanksgiving, weather's getting a little bit colder, and you're just like, ooh, let's watch some of that good Netflix content. You know what? Derek just hopped on getting ready for episode 600 of Geekscape.
Yeah.
He just threw in a fuck this movie on Last Christmas, but I know that this motherfucker loves some Let It Snow, so let's bring him in here too.
Hell yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Oh my gosh, I'm on Christmas 365. This was unexpected. I'm just awkwardly early for everything because of my anxious personality. So, how's everyone doing?
Good. So, not a fan of the movie Last Christmas, I take it.
I think that when I watched Last Christmas, I'm pretty sure I sent you because you guys did an episode on that movie, and I'm pretty sure I was texting you as I watched it about how much I fucking hated that movie because it's and it was, I don't remember now all of the specific reasons. It's been too long.
Well, she's dating a ghost throughout the whole movie.
She's dating a ghost.
Wow,
and
spoilers, goodness.
There's just so many plot holes, and like I'm down for
Do
the
they
like
start with the fact that she's dating a ghost?
Yeah,
because I think that's a pretty big plot hole to get past.
That's one.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh, and the literalness of like giving her the heart, and
it's the song to the most literal possible.
Yeah.
Why was the phone in the apartment?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the phone's still sitting in the cabinet.
Yeah,
they
it's
cleaned
been
out
there for
everything
days.
else to put the house up for auction except for the phone. The one piece of evidence to let her know that she's been dating a ghost this whole time.
Yeah. Oh my
Oh,
god.
beautiful. But yeah,
Um,
Let It Snow. I mean, that was a good recommendation from us.
Yeah.
Watch Let It Snow every year. I probably will.
Yeah.
What was the big one from this year? The one with the Amazon Prime. Was it an Amazon Prime original? And it had
Is that the one with Kristen Stewart?
Yes.
Stewart,
Happiest Season. I really
Happiest
like
Season.
Happiest Season.
We talked a little about Happiest Season as well, and I just thought, was it Kristen Stewart's character that was insufferable, or was it the other one?
It was her girlfriend.
It was the girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that movie, I loved so many moments of it. And then there's the whole like, who was the other actress that like showed up and was like became the friend, and then everyone thought they were gonna get together.
Aubrey Plaza. Yeah, that was
Aubrey Plaza. Yeah, and
yeah.
like they had more chemistry than the other two did in the whole movie, and it just seemed like a bad relationship. But Happiest Season was awful. All right. I mean, it was better than Last Christmas for sure.
Yeah, no.
It was definitely better than Last Christmas. I can agree with that.
But not as good as Let It Snow. I think
Not
that's
as
the
good as Let It
that's the
Snow. There we
definitive
go.
Derek
That's gonna
Dillon.
be our
Matt
ranking.
ranking.
That's gonna be our ranking from Last Christmas to Let It Snow. Where does this fall?
Looking like the Brownie Man. I don't know who that is.
That's Shane. It's very
No,
obvious.
I know that's Shane. I don't know who the Brownie Man is.
Oh yeah, because you're in Canada. In the States,
We got Christmas
Wow.
crackers, but we got no Brownie Man. I
Yeah,
can't
we don't have
believe you
Brownie
guys
Man.
like. Yeah, even Michaela was. She was not listening. Apparently, she was focusing on the wrestling that was on the television. And I turned to her and I'm like, they don't know what Christmas crackers are. And she's like, what the hell? Like, who doesn't know what Christmas crackers are?
I have no idea.
I would also I would love for you guys to do some Christmas crackers right on like on air, whether it's on StreamYard or just in audio, because to hear the disappointment or this is a thing that people pay money for every December, that would just make my year. So
before this live stream became a thing, because obviously everything going on with Chris became priority, but Dylan and I were literally talking about doing picking a charity and doing a Christmas in July couple hour long live stream. And I mean, if we do that again next year instead, Christmas crackers are definitely happening on there. All right, well, Derek, we're going to drop you off.
Thanks for having
We'll be
me.
back on the stream in a couple minutes.
Yeah, sounds good.
We're going to start to wrap things up right now, but thank you everyone for joining us in just discussing things at Christmas time that people love that we just can't stand. I mean, I see Katie's down there. I'm going to bring Katie on real quick just in case she has something. So, Katie,
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
I have so much shit in the background. I did not prep. I was just like, I got to be here on time.
She has a Christmas tree up.
She does have a tree up. Is there something Christmassy that everybody loves that you cannot stand?
And it's funny because I used to love it a lot. But now I don't know what happened. I think I just got curmudgeonly. I can't stand the Peanuts Christmas special.
What the fuck?
I was talking about this earlier. Katie, real quick question.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Quick
this
question.
Has been the entire basis of our conversation.
I'm so sorry.
No. I love this.
legitimately have not been watching, so I love that this just got looped back
Katie,
in.
follow-up question. Do you have any opinions on Emmett Otter Jug Band Christmas?
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, never mind.
All right, cool.
Okay. Never mind. All right, thank you for joining us.
Okay, great. Well, I just want to say that I was very overly exposed to Christian culture, and Peanuts was a huge deal, and I love Charles Schultz, everything that he did, but I'm kind of over the movie.
Yeah. No, I think that's the right answer. Thank you. You proved my point perfectly.
Okay, all right. We need to add. No. This is Christmas 365, and we end on a happy note. We do have a new comment, so click on that. Let's make sure that's nobody giving us their thing.
I can't stand Christmas if that counts. All right. Yeah.
All right.
Derek looks like he's been all day into a John Mayer pillow. Dude, he's been posting about John Mayer all day.
Oh, that album has a very 80s centric cover. Does it sound like that? Wait.
Christmas special sucks because Linus gets all fucking religious. Yeah, that's what I think. I love the Peanuts otherwise.
I love that soundtrack. All right, hold on. Before we wrap things up completely, let's pull back together as a Christmas 365 team and say, fuck Jim Carrey's The Grinch.
Yes, agreed. That is one thing we both agree on. People love it. We both hate it. fuck the Jim Carrey Grinch movie. And now we will sign off. But first, we're going to show one more time the beautiful ad that Jonathan made at UCLA. And then Geekscape 600.
Geekscape 600. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah. Happy Geekscape episode 600.
Happy Geekscape episode 600. Merry Christmas.
Hey Geekscapists, in May we lost one of our own, Geekscapist Christopher Ellis, who was a part of our community from the very beginning. He even met his wife Sarah through our podcast. And although we couldn't save Chris, his final weeks battling in a hospital shed light on a huge national problem, the increased need for blood donations, which were hit very hard during the COVID pandemic. I'm here at UCLA's Blood and Platelet Center to introduce you to some new friends who can illustrate for you just how important it is to donate blood and also how easy it is. You want to be a hero? This is your chance. Hey Geekscapists, I'm here with my friend Wesley Wu. What's the organization you're with?
Yeah, I'm part of a Ruined Blood Initiative, and it's a small organization at UCLA.
I'm with future microbiologist Becca Nelson here. She's a sophomore at UCLA. What made you want to go into microbiology? Sounds tough.
You know, I'm just really interested with everything like little and, you know, DNA and the coding of how things work and just diving into how life is at the smallest level.
I'm chilling here with my guy Christian. He's a biochemistry student, future Spider-Man villain. You know that's how it turns out, right?
Potentially.
I'm here with Dr. Alyssa Zyman. You're the chief of transfusion medicine.
That's correct.
What does that mean for somebody who basically just knows science from Spider-Man movies?
Starts with blood collection from a donor, and then we manufacture it into a transfusible product, and then it gets ordered by a doctor to be transfused into a patient.
How did you get involved with Bruin's Blood Initiative?
My mom gave birth to me. There were some complications, and she lost a lot of blood.
Is your favorite Marvel movie Ant-Man? It is. Okay. About how long does it take to donate?
It takes like around 30 minutes. But don't forget, you have snacks, you have company to always make you feel comfortable.
Okay, Wesley, I gotta ask, how big was your head when you were a baby that you put your mom in danger? Like,
not that big, hopefully. I think it was an average sized human.
How do you work donating blood in like your busy student schedule?
Honestly, it's super fast. I'll come in, fill out the paperwork, and then you sit down, and then you have to spend 15 minutes here, but honestly, it's just me eating Cool Ranch Doritos.
Wait, you get snacks for donating blood?
We also get a lot of perks too, so depending on the months. You might get like movie tickets, or you might get gift cards to different places. So even though it's a perk, an incentive, it's truly the reason why we donate is because we're saving lives.
I got a $7 gift card here for the store. They got like In-N-Out gift cards for the Californians. For other people, you know, it's kind of specific. There's movie tickets, but to me, it's not those that are important. Really, I think a lot of people just don't know how easy it is.
So what would you say to somebody who's maybe scared of donating?
The process, the actual donation for whole blood takes less than 10 minutes.
Just think about the good, and like also, you can eat Cool Ranch Doritos while donating.
So coming out of the pandemic, what do things look like for blood donations?
So right now we're in a critical shortage. It's a shortage I haven't seen in the 2 decades that I've been practicing. Here at UCLA, our collections have gone down by about 30%.
And now, obviously, while things are opening up again, there's another decrease because people are going back to work, and there's an increase in need for blood.
Do I need to know my own blood type before I donate?
No, you don't need to know your own blood type. We'll tell you your blood type, but we take all types, right? Because patients have all types of blood, so we always need a mix of all blood types.
And anybody can donate?
Anybody can donate, assuming that the donation will be safe for them and their blood will be safe for patients.
No werewolves?
No werewolves.
Werewolves cannot
No
donate.
vampires?
No vampires.
None of that.
The Kool-Aid Man. Sugar peddler or OG blood donor? Are they drinking his blood, Wesley?
I don't know.
I might be concerned if it was blood. And also the fact that there's like a giant talking jar of blood.
That would be fabulous, right? If you have 5 liters, could you imagine how many liters of blood in the Kool-Aid Man?
Dr. Zyman, thank you. You've convinced me. I'm going to go donate blood right now.
That's great. Thank you. It's been a pleasure, and go save a life.
I'm putting my money where my mouth is and doing some donating of my own. Now it's your turn. If you're in Los Angeles, come by the UCLA Blood and Platelet Center and donate some blood. Otherwise, follow these URLs and find a place near you nationwide. Take a selfie of yourself donating with the hashtag GeekScapeGives, and we'll pick out some of you to feature across the network and send some prizes to. We couldn't save our friend Chris, but we can honor his memory with our donations. So go out there and donate, and you might even save some lives in the process.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, what's up, Geekscapists? Welcome to a brand new Geekscape episode. I'm Jonathan London, your host. And if I sound a little bit excited, well, maybe it's because it's your first Geekscape. If this is your first Geekscape, you chose quite the Geekscape to make your initial Geekscape. This is Geekscape episode 600. That's right. We've been at this for 15 years, been giving you all sorts of free podcasts for a very long time. That is, carry the one, that is at least it's over a third of my life. And what's funny is that I don't even think about Geekscape 600 as being the big benchmark of the 600th episode, because it's not. This is actually going to be the 747th offering on our RSS feed. There are almost 750 free episodes that you can listen to. But the numbering goes off whenever we have things like a Geekscape special with Ian and Kerner, which we're going to have this coming Monday. We're going to be talking about the 6 episodes of Loki that we got on Disney Plus. That's usually a fun Geekscape episode. I loved what he did with Black Widow. That was a fun one. You can find in the feed a few episodes ago. And usually I'm sitting down with a guest to talk movies, video games, comic books. I have a co-host named Katie. She'll be joining us here in a bit, along with a panel of Geekscapists going back from the very beginning up to more recently. So this is Geekscape, the community that we built. And for episode 600, we've been doing this. If you're listening to this on the podcast feed, this episode comes at the end of a 4-hour live stream, all in memory of our good friend Chris Ellis, who died in May. And when he was in the UCLA hospital, I asked his wife, Sarah, they met on our old forums. They met through this podcast. And I said, Sarah, what can we do to help Chris? And she said, honestly, we can't help Chris. Chris had a terminal illness at that point. What we could do was donate blood, because lots of people in Chris's situation just are wanting to buy time to say goodbye to loved ones. And if you're watching the stream, a little bit over an hour ago, I had a whole panel of doctors talking about the importance of donating blood. So if you want to celebrate Geekscape, if you want to do something like, oh, maybe I'll buy a shirt, don't buy a freaking Geekscape shirt. Don't even subscribe. Maybe share it with your friends. But the main thing I want you to do, if you're listening to my voice right now, is I want you to go and I want you to find a place to donate blood. If you're in Canada, there's resources there. Here in the United States, you can go to aabb.org and find a place by entering your zip code. You can always go to the Red Cross and see what they've got in your neighborhood, or a local blood bank or hospital. They can point you in the right direction. The point is, let's go out there. Let's make a difference, which is really something that we built Geekscape for in the first place. We can talk the season finale of Loki, and we will on Monday's special. We can talk all we want about video games and all that stuff. We do regularly. We've done it for 747 episodes of this show. We've done it through the entirety of our network now. We built a network, and we have, I don't know how many shows, 12? That's my go-to guess. But the main thing is we're in this together. We built a community. So let's look out for each other. Let's go and do some good. In this past year alone, we've raised money for the ACLU. We've raised money for the NAACP. We've raised money for Big Brothers Big Sisters. And now we're going out and telling you to donate blood. So let's keep this thing going. I said Geekscape forever when I started this thing, and I meant it. So I'll be around as long as y'all are around. This is our thing. This is our platform. I want you to be a part of it, whether you're a listener or a contributor. This is what Geekscape's for. Matt MacGyver is in the comments, and he has some pretty valuable information. He says, if you're in Canada, you can actually Google the Canadian Blood Services and set up an account. They make it super easy. Derek is already Googling it. He's our Canadian that does the co-host Geekscape Games. He'll be joining us here in a bit. And wow, this has been fun. So Geekscape, the 15 years has been fun. This live stream has been fun. If you're listening to us on the podcast, let's get to it. Let's have ourselves an episode where we talk geeky, we roll back the years a little bit, we celebrate each other in Geekscape, and we do some good in the process. I love you. This is Geekscape episode 600. I have a co-host. She's amazing. I added her because I thought we'd be doing live episodes. I thought we would. She's fearless. She's comedically amazing. She's an incredible human being. She's been doing like push-ups for charity every day this month. It's incredible. Her name is Katie. Let's bring her on the show right now. Katie, how are you doing, kid?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, Jonathan?
I'm doing good.
Very kind things.
Our buddy Garrett Briones just said, congrats on 600 plus episodes. Geekscape, the infectious joy, genuine passion, and inherent relatability of the whole team has cultivated a tight-knit community that has only grown. Here's to 15 more years. I want Garrett to be a part of Geekscape too. And he hasn't met Shane O'Hare yet. So when he says relatability, likability of the team members, let's just hold our horses on that one. Shane O'Hare will be here soon enough. And so let's not give us all the credit yet. Shane is the co-host of Geekscape Games, and Katie, you've been on Geekscape Games.
Yeah. Occasionally, I feel like I want to come on more. It's just work has been crazy, and I've had quite a lot of auditions lately, so that's been nice.
So, Katie, you knew this going before the pandemic that I wanted to start doing like once a month live shows. I wish that episode 600. I wish episode 600 could have been a show where you and I were in a theater doing something on stage, fun with
Would
a
have
bunch
been
of people.
cool, but that dang Delta variant is kind of coming in and maybe starting some more shit.
Yeah, as of the recording of this, tomorrow we'll be asked to be wearing masks and indoors. And I was actually worried when I shot this video at UCLA. You can find it on the YouTube channel, Geekscape TV. We shot a promotional ad to get y'all out there donating blood, and we were all wearing masks. I shot this about 3 weeks ago, and when we were editing it, I was like, you know what? People are starting to take their masks off. This is gonna be a very dated video, but you know what? Give it to the anti-vaxxers. They are keeping us in style, because me wearing a mask with the doctors in that video, we're good for a little while, because I guess we're still wearing masks, which for somebody who has the face that I do, that's okay. So Katie, let's just make a point. We got, in the next couple of months, let's find out what it looks like to maybe start offering a live Geekscape. You're somebody who I recruited, not just because I think I mean that when I say this, kid, like completely fearless as a comedian.
Yeah.
And
I love that I present that. I just needed to be known that, like, I love that that's the frontward facing thing. Like,
no, what's amazing with Geekscape is she every month you would, like, through, it didn't matter, sleet and snow, whatever you want to say, like, you would put up a monthly live show, and you would write it from scratch and perform a 1 hour show every month, no matter what. And I was in awe of that, and I was like, that's incredible. If I could incorporate that kind of thing into a hosted show like Geekscape with guests and maybe music and stuff like that, like we did episode 400, that would be the dream. And
absolutely,
I was actually, I think I was at Starbucks yesterday, the day before, and as I was walking out, there was some dude who just, like, these people who like linger in parking lots, the people. He like ripped his shirt off and was like, I don't give a fuck, I'm going into this CVS. and there was a sketch you did where you played the meth addict.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's
right.
about it all the time, because I think about it all the time, because it was so funny. you were just like you uglied yourself up, and then you're like meth.
Well, it was a 3-parter. I came up with a dumb idea. This was before weed delivery services was a thing, but I came up with this thing called Duber, where they would like deliver you weed. But like we had our good friend Jake Bennett in this amazing psychedelic van who just pull up and just like start talking. You're like, can you just give me my weed? Like I just want what you're supposed to be dealing with me. And then it was like, oh, okay, that didn't work. And then like the next sketch would be something different. And then the very last one was like it was like just meth. It was just like meth, the delivery
It was
service.
so funny. But I see this individual who I hope he finds the help that he needs. I just expected as I navigated around him towards my car that he was going to turn to me and go meth. And I thought of you, and let's just figure out how to have some fun. We're having fun. I just checked out my first episode of Christmas 365. It was live right before this.
Apparently, I was on it for a hot second.
Yeah,
I
think
made
we
a
all made
callback.
it.
I didn't know.
You know what? That show is so thin on content. They brought us all on at some point or another. Big Yanks out of New York says, I need to file a formal complaint against Matt Kelly's unprofessionalism. Talent shouldn't be made to wait this long. Hey, Big Yanks,
call me talent.
Big Yanks, if Big Yanks wants to come on the show, maybe we throw him the link and he can come on the show. But we'll get some people on the show real quick. All right, so
Matt Kelly, you're doing a great job, dude.
Matt Kelly's in the wings. I've changed my name for the live stream to Bob Saison.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, we've had a bunch of amazing Geekscape moments the last 15 years. I'm going to ask Shane and Derek and Matt to remember a couple of them. But if you're not subscribed to Geekscape Games or any of the other podcasts on our network, I told a story on Geekscape Games an episode ago that almost caused Derek to crash his car. And it was about a guy. We grew up with these 3 kids that were the equivalent ages of my brothers and I. And so our parents would just dump us together to entertain each other so that they wouldn't have to parent us. And the father of these kids, Bob Saison, was very strict with the video game hours, video game playing in the household. And to see this man rip a TV out of the wall and march it down the hallway and bounce it off the hood of a Dodge Dart or the hell that was in his garage while ripping a fart was one of the greatest moments of my life. You have to listen to Geekscape Games to get the full story. But let's have Derek on real quick out of Vancouver, Canada. He's the co-host of the Geekscape Games. Derek, can you tell me about this? Because I started listening to the new episode of Geekscape Games that you're on, and it's all Bob Saison that. Like, you guys can't even get to video games because you're talking about this stupid story from when I was a kid.
There's a lot of, I mean, it was so funny. I wasn't on the show because I was out camping at the end of this like crazy heat wave where like 800 people died in BC suddenly, which is way more than usual because of this heat wave and because air conditioning is not a general thing here because it doesn't generally get that hot. You know, like a hot day is like 30 degrees Celsius and it was up to like 44 where I am type thing, which is like well over 100 degrees. So there was no ice anywhere because, you know, and camping, you got a cooler, you need ice. They were essentially like routing all of the ice for the few days of the heat wave from grocery stores, convenience stores, everything like that. They were routing them to the hospitals because they had people coming in and they needed to cool them down, and the hospital's ice machines couldn't make ice fast enough and all this stuff. So I'm driving around the middle of nowhere on this island. It's not this island, Vancouver Island. It's a massive island, like a couple million people live there, I think. And I have to pull over at some point because there's tears streaming down my face and I'm legitimately going to crash my car if I don't, because you know, you're like doing the accent and you just like keep going and going and going. And it felt so close to home because I have suffered from a parent throwing a television down a hallway, and but just the fear that it sounded like you had inside of you when he burst in the room and he's like,
he moved like a
during
cat.
The school, yeah, like
he moved like a cat.
Yeah.
1 second he was just an eye sticking through the doorway, witnessing us playing video games when he told us not to, and like a whip, he cracked into that room, ripped both the TV and the video game system out of the wall, and was down the hallway, marching it to the garage where he chucked it off of the hood of a car. It shattered the thing. It was insane.
Yeah,
it was violence. It was
like
domestic
TVs were
violence.
not as small as they.
No,
they
this
can
thing had
be.
like
That had the
vacuum
big
tubes
bag.
and crap like that.
It would have been heavy, like. But just the stories that were being shared, like Carlos's story about playing like the porn game at the college arcade or whatever, and his mom finding out and like just sneaking up beside him and being like, "I hope you're enjoying the game." Like,
oh no,
You've been caught.
Unbelievable stories.
Finish your porn game, and then we're gonna have a talk in the parking lot. We have a lot of shows here on the network. If we're thinking about adding a couple more. Maybe there's an anime manga show coming up that we've been discussing with the creator of that show. We got all sorts of fun stuff. If you're thinking about creating something, if it's a short film, a podcast, whatever you want to do, have us promote your novelization. I don't care. I just want y'all just create. Don't hate, create. That's our motto, right? Just make some stuff. That's what Geekscape's here for. A platform for you to do you. Speaking of I had a segue and I lost it. But speaking of the network that we have built here, one of the people that keeps it running, he's the man who keeps it running, is Matt Kelly. Let's bring Matt on here. Matt, how are you, buddy? This is Matt of Easttown there. How are the daughter murders going on in your neighborhood?
Yeah, at an all-time low ever since Matt of Easttown rolled into town. So keeping things under wraps here.
Yeah, I just love that is like not. I was thinking today maybe I change the setup, make something a little nicer for the podcast if we're going to keep streaming like this. But Matt, you honestly should just get like a dummy and dress it like Michael Myers and have him halfway up those stairs, because that is what I'm expecting. Or crack that door open that's right there and just have it standing there. But like Matt, as a horror podcast host, like this is very not scary.
It does seem like something's gonna pop up.
You just have Bob Sizon's eye peeking through the doorway. Or something.
Just have something there, man.
With like a huge TV lifted above his head.
I can't help it. This is the best spot to build the little studio that I had. I was bouncing back and forth. Christmas 365 was on one half of this room. Now I'm back on this half.
I thought that went swimmingly. I like the Christmas 365. That was fun.
Yeah, Dylan's good people.
Dylan's hilarious. And if you Geekscapists haven't subscribed to our Geekscape show Christmas 365, I just remember thinking when Matt was like, so we're going to start having the show called Christmas 365. I was like, the hell we are, because that sounds horrid. You know what? People love that Christmas. Man, never underestimate Christianity and white supremacy and their support of Christmas. People love that. I bet you we couldn't pull off a Kwanzaa 365 or a Hanukkah 365. But they're like, yeah, they ain't canceling Christmas 365. You know this whole rumor that the far right is like, they get a cancel Christmas. They better not cancel no Christmas 365 over my dead body. I need people to talk about my Yukon Cornelius in July, or else they're gonna die. Like, what the? Why do we have a 1-year Christmas show? That's insane.
Do you think that at any point that like you might get some kind of sponsorship from Hobby Lobby or something, and they'll just like fill in the background with just like trees and stuff?
The good news is, okay. Remember when Shane wrote that article? We used to do April Fool's jokes. And Shane wrote an article, and y'all cleared this up in the Geekscape game. So he wrote an article that we had sold to Nerdist, because at that point, Brian Walton had written for us and moved to Nerdist. Whitney and Bibiani are one of those two. Eric Diaz. We had like multiple writers who had cut their teeth with Geekscape who had moved on to Nerdist. We had so many writers over at Nerdist that Shane wrote an article for April Fool's that said Nerdist bought Geekscape. I had a meeting at Nerdist to see some friends the next week. I walk in, and I think Rebecca Lindo, who'd started over there, was like she greeted me with "Welcome to the family," and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "We bought Geekscape," and I was like, first off, I hope you didn't, because I don't remember getting a check for it. And second, like, you didn't, because I would know this. But Nerdist fell for the April Fools that Nerdist had bought Geekscape, and that
they assumed, they're like, yeah, we probably did that.
The best part about that April Fool's Day joke, and this was the one piece that I recommended when the idea was pitched, was that repeatedly it should stress that nothing was going to change at Geekscape except the immediate firing of Matt Kelly. So that was mentioned like 6 different times in the article. I think it was like, you'll get all the same Geekscape content, just way less Matt Kelly.
It would have been a strategic move. We weren't smart enough to let the ink dry before we said, you know what, the deal is off. The deal is
John,
off.
real
Matt
quick,
Kelly's more important to us.
We have a surprise guest here.
Oh, Big Yanks. Big Yanks, can you do me a favor if you're going to be calling in on your phone and just turn it enough for it to be horizontal? There you go.
This ain't
Let it click in.
TikTok.
There we go, baby. This ain't TikTok. Yeah, well, we don't do that. If we're going to be adding Big Yanks, we might as I was already talking about white supremacy. Why don't we bring in Shane O'Hare as well?
Let's not forget we got one more.
Yeah, we got one more. Listen, there's somebody who's smart enough to not be involved with Geekscape, but she's on it a lot, and she's amazing. And I like having her on our shows because it gives us some credibility and some professionality. That's Ashley Robinson. Y'all
Newly
know her
appointed American.
She's well. Why did you go and do that?
So I can vote the white supremacist out.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you were saying so you could join the white supremacists. But I'm really glad that this is.
Oh, I'm like the barest amount of. I mean, look, I got brown hair and brown eyes. They wouldn't accept me if I wanted to be.
I was actually thinking about Ashley as Derek was telling his story about his mom bouncing the TV down the hallway. Like
y'all have really aggressive parents. Like my parents would have never.
But
a strong
Ashley-
talking to at best.
Ashley, your mom was like Olympic level athleticism.
Both of my parents and my brother either qualified or pre-qualified for the Olympics, and I just want to play like a hobbit in the Amazon Lord of the Rings show someday.
That's totally fine. I'm just glad you didn't like piss them off by playing video games on a school night as a kid, because that TV would have got chucked into a neighbor's house with their strength. Like they would have shot putted that thing across the
I
street.
think the only appliance I saw my mom throw was a microwave because it was aflame with popcorn. She threw it into the snow, which is the most Canadian thing you can do with something on fire.
That almost sounds like a Canadian holiday. To be like,
I mean, it was probably September, but it was snowing.
That's amazing. I do love that. Like we all have some kind of like TV on fire type of like story with our.
If this is Hollywood Squares, though, can I please claim Paul Lind, please?
Oh my gosh!
Please. I just
what
want
do
to talk like Templeton. It's not even a good impression. I just think he's fabulous.
We just got
podcast listeners, sorry you don't get the visual support, but we are looking like Hollywood Squares right now, to the point where Bolt T says, when's Hollywood Squares the Geekscape edition? And I'm sorry if you're listening to this, you don't get all the visual flair. We did call Shane a white supremacist. He's not a white supremacist, but he did go that extra step towards white supremacy and getting like a Colonel Custer like a haircut going on his beard. He's ready to commit all sorts of genocide across the Great Plains. He's like point me at him. Here we go.
Custer's Revenge 2 for the Sega Dreamcast. We're gonna come out with it. It's gonna be great.
Boy.
Shane, I thought I made fun of you enough the last time you came on the show with that haircut that you had changed it, but you're holding strong with the waxed mustache and goatee.
Hey, you don't change perfection, baby. it all goes back to the baby. Remember, Party City, be there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I do remember the clip. Okay, so I want to ask that because we talked about the Nerdist thing, and I had totally forgotten about the Nerdist April Fool's joke, and there are a lot of moments that I forgot about. And I was sitting in the theater watching Fast 9, which is an experience, and I remember the Tyrese story. There's so many Geekscape stories. The time that I hunted Tyrese at Comic-Con trying to make fun of his Mayhem comic from Image.
God.
And then we found Tyrese. I didn't find Tyrese. Gilmore found Tyrese, and the guy was raving like a lunatic by the shuttle buses outside of Comic-Con. And he kept saying, "That's right, baby. It starts from the baby. It starts from the baby." We don't know what that means, but that was I think that year that was our favorite Geekscape moment was Tyrese.
Oh, we watched that video in the hotel room at least 100 times after Gilmore. Like we were like, Gilmore, we can end everything. You have found the greatest piece of footage that will ever be captured in the years of Geekscape.
So right now, Matt Kelly's kind of putting together the Geekscape TV YouTube, just making sure that like the best videos are up there. Matt, we got to get eyes on that video. I have it. I know I have it on a hard drive, but that's got to go front and center on the Geekscape TV
the only
channel.
video that you should post to that channel.
The only one.
The sad thing is he made this comic book, and Tone Rodriguez is like super talented. He was involved in Stray Dogs, the comic from Image that I recommended a few weeks ago on the show. That's like it's like a horror movie, but done in like a Disney style with these from the dog's perspectives that they're being terrorized in a house.
It's literally Silence of the Lambs from the perspective of Buffalo Bill's dogs.
Yeah,
like,
it's awesome.
Fucking awesome.
It's a great comic. And so Tone, I think, did the layouts and stuff. He did the cover for the Super Action Man comic. He's been a friend for a long time. And he got hired to draw Tyrese's comic book Mayhem. He drew it. I mean, he admitted to us that he drew it as fast as he could. It is not a good comic.
No.
And I
Starts
have
from the
all
baby, baby.
I have all 4 issues of this lunacy. And then a Geekscapist went out. Okay, so he was at Comic-Con promoting this thing in like 2011 or 12, 13, I want to say. And when we found him by the buses, he had gotten one of his big ass friends to dress in the Mayhem comic that they were premiering at Party City in Temecula.
Chula Vista.
Chula Vista.
Party City in Chula Vista.
The whole time he's on camera talking to us, and he's rambling like a madman. There's just this guy dressed as Mayhem behind him like this.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, I think the other part that makes that video so amazing is that you release the unedited version of it. So you hear Gilmore say, "Hey, Tyrese, we're from Geekscape. Can you just do a real quick, hey, this is Tyrese and you're watching Geekscape?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can do that." And then he takes the camera and goes on like a 2-minute like promotional monologue about his comic book and his costume.
It's just like,
and then he never brings up Geekscape. He's like,
and it's just like a cutting immediately to the Billy Madison. At no point did you make any sense. We are now dumber for that.
But there's one other thing that's great in that video, John, is it starts from the baby, is he randomly just sees a guy holding a baby and he walks up to the guy and he's like, "Look at this beautiful baby. See, it's like Mayhem, baby. It starts from the baby." And as he walks away, the dad goes, "Thank you, Tyrese."
like he's Christ walking on water. And the most sane person in the video is the baby who's staring at Tyrese like, "Get him away from me. This is not a natural human."
Wasn't he trying to sell his comic for like $200 an issue at some booth?
He was he was at the Image booth trying to sell this comic for $10 signed. He was sending his boys around to go up to people and say, with the comic, and say, "Hey, you like Transformers? Tyrese is in Transformers. Buy this comic." And he'd go up to like elderly people, like, "Hey, your kid like Transformers? Tyrese is in Transformers. Buy this comic." And so I wanted to find him, and I was ready to get punched in the face by Tyrese. It would have been the greatest footage on the internet, and I wouldn't have pressed charges, nothing. It would have been a gift to be punched by Tyrese. I was going to find him and say, "Hey, we're here with Tyrese promoting his comic book Mayhem. This is great, Tyrese. Love the book. How much are you selling it for here at Comic-Con?" And I just wanted Tyrese to say, "Oh, this right here, it's signed. We're selling it for $10. To which I would have immediately said, "Oh, awesome. You figured out what Hollywood can't, how to charge people $10 for Tyrese." And then I would have just sat there and waited for the punch to come into my face.
Oh my
and
God.
you would have seen me smile as I exited frame left. It would have been glorious.
The only thing that would have been better would have been if you were dressed as Super Action Man.
I was on the hunt, and Sam was on the hunt. About a month later, a Geekscapist mailed me that costume for Mayhem from Party City, and I have it in storage. And you know what? Mayhem may show up on a future episode of Geekscape. You never know.
Perfect.
So Bolt T's in the comments and wants to know, Big Yanks, what is your favorite Geekscape moment?
Anytime I'm on.
Hell yeah. I think Big Yanks, I think you were on like episode 7 or something in New York or whatever it was. You were on a very early episode that we shot in New York.
Oh yeah, we went on that picnic in that park.
We had a Geekscape picnic in New York within like 3 or 4 months of Geekscape. I was actually in New York to graduate from grad school. That's how long we've been doing this racket. But if you were thinking about it, Yanks, what would you say is your favorite Geekscape moment? When we had to put Shane on ice for 2 years because he needed
Actually,
to go
I like when whenever you guys are at Comic-Con. The one year you guys were at New York Comic-Con with Matt, when I first met Matt.
Oh, and we met that Geekscapist who'd been listening to us from the beginning, and we didn't get his name. He looked like what's his name from what do you look like? Charlie Day.
Yes, Charlie Day, and he just fucking disappeared.
He was like, "I love Geekscape so much. Geekscape's the greatest," and we never saw him again.
I mentioned the forums. He's like, "No, I just lurk in there." I was like, who the fuck is this guy?
So Yanks, that day that we met each other, I'm not sure if you remember this, but
I
it was
remember.
me and my roommate Schropp drove up for the day, and Helen Bot flew in from England, and you took her out drinking, and you're like, yeah, show up at 9, I'll meet up with you guys. And we're like 10 minutes from getting there, and you're not answering text messages. You're not answering phone calls. And it's like 1 p.m. You're like, I'm sorry, man. I got so drunk. I kept falling asleep on the subway and missing my exit and then having to take the next train back. And then I fall asleep again and miss my exit.
Yo, we got so fucking hammered. Like, I could not keep up with those British people. It was Helen and her friends, Sinclair Tyler from Canada.
Sinclair Tyler, I love that guy.
I was trying my damnedest keeping up with them. I just remember bottles, not bottles. We just kept ordering fish tanks, like fish bowls. We was ordering
It's like
fish
a larger
bowls.
fish bowl.
Yeah, we were just ordering fish bowls like crazy. And like, Sinclair Tyler woke up in Central Park, and what woke him up was, I think it was security, because the Pope was in New York. And he got woken up by that. Helen made it back to her hostel, and I just kept missing my train stop. Like, I kept trying to stay awake, and I kept missing it. Like, I was going up and down on the one train, just waking up on all the way uptown, and then a cop woke me up and said, dude, you gotta move, you gotta get out of here. I was like, oh shit,
You can't sleep here, man. You thought you were homeless.
I walked, and at that time I was
smell?
sleeping. I smell delicious. at the time.
Listen, Katie, you're new to Geekscape, but if you ask that question of any Geekscapist, it's like picking
I
door
know
number
this end
3,
of
all right?
Comic-Con. I'm
It's
very
like
familiar.
picking door number 3. Ashley, do you and Jason have those experiences where you'll meet somebody at a con or at a signing for one of your books, and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm a big fan." Yeah, never hear from them again. They're lurkers.
We more get. I used to get a lot of. I love insert thing here, and I'd go, "What's my name?" and then nothing. Or Jason used to get DC guy, and then nothing. Or I'll sign whatever you want, and I will write whatever you want in it. I don't care. And there was a gentleman at New York Comic Con whose name was Nick, and it was spelled NYQ, and I said it's not, but I will write that if that's what you would like.
Yeah. Whoa, that's crazy.
So one of the advantages of producing like 7 podcasts is when you get spam mail now. This has been happening for me a lot, where I'll get like, "Hey, we're a big fan of the show and we'd love to like work with you on a promotion." I always just write back.
Yes.
So I produce a couple shows. So which one are you referring to? And then crickets.
Yeah. I got one today from a new app that was like, "We like you." That's where it starts out. It was like, "We like you. We want you to be our specialist on this new app where you get paid to give your expertise on topics." And it's like a Clubhouse type thing where they pay you while you talk. And I'm like, no, you're insane. That is the first red flag, is that you've heard of me. Second red flag is that having heard of me, you would then pay me to speak. You're out of your mind. I actually have a Helen story, that Big Yanks, that you reminded me of, because in 2009, the very first week that I missed posting a Geekscape podcast took 4 years, and it was in May of 2009. I was hired to go to London to direct a music video, and I was supposed to be there for a week, and it was a lot of circumstances involving losing a location, changing the song. Like, I remember flying over the Atlantic, and they landed, and they were like, "Hey, we can't wait to work with you. You know, we changed the track, right?" And I was like, "You did what?" And they're like, "Yeah, we changed the track. We can use the same idea for the video, right?" I was like, "Absolutely not. I'm going to the hotel right now, and I'm going to change the entire concept of the video. We have to be in the office at 7 a.m. tomorrow to redo everything." And so I ended up staying in London, which isn't the worst thing ever, but like a half extra week. And that gave me a free weekend. And I went to hang out with Helen. And I met her in like Piccadilly Circus, someplace pretty pedestrian that I could then take a subway back to my hotel and be fine. And we got on the, please, Yanks, your baby will be on Geekscape soon enough. Congrats, Big Yanks, on having a baby. That is baby Phoenix. And he is so precious. And so I remember getting on a train with Helen and being like, "Oh, we're not going that far." We start to leave London behind, and I'm like, "Oh, I don't know if I can actually leave the city because I have to get back so early in the morning." We end up in some house party on the outskirts of London. The trains have stopped. I am stuck there. It is a hostage. I'm like, "There's no way unless I walk back to London that I'm going back to London tonight." So I'm like, "Okay, let's just chill with these British people." Helen then turns to me and goes, "Do you want to do some H?" And I'm like, "What?" They all start taking H, which is like what, the horse tranquilizer?
What?
They all
No,
start.
no, no.
What's
Yeah,
H, Shane?
H. H is probably heroin. K.
No.
That's what I
It was K. It was K. It was
K.
K. It was K. It was the K.
Oh, okay.
Ketamine?
It was ketamine. It was ketamine,
Yeah.
which is the horse tranquilizer.
I'm a professional DJ, so I know all about all this.
Shane, K is the horse tranquilizer, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Ketamine.
so they start taking K, and it starts turning in like fucking Blade or something, like like they all start going, like going to sleep. It's like they're going to like hibernation mode, like when the sun starts coming in, and vampires like they find their crypt, and they're doing this at like 1 a.m. and I'm like, this sucks. So I'm the straight edge kid alone in a house with a bunch of like high or sleeping Brits. And so I think at 5 a.m. I had mapped where the nearest train station was and was like, better start the hike because I'm not staying in this coven of freaking high people. And that was my Helen story. I don't think I saw Helen again, but we love you, Helen.
I actually hung out with her one more time, probably like 3 or 4 years ago. Our plans fell so to shit. We ended up just walking around Queens and a Costco and just eating all the free samples at a Costco.
That might be the most Geekscape thing I've ever heard.
But we had so much fun. It was like we were just catching up and shooting the shit. But I was like, yeah, let's just go to Costco. Let's just eat lunch there.
Yanks,
They got those $1.50 hot dogs.
Yanks, am I making this up, or did you come down to the first ever horror movie night live podcast?
Oh yeah, I did.
In New Jersey, you did.
I did. And
why did you do that? I'm kidding.
I was bored. I wanted to support Matt, and he was close. He was close enough. I was staying in Jersey at the time.
Okay.
It was about an hour drive, but
that's not bad.
I had fun.
Yeah,
that's when
that was in a cool bar. That was that bar that used to be a fire truck place.
Yeah,
so like
yeah.
it still had like the doors that opened up outside and everything.
That's when Scott's wife confused me for another race, and she was so embarrassed.
What'd you say? Because Scott, who
bless her heart,
Scott, who co-hosts Horror Movie Night with Matt, is one of the most PC people ever. The dude is like vegan, hardcore left, and he asked for pronouns. So what did his wife do? Because I'm guessing she's.
Well, my beard was about 5 inches longer. My hair was a little tighter. So she goes, it was right around the whole like the banning and like you couldn't like. She thought I was Muslim or Egyptian. She's like, I'm so sorry for everything that's going on, and I'm like, what? She goes, with the whole travel ban and stuff. I think it was the travel ban and stuff. I was like, I'm Dominican. She's like, oh my God, I thought you were. I have friends that are Egyptian that look like you. And I was like, it's okay. It's all right.
Her heart was in the right place.
Her heart, I bless her heart, man.
She starts covering her first half. She's like, I meant the baseball ban. Baseball ban. That's what y'all love, right? The baseball.
Yeah.
Yanks, is it true that Dominicans bring spaghetti to the beach?
Oh, that is 100% true.
What? Hell yeah.
Yes, we have spaghetti in containers or Ziploc bags.
What?
Why? Can you bring some of that chicken Alfredo from Anthony?
I don't know. That's what they like to do. It's not a Dominican thing. It's more of a an overall Hispanic thing.
No, as a half Mexican here, I have no idea what the hell you were talking.
Dude, you grew up in the desert. I'm talking about East Coast
I grew up in the hill country, but yes, the borough Hispanic, as seen in the Heights, is a totally different kind of Hispanic than the.
Don't even get me started on in the Heights. I grew up hanging out in that area, and some of those scenes are like, I can nitpick. Like that is not even Manhattan. That is not even Uptown. That is the Bronx. And
No,
like
that's
you can't even
backlot
see
at
the
Warner Brothers.
Well, yeah. I'm like, you can't even see the fucking bridge from that street. Like, all right, whatever. You know.
Wait, you saying that you can't dance on the side of a building?
No, that you can with enough H. With Helen, you can totally dance on the side of a building with her. I was there. I've done it. She could make it happen.
Ashley, welcome to Geekscape episode 600.
My only contribution is to say I saw the original cast of In the Heights. It
Nice.
was
I did
great on
too.
Broadway in 2007.
Oh my gosh. That's
You know what, Shane? I think that's a very specific beach, which is Orchard Beach in the Bronx. That is like, they all do that.
If you can't come in here without sandals, shirt, spaghetti.
And,
What is
and
that?
the knowledge of playing handball. That's the only way you get through to that beach.
Did you ever used to go to La Morena when it was still open?
La Morena.
Yeah.
Did you? Whoa,
night-
whoa.
no,
You know
yeah.
what
We'll
that
talk-
means, man? I don't know if you should be saying that. You know what that translates?
No, it's a club. It's a club.
La Morena. No, where was that at?
It was in Queens. No, it was in the
Oh, you're
Bronx.
talking-
It was in the Bronx. It was a nightclub. It's classic nightclub where they had sand inside of it. So you'd come in, you take off your shoes, and it was just like, all right,
That sounds like
I
that
derailed
sounds
the
like
show.
Hep C waiting to happen. I don't know. I'm not taking my shoes off in no club, man.
Yeah, Shane's been dropped
He
from
fully
the show.
left.
Yeah, Shane's like, sorry, I just shaned myself out of this.
He wants the
Shane
bottom
for the clock.
square.
Ashley, what's the weirdest thing you brought to the beach?
The weirdest thing I brought to the beach?
Yeah.
A nice Canadian sense of covering my body to a nude beach in France, probably.
For real?
Ooh.
Every beach in Europe is a nude beach. So, like, I saw a naked French guy kill a jellyfish instead of just letting it, pass by.
What the hell is that? What?
So we were in Nice, which is like on the Riviera, so it's the Mediterranean Sea, and there was this little pink jellyfish who was floating like kind of near the sand, or near the edge of the beach, and instead of just waiting, it'll go back. It's the ocean. It goes back again. This naked older French dude had a flat rock, and he got it out of the ocean, and then he bludgeoned it to death.
Why?
Oh wow!
He's like, merde.
Was he named Bob Cezanne?
No, Bob Cezanne was
Well,
very Irish.
Cezanne is a French word, so
But
perhaps
Bob Cezanne was
Exactly.
very Irish. This man was very Irish.
Still,
You gotta listen to that
sounds
Geekscape
familiar.
Games, Katie. This guy's a psycho. I don't know if Bob Cezanne's still with us. I
Do
don't
you
know.
think he's a Geekscape listener?
No, the follow up is that Mark, who was my equivalent age when my brother went to college this year, this would have been 04, 05, one of these years, 03 maybe. No, Paul was in WWE by then. This would have been 03 or 04. My brother was at Texas State in San Marcos, south of Austin, and he was in the cafeteria and saw Mark Cezanne, who was my equivalent age, like in the cafeteria, and like nobody was talking to him. So Paul goes over and goes, "Hey, man," and Mark goes, "Hey." And Paul just goes, okay. Just like cut up. It's like, okay, that was that. All right. That's the last we've heard of any of the Cezannes. So if you're listening to this and you're part of the Cezannes from Austin, just reach out. 'cause
Open invitation.
we need to know that your dad's okay and that he can come on the show anytime. to
Tell
explain
his
it.
side of the story,
I got a question for Ashley. I'm going to throw a question over there because obviously we're celebrating 600 episodes of Geekscape, and the one thing that has been a consistent mainstay at the Geekscape booth for as many years as I've been coming to help run the booth is Geek History Lesson is always there doing a signing. Do you have any Geekscape memories of San Diego Comic-Con doing any of those signings? I know that Jonathan tends to run away around that time, but Super Action Man always seems to show up in his spot. But I'm not sure if there's any other memories beyond that.
I think the first time we did a signing there, because we were promoting Red Shirt Diaries at the time, which does have mild nudity in it if people are interested in that kind of thing, which was the Star Trek parody web series that we did in I guess it aired in 2014 and 2015. It's also up on YouTube. I think that was the first time I ever met Jonathan. Or
Sam, yeah.
So, and I know Jason prepped me by saying that you might be in a character.
I haven't played a character in my life.
But I had just applied for. I'd either just applied for my citizenship or just applied for my green card, and Super Action Man, I think, told everyone who came to the signing about that fact and about how lucky America would be if I stayed. And that is a very fond memory of mine.
I think you are a citizen because he made a phone call on your behalf. Even
He must have, because the interview process was strident.
Oh man.
He was like, let her in, and take Derek back. Do not let Derek
Close that border. Don't let him down.
Close that border. Make that kid do his podcast in his underwear. Send him a heat wave.
Hysterically, the border, I believe, is closed to Americans right now, but
Yeah,
it's
it is.
open for Canadians. So
yeah, that makes sense. That
Derek,
makes
is
a lot of
is it
sense.
true that you recorded one of the episodes of Derek doesn't just co-host Geekscape Games, he also does Xbox Game Passengers. So those of y'all who are like loving the Game Pass news that came out of E3, Derek will tell you what to play. Derek, is it true that the heat wave got so bad that you recorded that in your underwear?
I mean, the show must go on, right? Like,
are you in
this-
your underwear right now is the real question.
I'm fully clothed right now.
Prove
it's
it.
a cool.
Don't ask the same question to Shane.
Shane, are you in your underwear right now?
I might be in my girlfriend's booty shorts because it is very hot here.
Me and my son are only in diapers, so.
Shane, we haven't met your girlfriend, but we're gonna maybe meet her at LA Comic Con when y'all come in December.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. She's you've met. Have you? Yeah, you've met a couple of my girlfriends, but this is hopefully going to be the last one. Wait, that came out sinister.
Whoa.
that came out.
Whoa.
She's the last. I fucking
The last.
swear.
I was taking it optimistically. I thought you were going to be like, "There's a guy named Bruce,"
Oh, that would have been
and I
so
would have been
cute,
like,
though.
"Oh, I want to meet Bruce."
No, his name is Gilmore.
I love that. I love that.
Oh, a Geekscape wedding? That would be so beautiful, though.
We've had him. We have had him. And
We tried to get John to live stream his wedding, and he was vehemently against it.
well, let's talk to the next one about doing that one. So let's talk to the next one. I was maybe that's why the marriage failed, because it wasn't like
broadcast.
It wasn't broadcast on Geekscape.
I
and
might
that's-
show up to the next one.
Was it Matt Kelly produced?
Matt Kelly didn't DJ. Yeah. So Derek, Matt. I'm sorry. I'm cycling. Y'all are talking in the. Sorry, Geekscapists. So I'll pull the curtain back. We were talking in the chat, and I'm reading names that are not the people I'm trying to address. But Shane, you tried to create a Geekscape wedding by setting me up on a date with your sister without telling me.
Yeah.
Wait,
See,
how'd that come about? Because I met your sister once when I drove you back from Comic-Con, and your sister wanted to meet us to pick you up, but she had a boyfriend at the time. I had a wife at the time, and like, well, we were talking about this earlier today. What was the status on that thing? Because we can tell the story.
Where'd we land on that?
I have no idea, but she was super into you, and she was yeah, and I was like,
I mean, who
Jonathan.
isn't?
Jonathan's gonna be my new brother. It's gonna be great. And like,
This is creepy.
When I was married, Shane.
I mean, Jonathan, polyamory is very trendy right now.
It was
the thing.
No. I think the wedding was like fuzzy at that point.
The marriage.
The marriage.
So I've been separated or was divorced.
Yeah.
And I remember like your sister.
You saved your life. You saved your life.
I did. Well, let's tell the story properly. So
okay.
So I either get I think I get a message from your sister, and she is concerned about Shane, who Geekscape, if you remember, Shane in substances. Well, we had to put him on ice. We had to cancel Shane's appearances at Comic Con.
I thought the ice was the problem.
Well played, Derek. Well played.
So yeah, Shane loved Comic Con for the overabundance of drugs, the same way that Derek loved it for the overabundance of free food. So like
sponsored by
Derek,
Amazon Prime.
You and I are gonna hang.
Oh,
Because I'm all about
and for the record, I've never done meth. Okay, it's just a lot of booze and a lot of ecstasy.
So Shane had him. So I remember talking to Matt, talking to Derek, and saying like, okay, we can't let Shane come back to Comic Con because there's just too many free drinks, too many open bars, things like that. And Shane, to your credit, like, dude, the last 2 years you have been like such an inspiration, and you've turned things around so well. It's amazing, and I'm so proud of you, dude. And I think we're all proud of you.
Thank you.
but there came a time when your sister reached out to me via Facebook or something and said, "Hey, let's talk about my brother. I don't think he can stay in Alaska. Let's find a way for him to move to California and get him out of the like atmosphere that he's in. I don't think there's very good influences." And I was like, "All right, cool. Meet up." And she goes, "Do you want to go hiking?" And I said, "Great, let's go hiking. I love hiking." So we go hiking somewhere in Santa Monica in the canyons, and
I thought that was our spot.
Derek, we can make spots anywhere you want, buddy. I love you. And we're walking along, and I go, "Whoa!" And I pulled her out of the way because there's a snake there. Is that the way she remembered it?
Yeah. There was a rattlesnake or something, and you're like,
I just saw a snake, but it ended up being a king snake, which the Park Service actually. Yeah, they release the king snakes into the park to eat rattlesnakes. They'll go into rattlesnake dens and they'll eat them. So king snakes are bigger than rattlesnakes, and they're like, you see them and you'll freak a little bit because they're huge, but they're pretty harmless. They're cool, and we're down with the king snakes. If you're not a rattlesnake, you're cool. And so I think she thought that was cool that she
dude, yes.
What?
She
I don't
did.
know her end of things.
She
still talks about it.
Yeah, well,
She's
I mean,
listening right now.
all I
Matt,
know is
bring her in.
All I know is all I know is that Shane.
It's just a ring.
we talked about you the entire time, and then we went to lunch and talked about you, and then I dropped her off. I was like, okay, that was nice. Let's figure out how to follow up on this, and maybe talk Shane into moving to LA. And like,
yeah, I've never heard your side of it. I've never heard your side of it.
Listen, your sister is stunning and amazing, and I thought she was really cool. I didn't have to grow up with her, but I mean, so maybe you feel differently. But I thought your sister was amazing, but I don't know. I would just come out of a marriage and was like in a pretty weird place dating wise. I was pretty nasty, you know. So it was a rough couple of years there for Jonathan.
Yeah, I think for a few of us, it was a pretty rough path.
So what was your side of this? You shut the fuck up, Matt. We know you weren't dating shit. So he's like, if I could interject, I had just gotten my Jim Henson 6 season DVD set, and
you will not besmirch the Muppets on my fucking watch.
I spent over $100
I don't want to
frog Adidas sneakers.
I don't want a mutiny on my hands. This is Geekscape 600. Damn it! I was in control. Shane,
was this around the exact same time that? I don't know where I was flying to, but I got off of an airplane and found a massive email chain of you and Shane
fighting,
sharing words that ended with Geekscape Games is canceled.
No,
that was a few years later.
I remember that distinctly and being like, "What the fuck happened while I was in the air?"
Sadly, like Shane, and I don't know how much you want to put your shit on blast, but like you got to a place where I thought the self-destructiveness had gotten to a point where it just wasn't good, and I don't think you were aware of it. And it was It was very noticeable on the show. Like the podcast was actually fairly toxic, and I was I don't want this representing the Don't Hate Create brand.
It was all hate. It was all I'm super open about it. I was a raging alcoholic, like a bottle of vodka a night kind of alcoholic. Yeah, it was great. It wasn't.
But you would text me like, I'm on a runway and I was like, what the fuck? I'm gonna drive my truck off a cliff, and I was like, well, no. From Big Yanks, I understand, but from Shane, you have okay.
Man.
Yeah, it was a rough couple of years, and I was a piece of shit. I got better. Shit can turn into.
Damn it, Shane! I was trying to work it. I was trying to find out what your sister's side of the conversation was.
Okay. Anyway, so
this is episode 600. Let me get my ego boost.
Yeah, absolutely. No, she.
Start when she first laid eyes on me, please continue.
Okay,
tell me how your sister loved me.
So that's not that far off. So she. So Jonathan, when you ask a attractive, very emotionally damaged
that shirt
woman,
is fucking awful for a live stream side note.
I'm sorry.
That was like nothing but it looked like ants
I was
falling over
about
his
to go
body.
into a seizure mode right now.
Shane's wearing a striped shirt, podcast listeners, and when you go zoom on it, when you zoom in on it, it looks like he's being eaten by ants. I was like, oh great, now he looks like
He's Spiders Man. He's the Spider-Man. That's a bunch of sentient spiders.
So tell me, Shane. Tell me how she loved me.
No, you asked her to go hiking, and she's like, "Hey, your friend Jonathan like asked me out on a date to go hiking." And I was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Hell yeah, Jonathan's gonna be my new brother. Do it!" And then you guys were both sending me pictures and like selfies together on top of the mountain, and like a picture of a snake. And I was hungover, like, what the fuck?
She's hot. Shane's sister's hot, Geekscapists. Imagine Shane with a wig and without the Colonel Sanders beard, and super hot.
Yeah.
Matt
That's troubling that Matt's
all right.
Matt was like, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Yeah. And she thought it was a date, and she was texting me like crazy, like, oh my god, this Jonathan guy is like super cool. I want to go on another date with him. I'm like, well, just text him. Like, yeah, he's going through a divorce or whatever, but like, easy pickings, go to it. And
easy pickings.
Actually, I was definitely bruised fruit. Easy pickings for sure.
Yeah. And she was like, he's into fitness, and he's funny, and he's into like all this nerd stuff. Like she does professional makeup in Hollywood. So she's like, oh, we know some of the same people, and it's great. And then you didn't text her back, and it broke her heart.
I don't remember her texting me beyond to say, hey, that's great, let's figure out how to get Shane here. And I'm like, all right, I'll figure it out. She didn't say it'd be awesome to see you again. She didn't say it'd be great, like, can we go out for lunch again? She didn't say was that a date? I thought that was literally just like, hey, let's talk, let's find a solution for this person that we both love, you, and let's find out some options on maybe giving you some solutions.
It just goes to show you where her priorities lie, that you, a pretty fit guy from LA, was more important than her brother. So, I mean, that's credit where credit is.
But she texted you.
Yeah.
Bolte says, just apologize, Jonathan. I am sorry that I misread things and that I did not know that it was a date. We could have had pizza again. I don't know.
Yeah, she was into you. Yeah,
I was a mess, Shane. I was a mess.
Yeah.
As anyone would be if your good friend Shane is drunk in Alaska and you have just survived a divorce.
It was not.
No
a good
one's
time.
really thinking clearly at that point.
Ask Heidi how much fun I was to date during that period. It was not fun.
Yeah. No, there's So again, I apologize for my behavior, but it's much better now. 2 years sober, over 2 years sober. So
congratulations, that's a huge deal.
Now let me read you the text thread I had with Matt about the situation with your sister. I said, Matt, she is very hot, but there is a hint of Shane. and I can't help but think, I'm paraphrasing here, but I can't help but think that in the midst of an intimate moment, I would get the glimmer of Shane, and I would immediately launch myself out a window. Like, let's be very clear, Shane. I
did
love
not
you, Shane.
expect that text chain to pop up.
But Matt, was that not what we were talking about earlier today?
That is verbatim what you said.
Matt, earlier today, I texted Matt and I said, Matt, we have to find a way to tell the Shane sister story. And listen, Shane's sister, Megan, if you're listening to this, I do apologize. I think you're amazing. You post a lot of amazing photos of your makeup work. I wish you'd honestly post photos of you because I think you're amazing. But the glimmer of Shane comment was made where I was like, oh, I knew that mid-intimacy. I'd be like, Shane! And I would just like...
You have to, no. when you convince her to come on one of the shows, you have to call it The Glimmer of Shane.
Yeah.
Yes!
A hint of
That'll
Shane.
just be your podcast name. Let's get
Shane,
started on
Shane,
that.
we need you to have your own
The Walk
cologne.
of Shane.
It would have been the Walk of Shane. Shane, I love you, but that would have fucked with me in a big way.
Such a way.
Yeah.
Bolte says, go ahead and apologize to your co-host for your sardonic humor. Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody, for celebrating Geekscape 600 in this fashion.
Could have just been you. Just you doing a monologue for 2 hours.
Sorry we couldn't get Casper Van Dien back. We're just here. He was episodes 400. Sorry we couldn't get him back. He just He said no. I'm kidding. He did not say no. I didn't ask him.
He's booked and blessed? Question mark.
Yeah, I think I actually took a couple of notes for some of my favorite Geekscape moments. Now this might be borderline Geekscape Geekdrome, but wasn't there a guy that got a tattoo and then took a picture with a bunch of guns?
I love him.
Shane,
Frank.
you know this.
I mean, a guy.
This is Frank.
This is Frank Sandstone.
This is not somebody who just
I forgot his name.
disappeared.
I forgot his name. I'm sorry.
Frank Sanders is a major part of Geekscape, and he still is.
He's in the FT Part 2.
He helped. Frank was our PA on Chasing Fletcher Allen. Like, he's very much a big part of Geekscape.
Oh, I didn't. Whoa, shit. Okay,
Frank
I didn't
is
know that.
totally a huge part of Geekscape.
I remember going on the forums one day, and there was a picture of a dude in a Geekscape t-shirt with all these fucking guns and like grenades and stuff, and I was like, hell yeah, yeah. Geekscape is like right there.
Yeah,
I was gonna just ruin it that those aren't his guns. They were like his friends' gun. I've been to, like I live close to him. I've been to his house plenty of times. I saved his house a couple of times, but he's a great guy. I love him.
Frank has a heart of gold.
Yes, he does.
A total like puppy dog. He does have a Geekscape tattoo on his leg. He did do like a fucking 40 image photo shoot with an arsenal of weapons wearing Geekscape shirts. It's pretty amazing, Katie. I'll show it to you.
He's also one of those people where like I saw him at Fantastic Fest the last time I went, and like Fantastic Fest, there's like a ton of celebrities around, but he just wanted to hang out with like me because I was someone from Geekscape. Like he puts Geekscape people on such a higher priority than like anybody else in the world. It's great.
Well, not as much anymore. I try to hang out with him a couple of times. He's blown me off.
Matt MacGyver asked if is he Frank Invader Zim? He was not Invader Zim. He was Sandstone.
No, yes he was. Yes he was.
He was Invader Zim as well?
Yeah. He was Invader Zim for a while. He's Invader Cthulhu. He's always changing his fucking name.
All I know is that we gave him hell for buying the director's cut box set of Troy. The movie.
Oh yeah.
We're like, because he was so proud. He posted he did a photo shoot of his box set of Troy, the fucking Brad Pitt movie. It was like, guys, I just got this movie is tight. We were like, no one on the planet thinks this movie is tight. Like no one. Eric Bana's in that movie. He does not think that movie is tight. Nobody.
He's a great Hector, though. He's a great choice for Hector in a Troy movie.
I've been to his dungeon when he had all those movies in display and everything.
So what happened on the forums a while ago was Frank was also going through a divorce. Guys, this is Geekscape. We do the real shit. We don't do no fake shit. We're like, what did you think of Loki? We'll get to Loki on Monday with a live special. But with Geekscape, we're a community. We do the real shit. Frank was going to lose his house in a divorce, and he needed to find somebody who could sign a New York
notary.
A notary. And he's like, I need to find a notary by 6 p.m. or I'm going to lose my fucking house. And Yanks was like, I'm a notary.
Are you really?
Yeah,
I was a notary,
he had worked for a firm and
a law firm,
and he had a notary, and he's like, let me read the stuff, let me figure out this is legit, let me save your house. And
no, I didn't.
Well,
I didn't.
But I thought you because I remember getting a text from Samson. I was like, I can't believe Geekscape's going to save my house. And I was like, this is too good to be true. It was too good to be true.
I notarized that shit. I was like, yeah, whatever. Boom. I just did it. Because, well, he doesn't have this house anymore, so I guess I could say what happened. I was notarizing her signature, and she wasn't in this country.
Oh, so you broke the law.
You can't admit to that.
Is that why you're no longer a notary?
No.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. If you're listening to this, we want you to know that Daniel Campazano was just kidding. Do not leave that child fatherless. Whoa, that was a Geekscape twist. Take that, Matt of Easttown.
No,
that
but
was a twist.
We know.
A Geekscape,
Geekscapist makes the call. Someone has to answer.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Depending on the Geekscape, but sure, we're with it. And
He was lucky he lived 30 minutes from me. Pretty much.
All right.
I was like, dude, bring this shit. Who cares? Let's do it in the car.
Right.
Assistance of convenience. By the way, I finally made it to the center, so I am Paul Lind, at least on
You're
my
finally
screen.
Paul Lind.
Geekscape is listening on the podcast. Our musical chairs continues, and our Hollywood Squares got Ashley in the middle.
Nobody leave.
I do have one more memory. I don't mean to cut Shane off. Does anybody remember Sam had like a sidekick for like one episode?
Super Action Man had a sidekick, yes.
Super Action Man had a sidekick for one episode.
What was his name for the Center Square? What was his name?
Center Square. I know the name.
What was his name?
Oh man, I can't remember at all.
He looked a lot. Here's a hint. He looked a lot like Big Yanks.
Oh, that's right. Oh shit. Well, I remember that now. I don't know.
He had like a
fedora.
Panama, he had like a Panama style.
A Panama hat.
He had a Panama hat. He had the
Cuban shirt.
Well, according to Google, it's Kid Action Captain Sidekick.
There we go.
No, wrong. Cuban Pete.
Cuban Pete was the name.
Cuban Pete.
Cuban Pete was the name of like his the person on the ground that helps Sam with the intel.
Oh, the guy in the chair?
In South America was Cuban Pete, the guy who knows the locals in and out in South America. That was Cuban Pete, played by Daniel Campuzano right there, Big Yanks.
My only IMDb
Is he being
credit.
written into the series as well?
Yeah, let's write him into the series. Why not? I don't give a damn.
Listen, Katie and Phoenix have a show together. Why not me?
Okay, so Bold T just said my favorite Geekscape moment was when the creators of Mana energy drinks was on. This was an energy drink that came in little mana bottles, like in World of Warcraft, and they were energy drinks. They were like for gamers. Jonathan was crushing them, and the guest was legit concerned, saying, "You hit your limit." Jonathan clearly buzzed, said, "I know I've hit my limit." When I hear a pop down there, and my dick goes flying across the room. I remember that.
Came in
episode.
hot with that one.
You did.
I don't remember that comment, Bolt T, but I do remember having like heart murmurs for the next 3 days.
No doubt. That shit goes crazy with
Dude,
your heart.
I was kicking back these energy drinks, being like, "These are great. They taste like Flintstone vitamins." And then like 3 days later, being like, just hearing in my heart. Don't go to sleep, Jonathan. You may not wake up.
I was just gonna say, did you ever go to sleep?
I've only had a mana potion one time, and it was under the dumbest circumstances. Was my friend and I decided to both slam one before running our first 5K. And
no, you're
yeah.
gonna puke.
Oh, and we did. Also, just want to throw this in there because we're getting a ton of different interaction going on. So we got this message.
Matt, you just sent a screenshot on Facebook Messengers. You may get a kick out of it. Matt MacGyver from Canada sent you a screenshot. What is the screenshot of?
I'm uploading it right now.
Okay,
but
let's
I
take a look at that. We'll describe it for you podcast listeners. I hope you're enjoying this Geekscape. This is really all I wanted to do on Geekscape 600 because fuck it. This is our community show. This is us. We built this baby. Let's
I'm sure
burn it
Matt
down
Kelly
together.
will put this visual version up on the YouTube channel at some point.
Yeah, this is
this thing
is streaming.
Oh, I got to change the. Sorry.
Yeah.
It won't let the. I was like, why isn't it giving me the option to select it? It's.
I also sent Matt a picture of one of my favorite Geekscape moments, so that will be uploaded.
Okay.
Momentarily.
This is Matt MacGyver's image coming up right now, Matt.
Yeah, I'll do Matt MacGyver's first.
Okay, here we go. Geekscapist, drum roll.
Is it anytime soon?
Upload taking too long. Wait, 1 second.
So while we
drum roll
wait,
for
I
that
just
long.
booked my first session for a blood donation.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did. Matt, I think it was
Hell
Matt
yeah.
MacGyver, the Canadian, was the one that said, "Oh, all right."
Oh, there we go. Geekscape
yeah.
episode 22. Geekster from New York. It's a picture of Big Yanks and I as Batman and Robin.
Holy
Pointing
cow!
to the download button. Oh my god, over on stage 6. I remember
Stage 6.
Ben Cote in San Diego used to work for Stage 6, and he hosted us out for Geekscape number 4, maybe in Vegas during CES. Like that was crazy. I remember that was a lot of fun in the early days. But there we are, Big Yanks.
And
Matt,
Shane, do you want to
let's
give a lead into this one?
I was
Matt-
fucking
Matt,
big in
Matt-
there, wasn't I?
Matt, let's keep that photo on hand. Let's use it in the episode promotion.
You guys are both babies there.
There's
we're also dressed like Batman and Robin.
Yeah, that was for real. That's not a shitty photo picture.
Yeah, that was
that's not
changed
shitty
from a
MS Paint.
paint file to a JPEG.
Right?
It wouldn't accept it as a paint.
So Matt's about to show and I'll let you know when to show it. But there you go.
He really jumped the lead on that one, Matt.
Yeah, good job, Matt.
Great sense of drama, Matt.
Yeah, so that picture was Jonathan's Wikipedia picture for years. You look up Jonathan London on Wikipedia, and that was it. And the thing was, I was there when that photo was taken. That was the first time I met you for Geekscape.
Yeah.
I was going up an escalator at Comic-Con, and you and Gilmore were coming down the other side, and I was, still in high school. And I was like, "Oh, Geekscape!" And you turn,
2007.
And you threw a throwing star at me, and you're like, "Ha!" And I go up the escalator and come back down, and you, I found out later that you turned to Gilmore like, "Yo, this dude's coming back down. Do we need to be like worried? Like, who is this guy?
Who is this guy with the hair?" If it was a throwing star, that would have been to promote when Ninjas Attack, and that would have been 2009.
Yeah.
So
and that's crazy. But I thought that picture that you just showed was from the 2007 taping. I thought that was from the taping of the Gaians, where we had a whole crew of Gaians.
Oh, that could be it.
Gaians.
That could be it.
So all the Gaians were sitting up there off camera while we were recording an episode at Comic-Con, and they were going, yeah, and they were having like their little Gaian meeting. Gaia Online is this, I don't know if it's still around, but it was like for like middle school kids. It was like an
I thought it was
MMO.
Gangnam Rompa or some shit.
No, it was like
that was another one.
It was an MMO where these kids get together and they play like wizards and witches and stuff. And I was like, they just kept making all this noise that I was like, okay, turn the camera, look at these kids. And they were all on the steps at the San Diego Convention Center. So I invited them over to the be on the podcast, and that was a lot of fun. That was also the year that we went around doing Man on the Streets, and I thought that I was interviewing a furry. It was actually all these sexualized questions, and then and they were like really clamming up. I was like, for somebody who's a furry, literally in this, there's a that section in Comic-Con that sells like the sex toys and stuff like that, like sexual content. That's where I was interviewing them. So I thought that they were like
into
just hanging in their natural environment. And as they walked away, they shook their head and removed the wolf head, and it was like a 13-year-old kid. And I was like, oh no.
That was also, John, that was also the same time that you were interviewing someone who you thought was in cosplay, and then midway through it realized that it was a porn star promoting her comic book. You were not good at researching random people that you were pulling on.
No, Matt, you were asking if I give a shit.
That's true.
I was not good at caring.
No,
very much. I was a wrecking ball a bit, and I remember getting an email. I remember getting emails like later on, being like, "Hey, Jonathan, we don't want to come on Geekscape anymore, man. You're a wrecking ball." And I was like, "Oh, maybe I should change things a little bit and care." So that's where we are. Go donate blood, like Derek's gonna do, and let's do some good. But yeah, the early days was a little rough working on the Type 5s.
Yep. Yeah, it was.
Shane mentioned Wikipedia though with this photo. I'm going to throw it back up just one more time.
Hey guys.
I'm just saying, put it on.
Do you remember you had Nellis on the show one time, and he proved that we were talking about the cracker challenge. Like, could you eat like 10 saltines in a minute? And he did it.
You have to then whistle Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Yeah, and he did it. And we put that video on YouTube, and continually we're trying to submit him on the wiki page for people who've been able to complete the saltine challenge. And wiki would not accept it, even though we had video evidence.
We have video proof. This is BS, man. This is BS.
That's
I'm actually seen things that have lasted on wiki longer than Nellis's name on that wiki page about saltine challenge.
Credit where credit is due. Years later, I did change your Wikipedia picture to a nice one. So if you look up Jonathan London on Wikipedia, he's still wearing the exact same shirt.
I'm doing it right now.
He looks a lot better.
Ashley, what were some of the early growing pains that you and Jason went through? Not to say that we're through them here on Geekscape.
It is a much nicer picture of you now, Jonathan. You look very directorial in it.
Thank you.
My ability to understand that doing a podcast involves two people talking at all times. We used to record. Well, we used to record in our when we were talking earlier about people in their underwear. I was like, is it a bad thing? Because we used to record in our closet with no air conditioning, so it was
crap.
all underwear all the time.
Oh, no.
Oh my
Probably
God.
the first, I don't know, 200 episodes of that show.
Wow.
So Ashley, I realized that I had kind of just cherry picked episodes throughout Geek History Lesson because like
Most people do,
I
I
discovered
think.
your show so late. Yeah, no, so I was like, I'm gonna start from the beginning, and I've
It's a
just been
mistake.
like rocking through them. No, my favorite thing is because your show's been around for so long, some of your predictions are like weirdly accurate. Like there's an episode in the first 10 episodes where you're talking about Winter Soldier, and Jason, you're like, do you think that they'll ever make Bucky Captain America? And Jason's like, no. He's like, there will never be another Captain America but Captain America. And I'm like, well, he's wrong. But then later on, he's like, yeah, I think we're building towards like eventually we're going to get to like a phase 4 and it's going to be all cosmic weird shit. And that was like 12 years ago. He was saying that.
I know. Good for. It's almost like he should have been a professional TV writer. Good for him. But there's one of our early ones. It might have been Spider-Man, where Jason's like, "Do you know who Kane is?" And I was just like shaking my head at him. He's like, "You have to say something." He's like, just guess wildly incorrect. So I made a hard pivot after that, and I will just guess wildly incorrect things. And then swearing. So we swore very heavily for the first few episodes, and then we stopped, and that's very hard for me.
Yeah, we don't swear at all anymore on Geekscape.
Yeah, no, it's a
We
very
don't-
weird-
all
I think
adults.
I dropped like 10
Fucking bad
F-bombs.
topic.
Damn it,
I think I
Katie.
dropped 10 F-bombs alone on this episode.
I'm sorry. I'm
Katie,
new. I'm new. I'm a
Katie.
baby.
There's been an actual baby, and he hasn't sworn.
That's true.
Yeah. Actually,
Back to the baby. It starts with the baby and back to the baby.
Geekscape, it starts with the baby, baby.
Oh, I have a better baby meme.
You have a better baby.
Who's that
I know,
with?
I've been meaning to bring it up.
Second-rate
So, like when I was a notary, right?
You guys got to look up Cuba Gooding Jr. Drunk Baby. I don't want like it's very weird to bring it up, but like it's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's okay.
Shane
right
knows.
there.
I know
Yeah,
Shane would have like. Someone get that bit.
Yeah. Okay. We're there. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, listen.
Well,
I hate to cut this short. Well, this is like a episode that has gone on for over an
Little
hour.
Yanks. Actually, Little Yanks is my daughter. I don't mean to.
I'm down with it. I'm down with it.
Little Yanks is my daughter. Phoenix hasn't gotten his nickname yet.
Okay. Well, you have to put it through training first.
Yeah, she's got.
This
he's
or
got
earned
it.
its name. Okay, listen, we got to wrap this. All
This
right,
is only like
'cause
half a Geekscape Games episode. What
This
are you
is
talking about?
yeah, right. Don't tell people not to listen to your show. It has the best stories at this point. Geekscapists, thank you for joining us. I feel like I'm not even cutting this short because we have so much more Geekscape in us. Like Ian and I are going to be right back on Monday with a Loki season wrap up special. So that's all going to go down, and then Matt, I already have guests for the next 2 or 3 episodes, and
yeah,
we do those live right here on Facebook and Twitch and YouTube. So if this is your first Geekscape, wow, you just sat through 4 hours of a live stream for this. So
Hell
thank
yeah.
you. If you're listening though, just tell your friends to subscribe and share it with your friends and enemies. And we'll have more geek talk, more focused geek talk later on. But this was definitely a celebration of the last 600 years.
Make sure you donate blood. Tag your favorite Geekscape podcast. Apple Arcade, hashtag Apple Arcade show.
No. Hey, okay. Thanks, Shane. Hey, Shane, if you want to do a crap job of hosting, go back to Geekscape Games. Just kidding.
Oh shit.
Guys, listen to Geekscape Games. They're great because of Derek. No, they're. I'm kidding, Shane. I love you. I will join your family soon.
Yes, please.
Geekscape, it's subscribe to Geekscape, share it with your friends, but don't just stop there. Go to all your different go to your podcast catcher and just search for other Geekscape shows too. We've got One Hit Thunder, we've got Femme Regard about female filmmaking. They do a great job. We've got Horror Movie Night. We've got a million of them. I love 91 Donkey Lane. I think those guys are comedically brilliant. We got a lot to offer here at Geekscape. We're just going to keep going for another 15 years. Also, go to aabb.org and search for a place you can donate blood, or crack open the phone book or that Google and find somebody to donate blood in your neighborhood.
In Canada
someplace.
as well, there's a Give Blood app that you can download. It took me about 2 minutes from the time I downloaded it to having an appointment to donate. So it's super easy. It looks like it tracks how much blood you've given and stuff like that too, which seems pretty neat. So
we have we have that here stateside as well.
Yeah,
There's
super
a
cool.
American Red Cross app that you can use. You can find the closest donation center.
Mm-hmm.
And you can find out what blood you are. Maybe you have super blood, like I do.
I can help.
Geekscapists, thanks for joining us. This has been episode 600. We'll be back very soon. Thank you, Ashley, for putting up with this lunacy. You can listen to Ashley on where and what.
Thank you for, I think this is my second time doing a Geekscape celebration as somebody who is not on the network, so I'm happy to keep crashing that. You can listen to my podcast, Geek History Lesson, anywhere fine podcasts are found. Or geekhistorylesson.com. Jonathan has been a guest many times. Matt has been a guest. So even if you just go and listen to those, I'd be really grateful for it. Thank you. And try to figure out which ones I'm in my underwear for. You'll never tell.
Yeah, Geekscapists, you want to actually learn something about geek culture? We got a show for you. It's
yeah,
just
Jonathan
not
had
our
me on
network.
Geekscape when the Wonder Woman movie came out, and I laid out a bunch of stuff, and he was like, wow, you know a lot. And I was like, I just did the Geek History Lesson. It's the only reason I know all this information.
No, she is fantastic. She is the female equivalent of our own encyclopedic comic book history, Ian Kerner, who'll be with us on the Loki special coming up. So you want to subscribe and be a part of that. Geekscapists, thank you so much. Again, donate blood in memory of our friend Chris Ellis. Let's keep this blood drive going. We got a month, and let's see what we can do. Be sure to use the hashtag GeekscapeGives. Take a selfie of yourself donating, and go ahead and tag your favorite Geekscape Network show, and we'll not cancel them. So that's the contest for the month. And yeah, Geekscape forever. Don't hate, create, and all that. Thank you, Matt, so much for helping put this together.
Bye.